questioner's microphone won't be on and nobody can hear them. And we want to make sure the court reporter gets everything, as well as those people watching virtually on YouTube. And if we run into an issue where you couldn't be heard, we may ask you to repeat the question because the microphone wasn't on. If you are testifying through Zoom, please keep your camera and microphone off and muting yourself when you're not speaking. When you're presented, a timer will also be on indicating what your time is, and it'll just wind down to 0, and that will indicate that you ought to wrap up your comments. There is also a chat function on Zoom, but we ask that you only use it for technical questions. If you're on Zoom and you become disconnected from the hearing and can't reconnect, there's a phone number you may use to call in, and as a way for us to try to help you clear it up. Please email us if you are going to call in from Zoom at hearing@stb.gov with the phone number. So when you call in, our tech staff can identify you and who's calling. There's also a frequently asked questions section on the board's website for further troubleshooting. We have a court reporter here who will cover these entire hearings, and I have to be reminded when the fingers need a little rest. If we keep going, sometimes it gets intense here, so Mr. Reporter, speak up. For the rest of you, speak clearly, enunciate clearly, so the court reporter can get an accurate record for us. And the court reporter himself or herself, whoever it is welcome to interject, which they not frequently, but may have to do, to just ask you to repeat a word if they didn't get it. It's our plan during the course of this hearing, and if you've seen the schedule, you know that witnesses will be called up in panels to allow each panel to finish their presentation before we then ask questions. We may interrupt before the panel's completed if it's for clarification or if we're not sure of what other issues the witness is going to cover, but we will try to restrain ourselves. Speaking for myself, I'm not very good at that. But we would like to let panels finish so we can get through these presentations. I've referred to YouTube. I think everybody knows it is being streamed live on YouTube. There's a link to get onto YouTube on the board's website. When the hearing is completed, the transcript of the entire hearing will be on our website, and a recording will also be available. Today, the plan is to hear from speakers on panels 1 through 7. Tomorrow, we'll begin with panel 8 and go through panel 15. And on Friday, we'll begin with 16 and go through to the end. Roughly speaking, we'll undoubtedly take a very short break mid-morning and in mid-afternoon if needed. And I assume it will be needed. And we're going to try to limit lunch breaks to 30 minutes, and we'll aim for roughly 1 o'clock Eastern for a 30-minute lunch break. But as always, I try to break at a natural conclusion of somebody's testimony. I don't want to break in mid-thought of a witness who's dealing with a complex subject. The plan is we've begun today at 9:30. Tomorrow, we're going to begin at 9. And in the notice of the hearing, we also said we were going to begin at 9:30 Friday. We're amending that. We're going to begin at 9 on Friday as well. And we are going to aim to finish every day at 5:30, which means we'll finish no later than 6. But 5:30 would be better. But on Friday, for a number of people, including the chairman, we are going to end at 6 exactly because there are flights to be caught by a lot of people. So we're going to really push through, and let's everybody keep an eye on that time schedule. A couple of other important points. In the past week, this building and actually the entire Patriot Plaza had two threats. I don't even know exactly what the threats were. And when I asked one of the Homeland Security police officers, they said they weren't allowed to tell me. So that shows you where I stand. But the buildings were evacuated. Took about an hour and a half or 2 hours for a complete inspection. Both evacuations resulted in no problem, and other than being out on the street for a couple of hours. So I wanted to alert people to that because it could happen again. I'm just going to assume if a threat is called in, it isn't going to be by a disgruntled railroad or shipper for this hearing. But if it does happen, please take everything with you and leave the building in an orderly manner. And then one way or another, try to monitor our website so that you will get a notice. We all get, people who work here get notices on our phones when the evacuation is over. So stay in the area, but if it happens, it's going to be at least an hour and a half. And what that will do to our finishing the hearing, I don't know, but we should be alert to it because it's happened twice. We will also put a banner up across the website indicating the evacuation notice and when it has ended. And excuse me 1 minute. One final notice, and that is, I notice that we already have a presentation by the applicants. We all have, the board members have, I think this must be your PowerPoints, and it's marked as the highly confidential version. You're welcome to use that. Our plan, unlike for those of you who sat through the Gulf Coast hearing, which is actually what we call a hearing on the record, a trial, in which we had to hear confidential information and we had to clear the room and go into breakout rooms on the Zoom. We're not going to do that in these hearings. We expect that all of the people who are testifying and presenters will stick to the non-confidential versions. And it is the board's intent to avoid asking questions that reveal the confidential information. We probably don't know it as well as you do, so we may slip up, but it's our intent to respect that. Having said that, obviously the people who are presenting what has been marked confidential, if you would want us to hear it in public, you're free to, in effect, waive your prior marking and tell us. So I just wanted to alert everybody here because we've already got a book that's labeled highly confidential, and I'm not sure what you're planning to do with it, but it's your choice, obviously. But I wanted to sensitize everybody to that concern. With that, in the interest of time, my fellow board members and I have all elected not to make any opening statements on the subject matter here. And we're going to proceed right to the hearing. And with that, we will call our first witness from near my hometown, the Honorable Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, who represents the Illinois 8th District, who is here and I think was waiting to be called out here. Somebody, Janie? Janie was with him. Is she listening? So oh, okay. And we will start with Congressman Krishnamurthy. And I think you probably all have the schedule, but if you don't, following Congressman Krishnamurthy is Commissioner Bensel, who's here, I think. Saw him? Yeah, okay. Congressman. Good morning. Congressman, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman, and good morning to the board. I'm Congressman Krishnamurthy of the 8th District of Illinois. Thank you to the STB for holding these hearings to listen to the many stakeholders associated with the proposed merger between Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Southern Railroads. I represent communities stretching from Elgin, Illinois to Bensenville, Illinois, which are part of the northwestern suburbs of Chicago, which is the largest metropolitan area anywhere in the country affected by this proposed merger. These suburbs are almost entirely located in my congressional district. CP currently projects that the proposed merger would nearly quadruple the number of freight trains from 3 to 11 freight trains traveling through our communities every single day. I'm extremely concerned that this increase in freight train traffic would have a substantial impact on commuters and commuter rail operations in the Chicago metropolitan region. I also continue to be concerned that the STB has not verified CP's projections for train counts and freight tonnage that this merger would involve. Without verifying this data, which is heavily disputed, the STB cannot fully evaluate the proposed merger's impacts. I'd like to address two issues. First, let me turn my attention to commuter train operations. Chicagoland is home to over 9.5 million people and a complex public commuter transit system called Metra, connecting suburban commuters to downtown. Before the pandemic, our vital Metra system had 700 trains running daily over 11 lines to support hundreds of thousands of commuters from our region. Metra's Milwaukee District West line runs through Elgin to Bensenville over approximately 20 miles of track with 10 different stops, the majority of which are in my congressional district. In 2019, this one line had almost 6 million passenger trips and operated 58 daily trains. The pandemic caused a dramatic dip in ridership in April 2020 to about 3% of 2019 levels. Since then, Metro ridership has steadily climbed to almost 45% today and is projected to reach 80% by 2024. Metro expects the eventual return of ridership to pre-pandemic levels and is planning and budgeting accordingly. That said, if the current merger proceeds as proposed, the Metro ridership and its finances will be devastated. Here's why. Though freight train traffic is largely directed outside of Chicago, freight train operators use commuter rail routes in the suburbs, including the Metro line that goes through our communities and my district. CP's 3 freight trains that currently run on this line frequently cause commuter delays today. This is because although Metro owns the rail line, CP has dispatching rights on Metro's lines and therefore can control whether freight trains or commuter trains receive preference to travel on these same tracks. Though CP and Metro have an operating agreement for Metro to operate during specified windows of time, Metro has stated that, quote, CP violates this contractual obligation regularly, close quote, and gives preference to freight rail over Metro trains, thereby leading to commuter delays even during peak periods. According to Metro's data from this last August, most delays were roughly 6 to 10 minutes, but also reached 16 to 20 minutes or even over 20 minutes. CP's projected increase of an additional 8 trains per day would bring more delays to commuters and prevent an expansion of Metro service to support the recovery of pre-pandemic ridership levels. Metro has suggested that this merger as proposed would cause an almost 300% increase in delays, which would, quote, break its system, close quote, and cause undue harm to community members. There are ways to mitigate this harm, such as by giving Metro dispatching control over its lines, but the current merger as proposed does not envision that. As Congress has made a historic investment of $108 billion for public transportation through the bipartisan infrastructure law, I fear that this proposed merger would increase commuter delays in one of the country's largest metropolitan areas, and would work against our efforts at the federal level to increase public transit ridership and would decrease public trust in the reliability of Metro. CP claims that this merger would greatly enhance the environment and simplify logistics in the Chicago region and nationally. But in reality, this merger as proposed would cause potentially hundreds of thousands of commuters to drive rather than take Metro trains, thus clogging our roads, harming the environment, and setting back public transit for decades. I urge the board to strongly consider these impacts on commuter transit in its review of the merger and ensure that you provide strong, comprehensive mitigation and oversight measures if the merger is eventually approved. Finally, let me turn to the issue of data. I brought this up before at your hearing in Itasca, Illinois, but I'd like to revisit this briefly. Metra, Canadian National, and a coalition of communities in my district who happen to be represented here today all filed their concerns that CP's data are, quote, inconsistent and flawed, close quote. Notably, CP projects that this merger would increase freight traffic in our communities from 3 trains to 11 trains. But Metra and communities in my district contend that actually there will be closer to 18 trains per day. To fully understand the impact of the proposed merger on commuter train delays, the STB must ensure the reliability of CP's data and resolve the strong dispute over this data. Therefore, I respectfully request that the STB provide a comprehensive review of CP's projected train counts and tonnage to ensure that they are accurate. Under federal law, this board cannot approve a merger of 2 Class 1 railroads if the proposed transaction is not consistent with the public interest. I respectfully submit that the merger as proposed is not consistent with the public interest. And in our communities, we will face undue harm. I thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you and to allow all of our stakeholders to do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congressman. I have just one question. Do I understand that the
Is it an easy question, Chairman?
yes, the calculation of 18 trains a day is something that Metra prepared, and so we will hear if we want to get into those details. It'd be with Metra.
Metra and the coalition.
The coalition has done its own.
Has chimed in on this as well.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the Congressman? Congressman, thank you, and we appreciate your taking time to come over because you obviously have a busy schedule as well. So we appreciate your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to everybody.
Commissioner Bencel. Commissioner, before you speak, I'm not good at reading Roman numerals. We will go through panel 8 today, not panel 7. If they just write it in Arabic, I'd get it. Thank you, Commissioner Bencel.
Is this on? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you referenced that we came over and shared your space last week. It was a pleasure to work with your staff. It was needed. We still don't have sound, so we're working through a lot of technological issues, but
It just means that trains beat ships any day, that's all.
perhaps. Thank you, Chairman Oberman, board members Fuchs, Schultz, Primus, Headland for the opportunity to provide testimony on this really important issue. I respectfully urge the Surface Transportation Board to disapprove of the consolidation of the railroad systems of the Canadian Pacific and the Kansas City Southern Railroad. In my view, the proposed consolidation does not ensure that the anti-competitive effects of the transportation outweigh the public interest in meeting significant needs. I've spoken with you before on this issue, and Specifically, I believe the proposed merger will adversely impact U.S. ports and the primarily U.S.-based intermodal railway systems that serve our ports, and would disproportionately benefit Canadian ports and the primarily Canadian-based intermodal railroad systems that service those ports. And this is for the transportation of U.S. cargo into the United States. Canadian policies supporting a Canadian port use per capita is financially much more significant than similar policies in the United States, contributing to erosion of U.S. port and railroad market share for U.S. bound cargo, a point that I will address further in my testimony. Further, I contend that while there may be economic benefits to certain shipper organizations and locations in the United States, that overall there will be a greater negative impact relating to employment and long-term investment affecting intermodal shipments through U.S. ports and the other business entities providing warehousing and distribution centers servicing these ports and entities that handle cargo bound through the ports. Such economic losses will be far greater than any economic value that might ensue because of the consolidations of the railroad systems of the Canadian Pacific and the Kansas City Southern. I've previously raised these concerns with you, Mr. Chairman, and the Surface Transportation Board members, and I am sure that both the FMC and the STB will be considering the implications of supply chain disruption in the future. But I believe that this will have impact on how we address supply chain in the future as well. For purposes of today's hearing, I will get right to the point. There is a distinct difference between how Canadian and U.S. support of port infrastructure development, including the intermodal rail services, are provided. I believe the policy differences and levels of funding support are drastically impacting how intermodal cargo moves in and out of the United States. And this should be a major consideration that you consider as you contemplate this merger. Geography and population have played a large role in the Canadian government's support of port development and allowed it to a far greater extent than what we do in the United States. The lesser population density has allowed Canadian authorities to target financial support on fewer ports. Canada has 2 port complexes on the West Coast, Vancouver and Prince Rupert Sound, and 2 on the East Coast, Halifax and Montreal, that handle over 250,000 TEUs annually. By way of comparison, the United States has 15 port complexes that are scattered throughout the West Coast, the Gulf Coast, and the East Coast that handle over 250,000 TEUs of cargo. Because of population density, most U.S. ports have focused on the market for U.S. destined cargoes, whereas Canadian ports rely heavily on transshipment of U.S. destined cargoes through Canadian ports. In effect, Canadian ports and railroads are targeting U.S. consumers. Canada's Constitution, the British North America Act of 1867, vested jurisdiction over Canadian ports to the Canadian federal government. And while modifications to the Canada Marine Act made at the turn of the century provided for greater level of local controls, Canadian ports are still classified as agents of Her Majesty in the right of Canada. The opposite is true in the United States, where control over U.S. ports is diffused between states and municipal governments and the private sector. In the United States, in Gibbons versus Ogden, the Supreme Court held that the Commerce Clause, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of the United States Constitution grants the federal government the right to regulate navigation. This has primarily been confers the right to regulate safety of navigation. The regulations of ports is explicitly dealt with under the provisions of the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 6, which provides in pertinent part that no preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over another. This has been construed to confer either state or local control of U.S. ports to local authorities and constrain the level of federal government involvement in port modernization and expansion. I contend that this fundamental difference between the U.S. and Canadian policy works to the detriment of U.S. ports and in favor of Canadian ports attracting transshipment of U.S. cargo through Canada. Clearly, Canada should not be constrained to adopt policies supporting utilization of their own ports, but we must do all that we can to address the market inequity between Canada's support of its ports and U.S. efforts in the competition of U.S. bound cargo. That's cargo being used by our consumers. Cognizant of the need to stay away from xenophobic diatribe, I believe it's important to recognize the role played by government policies of support and the implications that this has made in the diversion of trade from U.S. ports to Canadian ports. I believe the proposed merger will further exacerbate cargo diversion to Canada and could also potentially harm U.S.-based railroads in their efforts to expand intermodal rail capacity from U.S. ports as intermodal rail revenues shift northward. We need the U.S. railroads that service the U.S. ports to do much better. We need that service. It's vital to allow our ports to continue to expand. In 2005, the Canadian federal government initiated the Asia Pacific Gateway and Corridors initiative to provide infrastructure to benefit Western Canadian ports to increase Canada's share of Asia Pacific commerce. This in turn benefited the two Canadian railroads, primarily providing service at those ports. From 2006 to 2018, the Government of Canada funding for this program was Canadian $17 billion. The bulk of the funding went to the ports of Vancouver and Prince Rupert Sound for enhancements to terminal and affiliated rail and road intermodal systems. In 2017, the Canadian federal government established the National Transportation Corridors Fund to establish a merit-based program for facilitation of a similar program, but to extend it throughout Canada over the next 11 years. Additional funding for this program and supplemental funds increased total levels to $4.2 billion of investment. There has been further efforts to expand this program. And these are programs to establish freight gateways into the United States. Canada's initial targeted focus was on the development of the Port of Vancouver and the newly established Pacific Coast Gateway in the Port of Prince Rupert Sound by drawing on dedicated federal resources. The success in Canada in capturing Pacific Coast trade of U.S. bound cargo is now being pursued in the Atlantic Coast trade. Major expansion plans are underway in both Canadian East Coast ports, Montreal and Halifax, and the Canadian government has major investment plans for the Port of St. John in New Brunswick. These expansion projects are aimed at taking U.S. destined cargo from U.S. East Coast ports by enhancing intermodal services from Canadian ports to the inland railroad terminals of the United States. As mentioned previously, Canada's ability to focus federal resources for major port entry points is not only more favorable because of policies authorizing federal control, but also as a result of a smaller population and geography. In essence, they can focus the federal resources to targeted port entryway points. And in the United States, we don't have that choice. Our nation desperately needs railroad service at U.S. ports. There is simply not enough space or land in our major port areas to continue to rely mostly on trucking distribution. For instance, I recently spoke with Gene Soroka, the port director from LA, who indicated that 60% of his total trade is carried by railroads into the interior of the United States. 60 on dock and 30 on dock and 30 from the railroad terminals themselves. Since the start of the pandemic, I have visited major ports and freight gateways in the United States. And the message from the maritime industry leaders is always the same. They need expanded rail services so cargo can move expediently and efficiently. Quite frankly, there has to be better coordination in moving boxes through from our ports and onto the rail system. That means more capacity and equipment, a willingness to communicate. And I don't believe that our existing railroad infrastructure will be able to handle the international trade without committed railroad investment and participation. What concerns me is that other countries and their logistical businesses have already figured this out. The U.S. has been slow to make meaningful investments in connecting our maritime infrastructure to our railroad network. We need to make substantial private and public sector investment to help connect inland rail, trucking, and barge services, and we are simply running out of room at our major port entry points. For instance, in terms of the market share for U.S. bound cargo from the West Coast in 2007 was dominated by U.S. ports with only over 60% market share. In the 15 years since that time, the market share has shifted, with Canadian ports now handling 60% of the U.S. cargo that comes into the United States. And concluding, I would offer the following observations as you consider the merits of the proposed transaction. The Canadian Constitution and policy have resulted in development of a national policy allowing the Canadian government to focus resources on intermodal trade gateway ports. In contrast, the U.S. Constitution and policy has been a more hands-off approach and allowed U.S. ports to be developed through more limited respective and state local government policies. Since 2005, the Canadian government has worked closely and helped finance two Pacific gateway ports, and more recently with two Atlantic coast gateway ports to attract U.S. bound cargo to benefit the Canadian ports and the Canadian railroads. U.S. ports receive less proportionate share of financing support than their Canadian counterparts. And evidence suggests that the greater levels of Canadian support seem to be paying off with greater share of US bound cargo. The Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Southern proposed merger expansion is explicitly aimed at continuing to build on policies to use Canadian ports and Canadian railroads to carry US destined cargo. The proposed transaction will undoubtedly provide some benefit to different areas and segments of the U.S. shipping community. However, in my view, this benefit is outweighed by the potential economic loss to the U.S.-based intermodal industry. This is an industry which includes U.S. longshoremen and rail labor, port trucking companies, U.S.-based intermodal railroads servicing U.S. ports, warehousing and distribution centers that service U.S. ports, and other entities that handle cargo bound through U.S. ports. I urge that you closely consider this vital segment as you deliver the competitive values of the transaction. I would thank you for all that you do with our nation's rail system, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think Member Hedlund has a.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for your extensive remarks about Canadian ports. I'm a bit of a history wonk, and I know that American railroads in the 1890s worked very, very hard to get to Mexican ports. Arthur Stillwell, the founder of Kansas City Southern, tried very, very hard to get to a port in Mexico and was only stopped by the Mexican Revolution. Santa Fe battled the Denver and Rio Grande to get over the pass to get into Mexico, a battle which the Santa Fe won, literally at the point of a gun. That's another story. So my question to you, sir, do you have any concern about competition from Mexican ports that might be enhanced by this merger?
I would say that the Mexican intermodal system has developed less slowly than the Canadian intermodal system. So major diversion has occurred through Canadian ports because they're more efficient and they're more capable of providing good high-level services. We are seeing some potential diversion to the Mexican ports. The Longshoremen's Union contract for the West Coast covers all of the ports in the United States and all of the ports in Canada. It does not cover Mexico. So and it's a coastwise contract. So we are having some of the same issues in the maritime world with concerns that contract would not be renegotiated. And so we have seen some diversion to Mexico, but it hasn't been to the extent, and that's just because that infrastructure surrounding intermodal shipping has not developed as well in Mexico. Thank you.
Commissioner, I thank you also for the, well thought out presentation here. And like you, and I think other board members have been immersed in the supply chain issues over the last 2 years. It's hard not to be immersed when the White House calls every other day and says, how are we solving this problem? It's quite clear to me, and I'm only speaking for myself, that a significant part of our problem in this country is inadequate infrastructure, short-term thinking on both ports, but also the railroads in terms of carrying their load of intermodal traffic. And none of which, it seems to me, is directly related to what the impacts of this proposed merger might be. Now, I think we should note, regardless of I'm happy to be enlightened on the constitutional history of port development compared to Canada, something I didn't know about, but none of that seems to have stopped the Congress from passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which has, according to my note, $17 billion designated for port development. And of course, billions more that are available for grants, potentially for rail. And we need to increase our infrastructure. And I wonder if the development of the Canadian ports hasn't been spurred by shippers finding our ports inadequate. They wouldn't be going to those ports if they could get the service they needed in our ports and from our railroads. So it seems to me we have to keep our eye on the ball, and I haven't sorted out in my own mind a Canadian, the North American Canada Act of 1860 and how that relates to 1867 and how that relates to the standards for mergers and railroads under our statutes. But to me, I'd like to see more competition from our ports and our railroads so that everybody benefits. And, and we are a continent that has a pretty interlocking economy in my view. And the fact that the Canadians may be able to more efficiently get goods that we need is not necessarily a bad thing by itself, as long as we do our part in our country, which I think, quite frankly, we've fallen down on in this area. So I think some of this may be amended by the Congress's actions of recent actions.
Yeah, it's a perspective, that I could completely agree with. I'm looking at it through the lens of our port industry and the services that they provide. But it's clear that there's challenges moving. We had a 27% increase in intermodal cargo since the pandemic. And so there's been challenge moving that. And there's been challenges in Canada, but clearly they've done a little bit better job, and their intent in this merger is to use the Canadian ports. So I thought it would be good to bring to your notice that is one of the primary objectives. And so
and we much appreciate it. And we're going to continue to work together, and the room is yours when you need it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Nice to see all of the board members here. And
Member Primus has a question.
I just have just a couple questions. In your statement, you kind of alluded to the fact that it would put in sort of unfair competition model by setting this transaction up. Are there any positives to this that you see?
I think that there's going to be some positives to individual areas where they get additional services as a result of this and enhanced efficiency. So I can't say that it would have a negative impact looking at some of those other issues, other areas. I would really defer to your evaluation on that. I do think that it is aimed at intermodal cargo shipments into the United States. You review the literature that the Canadian government statutes and the policies that they support. They're clearly looking at our market and supplying cargo to our market. But there's going to, I think, for instance, some of the Gulf Coast ports really have a different view from this. I think the Atlantic coast, northern ports, northern tier ports, and LA Long Beach, Oakland, and the Pacific Northwest ports are concerned about it. But I think every time you have a merger, there's going to be some winners and losers. But I really haven't focused that much on it in the context of this merger.
Okay. And just to follow up, you had spoken how Canada has 4 major ports, 2 in the east, 2 in the west. We have 15. Do you think that this could be a firestorm? So if you have increased competition and increased lanes and opportunities that are opening up, you're looking at again, NAFTA 2.0 and the expansion of trade and opportunities. Do you think that would actually get some of the U.S. ports to start being more proactive and as well as the class 1s and looking at how to increase and their development in the ports and as well as movement of goods out? Okay.
We're capacity constrained right now in the United States. Most of our terminals are at 100% capacity. Our problem is fluidity. So moving cargo through the ports is the major challenge that we have. There's just no space for, infrastructure funding will help to some extent, but on the West Coast, our problem is that I don't know if we can build anymore. There's no opportunity to get through the environmental permitting process, major projects for expansion. So what we're looking at is the railroad system could provide expedited services through the port complex to places inland where it could be handled better. So I think that infrastructure enhancements are going to be difficult to our port infrastructure. And what we're looking at is enhancements to fluidity. And the railroad system is the primary way to get cargo through a port and out into the system where it can be handled. But you go to the port of LA Long Beach and the containers are stacked 60 feet high, 4 miles. And we're taking cargo out of ports right now off-site just so we can handle cargo. So there is capacity constraints through the system right now, and I don't know what the answer is to that.
Any others? Commissioner, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your thoughts. All right, we will now proceed with panel 3. And we have listed, it looks like everybody is here, but I'm going to read it off for the record. Keith Creel, Patrick Ottensmeyer, John Brooks, James Clements, Raymond Elphick, John Orr, Robert Major, David Meyer, and Bill Mullins.
Mr. Reporter needs to. Keith needs to.
All right. 5-minute break for the switch over here, but don't anybody go anywhere. It'll be short. Did everybody, did all 9 people that I read off, are you all here? Okay. Some I recognize, but not all.
Testing. Testing. Nope.
All right. This is panel 3, which is, of course, the representative of the applicant. David, you wanted to make a comment on the record before we actually begin the presentation?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Creel will introduce the panel, but before we get started, I wanted to let you know that regarding the binder that you have in front of you, the binder contains simply copies of the slides.
Is that on? I'm not sure that's. Oh. Sorry, try it again.
Mr. Creel will introduce the panel, but before we get started, I just wanted to reassure you that the binder that you have contains a copy of the slide presentation that in its entirety, with only one difference, and that is there are a couple of slides at the very end. Dr. Major, our economist, will be speaking to issues where the underlying chart or graph or document that he's referring to is a highly confidential document. None of that will be discussed on the public record, but in the interest of pointing the board in the direction of what he's referring to, we provided you with an unredacted version of the slide presentation. Everything that's in the slide presentation that's redacted is something that's just an extract directly from material that we've already filed at the board.
I appreciate that, David. And I think as you get to those points, it'd be good to point it out. So board members, if for no other reason, so we don't inadvertently, which we may anyway, but we try to avoid.
No, we'll be mindful of that. The version on the screen will have a redacted view and the version in your binder will not. So we'll let you know that the material on that page is confidential.
Got it. Very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the board. My name is Keith Creel. I'm the CEO of Canadian Pacific. And if the board approves our control application, I'll be honored to serve as the CEO of the combined. Certainly. Hello. Okay. Sit a little closer. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So if I may, Chairman, I'll start over. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the board. My name is Keith Creel, CEO of Canadian Pacific. And if the board approves our control application, I will be honored to serve as the CEO of the combined CPKC network. On behalf of the entire CP team, as well as our friends at KCS and our broader regulatory team of lawyers and experts, I thank each of you for the care and seriousness with which the board has been evaluating our application. There's certainly no doubt that the board has an important job to do in these proceedings to assess if our proposal serves the public interest. That said, we're honored to be before you today to help you understand why we feel so strongly about the public benefits our proposed CP KCS transaction will create. There are several of us here at the table today, and while we have a lot of important facts to share, we will strive to be concise and very brief. Providing the board an overview of our testimony, I will open conveying key highlights of the transaction, benefits, and how we've been approaching the board's review process. Next, my friend Pat Odsmeyer, KCS's CEO, will provide his perspective on why this is the right transaction for KCS and its customers, as well as other stakeholders. John Brooks, CP's Chief Marketing Officer, will speak next to provide more detail on the key ways in which the transaction will enhance CPKC's ability to serve transportation customers and the U.S. economy, while in the process injecting new competition into the U.S. rail industry. After John Brooks, we'll have John Orr, KCS's Chief Operating Officer, and Ray Elphick, CP's AVP Service and Product Design, who is our service design expert, speak to our operating plan, which will be the engine supporting the operating efficiencies and exciting new services CPKC will be able to deliver. They will also briefly address claims by some that our operations will cause disruption. Next up will be James Clement, CP's Senior VP Strategic Planning and Technology, who is also in charge of the Integration Management Office. As the IMO leader, James is responsible for all the integration planning that we're currently doing. He will briefly explain how the two railroads are well-resourced, operating well, and poised with board approval to hit the ground running and begin delivering the benefits of CPKC's new single-line services. And finally, you'll hear briefly from our competition economist, Bob Major, who until recently was one of the senior economists at the U.S. Department of Justice, Antitrust Division. He will explain how the transaction is pro-competitive and should not be conditioned in a way that would hamper CPKC's ability to compete more effectively with the new network this transaction will create. As you can see, we're also flanked by the regulatory counsel, Mr. David Meyer, Mr. Bill Mullins, who will be able to address any questions the board might have that raise legal issues. So let me kick things off by summarizing why our proposal is in the public interest. It's a three-legged stool. Our transaction creates huge benefits that CP or KCS could not achieve without combining. Significant new competition is the chief among them. Our transaction causes no public interest harms, and the board should take comfort on how applicants are proposing to address the concerns about the transaction that have been raised by others. We've engaged in good faith with everyone. We've entered formal settlement agreements with some, and we've made a series of commitments designed to reassure members of the public that the concerns some have will not materialize. The CPKC benefits are extraordinary. They could not be achieved without the combination. Our combination creates an unparalleled single-line network connecting three nations. It's a once-in-a-lifetime combination to inject new competition into the U.S. rail industry where every existing customer has more options, not one less option. And in fact, many shippers will have an alternative single-line rail option where today they only have one. If the board allows us to create the new CPKC, I am personally committed to lead it through a successful integration into 2026 and beyond. In fairness to our family of railroaders, I can tell you my words do not adequately capture how excited our collective teams are about the opportunities represented by this transaction. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which explains why we have been working so hard for so long to bring it to fruition. Combining CP and KCS, we will build a railroad for the future, one that will serve customers better, create new competition, and serve the public interest by creating new markets, new access, new shipper options, and new capacity that will not be created otherwise at a time we would all argue has never been needed more for our nation's shippers. Others on our panel will speak in somewhat more detail about those benefits. In addition, our application rebuttal offer extensive evidence on them, but it's worth noting that the CP-KCS transaction is the kind of end-to-end rail combination that we feel the facts will prove to the board undeniably the real public interest benefits across a broad spectrum of interest. It supports new and better options for shippers. There's not one less existing shipper option than today. It supports investment in the U.S. rail network that creates additional rail capacity again, at a time in our nation's history where it's never been needed more. And it improves efficiency and reduced unit costs, all of which add up to more robust competition. Simply said, our entire industry will have to compete harder like they never have before to become better railroaders, better railroads to be able to compete with the benefits that a CPKC network will bring to shippers. If approved, we will remain the smallest but the most service-centric and capable railroad in North America, a true catalyst of competition. Beyond the competitive benefits, our combined network will foster safety and help improve the environment by taking thousands of trucks annually off the highway while enhancing the efficiency of transportation and at the same time facilitate passenger service. At Canadian Pacific, we're extremely proud of our proven industry best track record of providing excellent passenger service while coexisting providing excellent freight service at the same time. We have earned Amtrak's best-in-class industry service awards as a testament to that commitment. And our combination at the same time will create jobs and support better working conditions, not reduce any of our employees, but grow and add employees. I'm particularly proud as well the relationship at CP that we've already begun to build with the representative employees who will be the backbone of the future CPKC operations. I'm pleased to say today that we have not only made tremendous progress in securing our required implementing agreements, we've also pre-negotiated industry-leading progressive agreements where many current KCS running trades employees in the consolidated territories today will receive substantial pay raises while they enjoy scheduled time off and a much better quality of life. In turn, with our simplified agreements and scheduled service, our customers will experience much better and much more reliable service. At the same time, there are no public interest harms that flow from this transaction. They will have to be remedied or that have to be offset to support the conclusion that this transaction serves the public interest. Again, there is no harm to competition anywhere, no reduction in the number of serving railroads, no elimination of competitive options. Instead, there's more competition. And it's with emphasis added. It's very noteworthy that the concerns about competition come from the class ones that have the most to fear from our ability to compete harder. This fact itself validates that the public stands to benefit from CPKC's new services, as UP, BNSF, and CM will undeniably have to work harder to compete with us. Dr. Major will address the issue of competition in more depth, and to the point of service disruption concerns, this combination will not be any reflection of the challenged merger experience shippers have endured in our industry's consolidation past. There'll be no service disruptions, no reduction in the level of service customers. No reduction in the level of service customers will receive, and instead, our service will improve in our combined network. It's an undeniable fact that our success depends on this. If our service becomes unreliable, we will not have a chance to attract the new traffic that we forecasted. This area of execution has been given deep and careful thought, planning. Mr. Orr and Mr. Elfert will summarize the planning and the investments that will ensure the CPKC will handle its future traffic without service disruption. There will be no adverse impact on passenger service by Amtrak or the commuter services that coexist with CP and KCS freight trains. And again, at CP, we're proud to have earned Amtrak support for our transaction through our longstanding track record of excellent service, along with support from a host of other passenger interests. To that point, Mr. Elfert will discuss why we're confident that we will not have an adverse impact on Metro's commuter operations on the lines that we share in the Chicago area. We recognize that there will be some modest local environmental impacts from the new traffic we anticipate being attracted to our network. While we acknowledge this is the kind of change that comes along with the broader public benefits of creating new and better transportation alternatives, the board's environmental staff is addressing appropriate mitigation, and we've been very proactive in reaching out to those communities to support reasonable steps to address their localized concerns about the nation's commerce flowing closer to their homes. We have approached concerns about the transaction's impacts with the seriousness and willingness to work reasonable solutions since the start, and we remain committed to that process. While I'm certainly close enough to the facts to know that the transaction's public interest benefits are undeniable truths, I also understand that not everyone sees the transaction's public interest impacts exactly the way we do. So let me tell you how we have approached concerns about the potential impacts of the transaction. First, we've engaged proactively with all parties expressing concerns. We've consistently been open to reasonable steps to address concerns. Second, is a testament to our commitment. In many cases, we have reached formal agreements with numerous parties. Amtrak, numerous communities in Iowa and Illinois, Davenport, Muscatine, Biddendorf, LeClaire, Iowa and Illinois, Pingree Grove, Hampshire, and we're talking with many more. The Iowa State Railroad as well, and Bayer. We've had constructive and good faith discussions with many other parties about the concerns they've expressed to the board and the conditions they have sought. And I can tell you some of those discussions continue. They're ongoing, and I will refrain from commenting on them. But specifically, that said, we will always remain open to trying to work things out. Unfortunately, in some cases, reaching agreement has proved impossible, typically because parties were seeking relief unrelated to or out of proportion to any real impacts of this transaction. Pressing their position in the proceedings was more important to them than a reasonable solution. The hope that they stood more to gain by asking for the moon in hopes the board will give them more and or fetter our ability to compete, unfortunately, was an approach and a strategy that played out to this point by several parties. You will hear from these parties in these proceedings. Finally, we've made several important commitments that reflect how confident we are that the transaction will generate benefits for the public interest, which are captured on the summary chart of proposed conditions. And I would be remiss not to point out these are not remedies that are needed because of risk we will create or harms our combination will cause. Rather, they are reassurances that we will not cause those harms or those risks. And let me briefly run through them. We support up to 5 years of oversight by the board, though we welcome that period to be shortened once it becomes clear that this transaction is not causing disruption or harm. We will adhere to the commitments made in the settlement agreements we have reached, the safety implementation plan we have submitted to the FRA, and our voluntary mitigation commitments communicated to the Office of Environmental Analysis. We accept the standard New York dock labor protective conditions, and we expect to live up to and honor our on the record commitments. Our commitment to keep gateways open on commercially reasonable terms and create no new bottlenecks, which Mr. Brooks will cover in more detail. Our CPKC service promise also will be covered by Mr. Brooks. Our commitment to collaborate with other users of the lines in Texas that KCS uses today and that CPKC will depend upon to connect Mexico with our U.S. network. It's in our interest to make sure this part of our network works for all users, and we're confident that it will. We've reached out to UP and BNSF proactively to start the collaborative process, and meetings are scheduled with one of these parties and in the process of being scheduled with the other. We're also committed to KCS's TIH shippers to make available the terms of our existing settlement that we reached with Bayer, and of course, our meaningful and thoughtful commitments to Metra. And since I'm an operating guy, let me say a few more words about Metra, a railroad that runs in the community that I live in as well. Ray Elfrick will give more detail, but let me make it clear right from the top, we are committed to being a good operating partner to Metra. We think the record shows that we perform well, but there's always room for constructive improvement, and we will do our very best to live up to that. The transaction will not cause the impacts to Metra's operations that they fear, that are outlined. We are committing to numerous steps to make that clear. That said, Metra's proposed remedies, which are billions and unneeded capital improvements, and a forced takeover of dispatching are not needed. In effect, would be counterproductive. CP dispatching, with advantage that spans not only the Metro lines near Chicago, but approaches to those lines as far away as St. Paul or Kansas City, and dispatchers who understand the priority Metro trains are entitled to, is the best way to ensure that trains operate well for Metro and CP alike. So in closing, I want to highlight to the board this process to bring these two companies together to create these unique benefits for all stakeholders began more than 2 years ago, when I woke up to the news that a private equity investor was pursuing an acquisition of KCS. And as a result of that pursuit that we engaged in at CP, we've been before the board for the last 18 months since filing our notice of intent in March of last year. And while there certainly have been bumps along the way and no shortage of challenges, we've been steadfast in pursuing this opportunity because it's so fundamentally transformative. And like I've said, it's truly a once in a lifetime opportunity for CP and for the public interest across our full spectrum of stakeholders. This team is raring to go to begin bringing the benefits of this transaction to our current and our future customers. I want to thank you again for your attention. And unless you have any questions, I'll pass the baton to Pat to give you KCS perspective on the transaction.
Uh,
Okay, thank you, Keith, and thank you, Chair Oberman and members of the board for the opportunity to speak today. For KCS, this process began more than 2 years ago when, as Keith mentioned, KCS received an unsolicited purchase offer from a private equity firm. After many challenges, board meetings, and after carefully considering other proposed transactions, I can unequivocally say that this transaction with CP best serves the public interest. As Keith said, this transaction is good for shippers, employees, shareholders, communities, and the overall economy. It has no anti-competitive impacts and creates a strong, vibrant, and effective competitor throughout North America. To know why this is in the best interest at this time, it is important to understand the history of KCS and why CP is the best next step in our strategic vision to become the first North American railroad. Prior to 1993, we were in effect a large switching railroad in the middle of the country, surrounded by railroads many times our size. We depended almost entirely on interchange traffic and could offer very few single line options. Largely driven by our customers' desires to increase both their single line and interchange options, KCS undertook a series of transactions to expand our reach. The purchase of Mid-South provided our customers with an east-west option that they did not previously have, but we still depended on interchange. It did allow us to start a new interline partnership with Norfolk Southern for intermodal traffic to and from the Southeast, a partnership that was enhanced and solidified with the MS LLC joint venture transaction 13 years later. Recognizing the importance that NAFTA could bring for North America and realizing that Mexico was beginning the process of privatizing its rail system, in 1995, KCS purchased 49% interest in the Texas Mexican Railway, which was owned by a Mexican shipping line called TMM. This was a strategic risk, buying a line that KCS did not actually connect to, but it was the next logical step in creating a North American railroad to provide our customers with service to and from Mexico. That strategy paid off. As a result of the UP-SP merger in 1996, Tex-Mex was awarded trackage rights to connect with KCS at Beaumont, Texas. This allowed KCS to provide its customers and interchange partners with direct access to the Mexican markets, providing an alternative to UP's dominance of this market. In 1997, KCS acquired the Gateway Western and Gateway Eastern. This acquisition gave shippers new interchange options at St. Louis, all with the notion of providing a third option for seamless service between the U.S. markets and Mexico in competition with UP and BNSF. At the same time, to get closer to our vision of a strong independent competitor for traffic to and from Mexico, especially for automotive and intermodal traffic, KCS partnered with TMM to purchase the Northeast Rail concession of the Federal Mexican Railroad, which was being privatized. UP bid on the franchise, but TMM and KCS won the bid. KCS and TMM named the newly privatized railroad TFM, with KCS owning a 49% share. With the startup of the new privatized service in June of 1997, KCS was able to provide customers with new options into Mexico that had not existed before. From 1997 to 2005, KCS did not undertake any other acquisitions. Instead, we focused on the vision of providing shippers, especially grain, intermodal, and automotive shippers, with that third alternative into Mexico. As KCS did not have single line access into the grain markets of the Midwest or the automotive markets of Chicago and Detroit, KCS had to rely on marketing, haulage, and joint line agreements with other carriers to provide that service. During this time, KCS tried on two different ventures with IMRL, later acquired by CP. KCS also entered into a marketing alliance with CN. These ventures failed for several reasons, but mainly because interline carriers do not share the same vision, operating practices, long-term capital plans, and financial incentives. This inevitably leads to a breakdown of even the best efforts to develop interline service in competition with larger single-line carriers. To help remedy that problem, in 2005, KCS was able to acquire control and eventually 100% ownership of Tex-Mex and TFM, which KCS renamed Kansas City Southern de Mexico. UP and BNSF vigorously opposed that transaction. They made the same arguments that they are making now, except substituting KCS for CP. They argued that KCS would disadvantage UP at the Laredo Bridge. KCS would manipulate divisions to favor KCS routings. Shippers would be forced to take longer KCS routings at the expense of shorter UP and BNSF routings. The board rejected these arguments in 2005, and it should reject them again today. In the 17 years since the KCS Tex-Mex TFM transaction, none of the alleged harms have occurred, and no party has complained to this board until now, where for the first time and in arguments fashioned to advance its position in this case, BNSF has alleged that we foreclosed them at the Laredo-Robstown Gateway. We did not foreclose them. In fact, KCS and KCSM did exactly what we told the board in 2005 what we would do. We created a strong independent competitor for traffic to and from Mexico. We improved service for customers, regardless of whether that traffic stayed on KCS or was interlined. For the record, I would like to note that none of the transactions that I just discussed resulted in service problems or competitive complaints. KCS has an outstanding record of merger implementation and integration, and this transaction will be no different. Since the 2005 KCSM deal, KCS has done its best to compete, provide better service without mergers, and expand options for customers. A successful example of that is the Meridian Speedway, exempted by the board in 2006. Unlike the previous marketing or alliance efforts, the Meridian Speedway worked because we formed an actual joint venture company with NS. As such, our vision and interests are financially aligned. The CP KCS transaction does not impact the Meridian Speedway. There is no basis for the board to use this transaction to undo the benefits of the Meridian Speedway or to rewrite the terms of the deal that NS made. There are no anti-competitive effects for NS or CSX. Their concerns are not transaction related. If there are changes to be made, they should bring those ideas to CPKC, negotiate an appropriate marketplace solution. For another example of what we have done to expand options for our shippers since the completion of the 2005 transaction, one only needs to look at what has happened on the former gateway lines. As this slide shows, there is now significant traffic that originates or terminates on the line or is interchanged with other carriers at St. Louis. This traffic was practically non-existent when we bought the line. We partnered with our shippers and developed 3 new grain shuttle loading facilities on that line for export to Mexico. This line is now the aorta of the KCS grain franchise to Mexico. We also developed new interline services with other carriers at St. Louis and elsewhere. The argument put forth by CN that between Chicago and Kansas City, there is existing parallel competition between a CP single line move and a CN KCS joint line move so that the merger will result in a loss of competition of competitive options is simply not accurate. There is almost no traffic that interlines with CN. The line also does not compete against CP for intermodal or automotive movements to or from Chicago. Absent competitive harm, there is no reason to condition this merger on the extraordinary remedy of requiring CPKC to divest that line. In fact, divestiture would create significant and substantial harm. None of the customers who use this line support the CN divestiture request. Instead, they support CPKC, and you will hear from several of them in these hearings. So from 2005 until 2 years ago, KCS did its absolute best in competing and providing its interchange partners and customers with options between Mexico and the heartland of the US. Despite this, KCS is still dependent upon interchange, with about 80% of our traffic being interchange traffic. We simply could not provide the same seamless single line service to Mexico or elsewhere that UP and BNSF could. Accordingly, after being approached 2 years ago by private equity looking to buy us, which would not have required STB approval, it became clear that to provide seamless single line service and to complete the vision of a highly efficient new single line North American railroad, we had to partner to grow. After much rigorous analysis, the KCS Board of Directors determined that a strategic merger with one of our interline partners was the best way to go. We eventually selected CP based on the pro-competitive and transformative nature of this transaction. So in conclusion, and you've seen this slide before, but now knowing a little bit of our history and our network, you can easily see how it completes our vision of developing an independent, single line alternative that will serve all of North America. The CP KCS transaction presents a unique opportunity to achieve the board's public interest goals. CPKC will facilitate USMCA trade flows, inject new competition and new capacity into the US rail network, improve safety, grow employment, facilitate new passenger service, and has net positive environmental benefits. It puts two well-managed and well-run, like-minded railroads who both have a commitment to safety and customer service together. I urge the board to approve this transaction without conditions other than those that we have already agreed to. And with that, unless there are questions, I will pass the microphone to Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Pat. And I think we'll hold and go ahead with Mr. Brooks.
Okay, good morning. This on? All right. Good morning. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak today. My name is John Brooks, and I'm Canadian Pacific's Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer. I've been railroading on the commercial side of the industry for about 28 years. I started my career at the UP. I then went to the short line industry and spent about 12 years there. And I've spent the past 12 years at Canadian Pacific. As Keith said, I'm going to spend some time today to talk about some of the benefits that will result from the proposed CP-KCS combination, and also try to address some of the other issues raised by some of the other commenters. From my vantage as CP's Chief Marketing Officer, the benefits to shippers by enabling CP-KC to offer new and improved transportation options to better meet and service customers' needs at a time when North American needs it more than ever. The supply chains we're facing today need optionality and they need greater resiliency. And in the process of doing this, we will also drive greater competition across all elements of the marketplace, including with other Class 1s and trucks. There's no doubt we have ambitious goals, and the only way I see us achieving those goals is by giving customers more and better options, not taking away any of their existing options. Our success will clearly depend on our ability to deliver capacity and service at competitive economics. The only obstacle we see, and as Keith mentioned, are the requests for protection from some of the other class ones who are now going to have to compete at a higher level. So let me begin by saying the driving force for this transaction is about growth. It's growth for our customers. It's growth for CPKC by providing transportation options that CP or KCS could never offer independently. Since the time we've announced our intent to combine these networks, I can tell you I've met with hundreds of customers, many of them multiple times, with the objective to sit and listen to their needs and begin to really understand what they believe the benefits of this combination will be. This process with the customers has really created the core drivers as you think about what our integration process is going to look like. But also, it will also found the foundation of what Ray and John R. will talk about, and that's what our service needs to be successful in the marketplace. Let me emphasize that based on my meetings with customers, they prefer single line haul transportation options over most interline service options. At CP and KCS, I can tell you, in terms of the class one railroads, we're kind of like the short lines of the class one railroad industry. And because of that, our reach is limited, and we depend on the ability, our customers depend on our ability to create those interline solutions. Our CP KCS Ice Pick initiative that I wrote about in my verified statement, and countless other initiatives that I've been part of over my years, have taught us that single line hauls improve customer shipment reliability, the efficient use of capacity, it decreases cycle times, it improves economics, and it enables investment for growth. Like CNIC 20 years ago, the CP KCS combination is essential to enable these north-south networks, allowing customers to realize the benefits of this new highly competitive transportation artery. Now, if I can, I'd like to take the board through a few of our business segments and provide some additional color on the opportunities we have identified in collaboration with our customers. So let me start with the opportunities this transaction will unlock for domestic and international intermodal customers. Based on the working sessions we've had with these customers and the success I think we've had at growing intermodal at Canadian Pacific, we will create a premier north-south superhighway linking producers and consumers across 3 nations. Our intermodal product will create new single line haul competition for the existing class 1 and trucks by offering service offerings that just flat out don't exist today. We will give customers the speed, capacity, and consistency that many of them lack today with their current service providers. We will offer seamless service between terminals in major markets such as Mexico City, Monterey, up to Dallas, Chicago, and into Canada to places such as like Toronto. These new routes are additive to the interline routes that exist today, and this means these customers will have more choices in the marketplace. We are working with customers that you're going to hear from this week, which are transporting almost 100% of their freight today via truck. We're working with these customers to develop and test what our new intermodal service needs to look like. As an example, one large produce customer during peak times is shipping nearly 50 to 100 trucks per day from Mexico into the US and up into Canada. This non-rail served customer today will convert to intermodal by loading specialized equipment in Mexico or at the border. It'll ride our new route up to Chicago for distribution to a variety of upper Midwest markets. Then this equipment that's used for this route will be repositioned and reloaded with proteins and other perishable goods for return shipments into Texas or Mexico for delivery in those markets.
Could, just so I understand what you're saying there, are you saying that the movement in Mexico to the border will be by truck? And then at the US border, could you just describe that again so I understand it?
So we're actually looking at both alternatives there, Chairman Overman. But principally, it would be a truck haul within Mexico into like a Monterey or a Mexican-based ramp, loaded into the equipment, and then moved single line haul up to the destination.
And when I think you said specialized equipment, is it something different than a usual container?
In this case, I'm speaking, it would be a refrigerated container.
And are these today trucks going all the way to Chicago?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if you were going to get to it. I would be interested in hearing a description of other examples, because I think we've seen the number of 64,000 trucks that you estimate being removed from the highway, something near and dear to our hearts here. So if you could elaborate on that, it'd be enlightening for us.
You know, I would just, and I was doing the math a little bit this morning. This opportunity alone could pull about 15 to 20,000 of those trucks alone. And this is with one customer. And you're going to hear from this customer this week. And I think the neat thing about this opportunity is that's for the northbound movement. That equipment then will be repositioned. In the southbound movement, all that freight today is also moving by a truck. So And actually, the description of this opportunity is something. It's an intermodal ecosystem that doesn't exist today. But with CPKC, as you've alluded to, it'll take trucks off the road and will certainly help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions for the benefits of all. If you shift gears and think about the international side of the business, we're going to offer a new menu of 11 port options that span across Canada, the US, and Mexico, designed to give US consumers more options to receive their goods. We are particularly excited about the link between the port of Lázaro Cárdenas up into Texas and also up into the upper Midwest, providing another competitive option and escape valve for traffic that flows by a variety of other ports. Lázaro will not come close to replacing LA Long Beach or putting US ports out of business, but rather it provides access to new capacity for US consumers. Our interline testing in this area, which doesn't have the advantages of single line service, shows that we can offer an attractive service offering that is currently 7 days from vessel arrival in Lázaro to availability in Chicago. Our discussions with the steamship line carriers and also the beneficial cargo owners, so the retailers that have their products on these ships, indicate that they want more options. They want to turn their assets faster, and they want to be able to get their products reliably to retailers across the United States. Finally, CN's proposal on the sale of KCS's network east of Kansas City, along with a 50% interest in KCS's IFG intermodal facility, is troublesome. CN's interest in this facility would enable veto power over our development of the facility, which will be a critical hub for our intermodal product. CP has a strong track record of working with our customers to develop the land around our terminals. And I can tell you that the IFG facility today is attracting strong interest for the development of new warehousing, container export programs, and new transload solutions. So let me emphasize, the customer benefits identified extend to the entire KCS system and cannot be fully realized if we are ordered to sell off part of the KCS network. I'd like to shift to the next slide and talk about our grain and ag products, which is timely. The opportunity here for farmers, grain, and food companies is powerful. If you could look at the map, it combines a combination that'll bring together an origin-rich CP network with a destination-rich KCS network. Grain and egg products have always been a strength of the US CP franchise, but without a route that goes beyond Kansas City, Chicago, or out to the PNW terminals out west, we've been struggled and had limited options to provide farmers and merchandisers with market outlets as we become fully dependent on interline carriers to reach those necessary markets. KCS's network is faced with a similar dilemma in that its reach into the major growing areas is limited. However, when you combine the two networks, CPKC will offer new single line service to markets for grain and ag products customers originating across the upper Midwest with consumers in St. Louis, South Central states, down to the Gulf, and ultimately into Mexico. I can tell you we are in active discussions with these shippers that are ready to make new and expansion investments contingent on this transaction in our 8,500 foot high efficiency train product. Our grain service model at CP was designed in partnership with our customers and delivers new capacity to the grain handling facilities. We see an opportunity for over $250 million of customer investments in grain elevators, crush plants, and new terminals. One final point on the grain area. The Springfield and St. Louis lines are critical arteries for this base KCS business, as Pat spoke to, and new CPKC single line access into these markets. These line segments will unlock new service for customers into St. Louis. It'll connect both rail and river fertilizer to the farm fields across the central states, and is a critical area where this new grain investment is planned. CN's proposal will inject unnecessary complexities to the line and deprive the customers in this region of their ability to capitalize on the benefits of our transaction. We can go to the next slide. In the automotive area, this is one area where CPKC creates much new competition, or as we say, a lot of constructive tension, as in any other lines of business we serve. Here, we will bring together a fairly small CP auto network with a KCS network in Mexico that is rich in both automobile production plants and the need for auto parts. Combined, the new network will compete to serve 23 production facilities and will utilize our single line haul north-south service to create an ecosystem for automobiles and auto parts, linking regions in Ontario, Detroit, and Chicago with Texas and Mexico. CP's underutilized auto compound capacity, when linked with KCS's production plants, will unlock more choices and create head-to-head competition for automakers into these key markets. In the energy chemicals segment, KCS's network provides access to a host of chemical and petroleum facilities in the Gulf, while CP's network serves northern Alberta chemical and oil producing regions of Canada. The transaction will more effectively link these two regions, providing a safer link for customers that operate not only in both markets, but also new product and source competition for those that don't. The benefits of CPKC's single line haul service will help enable the advancement of transitioning Alberta's crude by rail to a safer, non-hazardous shipments of crude in the form of DRUbit. In addition, the same kind of single line advantages will also drive benefits to our merchandise customers of all sizes, with access to markets through direct service, but also through our vast transload and short line connections. Having personal extensive background in the short line railroad industry, I understand the struggles that these properties have effectively with developing interline solutions and creating more options for their customers. For CP and KCS, the enabled revenue from our short line connections and transloads effectively make these our largest business partners. We equally depend on them, and working through these partners, we see opportunities to improve our service, extend their reach, and create new competition. A great example in this area is with Texas being the largest consumption market for lumber and construction materials. There's an opportunity to work with those transloads in that region and also those short line partners to extend their reach up into the upper Midwest and producers also in Canada. So I could go on for hours to talk about the benefits and the color with, I've had with these customers' interactions. But I'd like to pivot now and touch on 3 additional points for the board around some of the concerns and proposals raised by some of the other commenters. First, despite our extended network, CPKC will offer customers will still be a small fish in a big pond. And we will have strong incentives to continue supporting interline options and keeping gateways open with all our connecting carriers. In other words, CPKC's interest in serving our customers well and attracting their business means we're going to have to continue to support and will continue to support interlined options if that's what the customer chooses. In my experience, if you work closely with your customer, you give them options, you understand their business, you maximize their success in the marketplace, it usually serves you well. It gives you the opportunity to grow, and that's what we strive for at CPKC. Ultimately, we believe the ability to offer CPKC single line service, new capacity, and attractive pricing will win the day. But if customers want, they will still be able to choose all the other interline options that they have available to them. Number 2, the second area, the conditions UP and BNSF have proposed will not preserve anything other than their own continued dominance. They look to create a new set of rate regulations that will limit our flexibility to offer improved single line rates and service. In my mind, this undermines competition. Our economist, Bob Major, will speak to this in more economic terms, but as I think about it, mileage prorates divisions for CPKC, UP, or BNSF that are mathematically derived from the single line rates we offer for the same movement is anti-competitive. It essentially takes the competitive bidding process out of the hands of the customer and turns it over to the railroads. This methodology actually also creates a disincentive for CPKC to offer attractive rates for our new single line options. Further, both approaches would give UP or BNSF a windfall, as many of CP or KCS's rate factors today on interline routes are priced above what a mileage prorate would dictate. In my mind, customers should have the right to control and choose the best routing and pricing option. The notion that we should be regulated in terms of our interline divisions based on a rigid structure is contrary to, I think, how customers want to bid their traffic options, but also how the real world works in making rates. Finally, I'd like to speak to the importance of capacity and service to our customers. In the end of the day, our success will purely depend on attracting new rail traffic to our network. And we're going to do that either by taking it from other railroads. We're going to do it by taking trucks off the road. We're going to do it by generating new economic activity. Our routes aren't always going to be the shortest, but what I've heard from customers is they want a network that they can depend on in terms of single line routes, new capacity, and reliable service. Customers are looking for the capacity to grow, and our commitment is if we sell you our capacity, we will protect the movements of your goods on our network. It's a simple concept at Canadian Pacific, but one other providers simply struggle to execute on. From our discussions as recent as last week with our Customer Advisory Council, we know service is a critical component of the CPKC value proposition. We have no reluctance to make our service promise, both our current and prospective customers. The promise is outlined by 5 pillars. Plan thoroughly for transaction implementation. We're well into that. Monitor our post-transaction performance. Transparently report on our performance. An important one, proactively communicate and consult with our customers, and ultimately reserve any concerns and promptly fix any issues. Through this promise, we are offering affirmative, better solutions for customers, and will be proactive and engaging to ensure we are delivering those promises. So I'm going to stop. I'll now turn it over to John Orr and Ray Elphick that are going to talk through how we're going to take those benefits and operationalize them. Thank you.
Go ahead, Karen.
You said it currently takes. Right. Mr. Brooks, you said it currently takes 7 days to get from Lazaro to Chicago, or with the combined system, it will take 7 days.
The test runs, we're running this service about once a month right now. And the test runs, we've been able to land in about that 7 days.
7 days.
Yes.
So with the comment, what would it currently take today?
No, currently we've been able to land in around that 7 day mark.
I see.
The opportunity is with the combined network to even see if we can shave more time off that and add consistency to that service.
I see. Okay.
Member Hudlin, if I could add a bit of color to that. So that particular train, we call it a hot shot dedicated train, but it essentially means it's a green light train. We move other trains out of the way, essentially, to test the model to see what's the art of the possible.
Okay.
However, to sustain that, it requires the investment that this transaction would unlock to create the siding capacity, the additional rail capacity, so that we don't have a detrimental impact to our existing customers.
Got it. Okay. And then the other clarification, I really appreciate what you've said about traffic originating in the United States and going to Mexico or going to Canada, because we are focused here on the public benefits to shippers in the United States, not to shippers in Mexico going to Canada and vice versa. In terms of your estimate of additional traffic that this merger would attract, do you have an estimate of what percentage of that traffic would originate or end in the United States versus traffic that's going to go from Mexico to Canada?
So, Member Hudlin, we definitely would want to get back to you on this, but I'm just thinking it through here. Is to think about grain and bulk in those areas. Pretty much all of that traffic either originates in the US or goes to Mexico, or originates, in the case of like potash, would originate in Canada and terminate in the United States. A lot of this intermodal traffic is bound for Chicago in that area. So that there is a tremendous opportunity that we see in that upper Midwest of the United States, Minneapolis, Chicago, Kansas City, St. Louis, in and out of Mexico.
Right.
You know, a lot of the merchandise, what I call like the single carload or business that's with short lines, a lot of that's lumber, construction materials in and out of Texas. A lot of that traffic would be US based. I'm gonna tell you, I think it's a high percentage. I'm gonna say 85% plus.
Yeah, it would be helpful if you got back to us
Yeah.
on that. And then I hope you will, and this is just me speaking, continue to cooperate in the CREATE program in Chicago, so it no longer takes 7 days to get across Chicago.
Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
Good morning. My name is Ray Elphick. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Service and Product Design for Canadian Pacific.
And I'm John Orr. I am the Executive Vice President of Operations at Kansas City Southern. Together with Ray, I developed the operating plan.
We'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak. Today's presentation will be divided into 3 parts. First, I'll provide an overview of the operating plan that is built for a consolidated network, designed to run the operation in the real world, to achieve the benefits of the merger, and to make use of existing and planned capital investments to support the anticipated growth. Second, John will discuss operations in Texas. And then third, I will return to discuss operations in Chicago. The process we used to build the operating plan was executed in the way that we would design any new service on CP. My team of experts in modeling, resource planning, and design have worked through CP's transformation over the past 10 years. This transformation has led CP to be one of the most efficient service-oriented rail carriers. For the operating plan, we started with establishing a base. First, we mapped the entire CP and KCS network. We analyzed the base traffic and studied customers, yards, and interchanges. This gave us a solid representation of the pre-transaction design. Second, we considered how to create efficiencies for the combined network using a combination of blocking and train design changes. This gave us our day 1 operating plan. Third, we designed the network for year 3 growth, incorporating new traffic and traffic we anticipate attracting from the other railways and the highway. This gave us our year 3 operating plan. Fourth, we assessed current infrastructure and resources, considered organic growth, and built a 3-year capital investment and resource plan to ensure we could deliver the service. Oh, is this not close enough? Thank you. In addition to being a template for how CPKC will operate, the operating plan also provides a reliable basis for the board's analysis of the merger-related effects. We use the best available data for the base year operations and known quantities for merger-related growth. At CP, we're constantly working to anticipate and stay ahead of growth. CPKC will be nimble and able to adjust as the volumes emerge. I'd like to now spend some time talking about the operating plan made possible by the combination, how it unlocks new services through velocity and reliability. From Vancouver on the west coast of Canada and St. John on the east coast of Canada to the US Gulf states, and from Lázaro Cárdenas in the southwest of Mexico to the upper Midwest US, all points in between will benefit from the combination. The studies pointed to meaningful volumes of traffic that could be attracted to the system's north-south corridor, comprising of intermodal, automotive, merchandise, and bulk commodities. Once we saw where all the opportunities were, it reinforced our view that all of CP's and KCS's lines are important, that it's a network, the growth will enable all points to be better served. A good portion of the density of growth is fed by volume from the edges of the network. For example, enough traffic is anticipated to come together from north of St. Paul in Western Canada to support a new block out of St. Paul to Shreveport. That new block will then anchor a new train design between those cities, crossing the boundaries of the pre-transaction railway. Over time, even longer distance trains will emerge. This design principle of deeper blocking and longer distance trains reduces transit times, generates greater reliability, and improves resource utilization. On this network, a car is a car. For example, a UP car out of Mexico City to Laredo, a BN car heading to Robstown, an NS car heading to Meridian, a CN car to Jackson, or a CSX car to East St. Louis, regardless of the origin destination, these cars are part of the density of traffic, the economies of scale that generate blocks and trains to expedite pass yards. And based on the anticipated year 3 growth, connecting roads will receive the same or better service than they do today. Deeper blocking opportunities work in tandem with train design. By year 3, the traffic anticipates that 5 long-haul single-line scheduled train pairs will anchor the growth plan. They unlock the potential to compete through both velocity and reliability. We've heard from customers, and velocity and reliability are important to them. Velocity is about total transit time on both loaded and empty cycles. We will compete on total transit time. Getting on long distance trains and bypassing yards is a key part of that equation. Reliability means being consistent and predictable. The daily train runs, running the same plan daily, reduces day of week fluctuation in yards and onto trains. It evens out locomotive and rail car supply through the week. It simplifies workforce planning to a more repeatable set of tasks. It makes train meets and yard work events more predictable, in turn making infrastructure investments easier to identify. Lastly, supply chains will better adapt their production to that consistency. Let's take a closer look at one of those trains, train 175. This train departs daily from Interpuerto at the bottom left of the graphic to Chicago, running 2,200 miles, carrying intermodal, automotive, and merchandise to the US market. It will only have one intermediate stop at Sanchez to pick up traffic destined for Chicago. This is superior to the way the traffic moves today. Today, manifest traffic would flow from San Luis Potosi to Sanchez for processing, then to Shreveport for processing, Kansas City for processing and interchange, and then into CP's Nahant Yard for another process before arriving Chicago. Without the coordination, investment, and growth brought by the merger, today's processing and transit time is not easily addressed.
Ask you to explain that.
Yes, sir.
Between Mexico and Kansas City, that's a route that's already under KCS's control. So why do you have to have all those intermediate transit spots now, at least till you get to Kansas City?
This is merchandise traffic heading to Chicago. And today the density is not there to support a service that will create a train design anchored by a block from Interpuerto through to Chicago.
If I could add, Mr. Chairman, can you turn your mic off? So the originating train at SLP wouldn't have the density to warrant a through train all the way to Chicago. And so we take it from SLP to Sanchez, and it gathers mass, and that mass includes traffic going to Shreveport. So it will go SLP Sanchez, which is our major terminal just at the south of the U.S. border in Mexico, onto Shreveport, which is a hub and spoke switching operation that would put it on a train to continue on to Kansas City. At the joint agency where CP and KC share a facility, it would be put onto a CP train with the density of traffic to Chicago. So those 5 stops are a product of the inability to have deeper blocking in the current state. In the new company, the blocking density will allow us to create a train that can go straight to Chicago without the interim steps at Sanchez, Shreveport, and certainly the only reason it stops at Kansas City is because they're 2 entities. So that's, I hope that's a better, deeper explanation.
Traffic that's going to Sanchez and Shreveport after the combination will go on a different train. Is that what you're saying?
We'll have a different blocking scheme that Ray's going to talk about, and how those deeper blocks extend those blocks beyond intermediate stations of today and actually decrease work along the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ray.
Okay, so train 175 will be a direct single line service. We think this service, expedited service to Chicago, is a game changer, and it brings new competition into this corridor. The changes unlocked by the merger bring out not only qualitative improvements in service and reliability, but quantified savings in cost and fuel consumption with associated environmental benefits. Now, an efficient design needs the network to support it, and so I will now turn to the infrastructure projects planned to support these train pairs. CP has a well-established process for determining how to build out its network. That process was used to comprehensively review the entire CPKC network. We first considered the current infrastructure capabilities, including both work in progress and work planned independent of the transaction. Next, we looked at changes in operations across the entire network from Mexico through to Canada. And finally, we identified concrete incremental merger-related needs, which we presented to the board with our application. $276 million in capital is planned for the north-south corridor in the US, which will support velocity and reliability. For example, at Kansas City, where CP and KCS come together, the greater terminal will see a concentration of investment reflecting new business and its increased role in block swapping, crew changes, expedited operations, and managing traffic to and from East St. Louis. When done, almost 10 miles of double track will exist, 4.4 miles at Blue Valley and 5.5 miles at Kansas City's intermodal facility, IFG, the International Freight Gateway. Along with yard work at IFG, the spend on these two projects alone will be $43 million. KCS is independently adding tracks this year at IFG in 2022. In summary, $276 million in strategically located projects like those in Kansas City will completely transform this north-south corridor. John Orr will now address capital investment and operations in and around Houston.
Thank you, Ray. Chairman Oberman, members of the board, I will build on the foundation that Ray has laid in order to address some of the concerns voiced about Houston and the Gulf Coast, which I call the shared track area. I have 3 points. First, there is adequate capacity to handle both the existing and future operations. Second, KCS, UP, and BNSF can work together to resolve operational and service issues without the need for immediate additional infrastructure. Third, and finally, there are existing agreements that govern investment in track and infrastructure that have been in place for 25 years. I draw your attention to the slide representing train counts. In Houston, KCS is co-located with UP and BNSF at the Spring, Texas Joint Dispatch Center. There, we coordinate with UP and BNSF and monitor the dispatching of KCS trains over the shared tracks. Our experience there, coupled with our capacity and throughput analysis, confirms the existing infrastructure can handle the CPKC merger-related growth. Shared tracks have routinely supported traffic well above the current levels. This even before the completed and ongoing capacity improvement projects. The graph shows in yellow, they are the historic annual average daily train counts. The light yellow is future annual average daily train counts for 2023 to 2026 based on the averages of the prior years. In red are the projected CPKC merger-related growth trains. The green reference line is the 2016 annual average train count. It's the peak during that period that we saw since 2016. The blue reference line marks the peak train movements per day that's documented in the Union Pacific Houston Terminal Playbook. The purple reference line is derived from the 2021 Texas Department of Transportation Houston to Beaumont Region Freight Study. As you can see, the forecasted CPKC growth to 2026 is within the referenced capabilities of the Houston terminal. Yes.
I'm not sure I understand these lines. The UP playbook and the DOT study, do they show levels of traffic? What do they show about the delay or congestion of getting those levels through? Are you saying that those studies showed that the Houston area could handle those levels without causing any congestion or delay? Is that what you're saying here?
Mr. Chairman, what I would refer you to first, if I may, the gold, which is the actual, represents the actual trains for that measured period. And you can see where the oscillation of high peaks and high movements. Those are taken from information from the spring dispatching center of actual trains, through trains, switchers, et cetera. And by nature, they have the delays and the efficiencies, or call it inefficiencies, already baked into that. So that's the actual snapshot. When I compare the green line is the just the reference point of the highest number of trains on average based on 2016. So that also includes whatever efficiencies or inefficiencies were found in the reference trains. The UP playbook, I don't have the background and what their considerations were, but as I read their playbook, it is a reference that the dispatcher should be able to move 127 trains on their peak day service. And the DOT reference point, again, I don't know all of their inputs, but it references the sum of the trains based on the 4 major corridors through Houston and what they should be able to handle. And I guess the one thing that I would note, if I may, is that, again, this is before the investments that have been made in Houston or around Houston since 2019. So there's at the nearest watermark is 2019.
I guess my question is, when you say that the studies show that the Houston area should be able to handle these levels, handle them without delay, without congestion? I mean, how do we measure that aspect of this?
Well, I'll go on to explain it
right.
in time, but
Okay.
I'll answer it now. That in a manner that our customers expect and that are within a service standard that we all expect.
Well, that doesn't tell me very much, because in many parts of the country, expectations are quite low.
Yeah.
And I have been expressing my frustration with the industry as a whole, that I think we too often have settled into getting back to some level of service that itself was mediocre. So I don't know what's optimum here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you have
Well,
any further, and it may be in other things that you've submitted. So if it's already submitted to us, I don't need to take up the time now. But in terms of setting standards for rail performance in this country, I think a lot of customers have just come to accept poor service or mediocre service. And I'm not saying that's in your case. I just
Yeah.
don't know what that standard means.
well, if I could add, and I'll just give a foreshadow of what I'm going to talk about. That since April of this year, through a lot of hard work through KCS and the parties, we've improved velocity through Houston significantly, and upwards of 30%. And as a chief operating officer, my goal is to meet or exceed the standards that we laid out in our operating plan. So the time distance studies that drive our capacity analysis and that drive our commitment in our service design and our trip plan compliance to our customers are standards that I aspire to. And there are realities baked into operations, as you well know, that we don't excuse, but we work hard to work through. But I'm fortified that, number one, that we've been able to achieve the improvements in Houston before these investments that I'll talk about come online, and that we're working towards a solution as a common purpose with the parties that are affected in Houston particularly.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I guess it'd be interesting if it's in the record someplace of just what those operating numbers are.
Yeah.
That you're striving, either that you're meeting or that you're striving for. And we don't have to take.
Very well.
time
Thank you,
now if it's there. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So I could just draw the board back to the map that demonstrates the capacity project since 2013 from northern Mexico to Louisiana on both KCS own lines and the UP lines that we operate that are in use today. The projects in blue represent approximately $650 million of investments that KCS has made on its own lines. The projects in yellow represent 123 million in capacity that KCS has made on these UP lines. Over the same period, we have paid UP over $270 million in trackage rights fees for usage and maintenance. These fees and capital expenditures were made under the existing framework of our trackage rights agreements. Assertions that the new CPKC traffic will clog this capacity and cause a 1997-like service meltdown are misguided. First, the problems that occurred in Houston in 1997 resulted from the UP and SP changes in resources, trains, and yard operations in the core of the Houston complex. CP will not do that. CPKC trains will only run through Houston. They do not stop and switch traffic at yards. They do not stop to make planned crew changes on the main line. And they do not stop to provide local service. They run directionally through the core of Houston. Second, the infrastructure between the border and Beaumont has expanded tremendously since 1997. As the slide shows, KCS has invested heavily in its own track structure. In addition, in 2008, we rebuilt the former SP Rosenberg-Victoria line, adding back about 85 miles of track at close to $200 million. This next map shows the ongoing projects in 2022 alone. KCS is investing over $90 million in additional capacity projects to facilitate KCS traffic to and from the border of the shared lines. This includes construction or extension of 6 sidings on our Laredo and Rosenberg subs, expanding capacity and lead extensions on our Kendallton and Laredo yards, and the beginning of construction of our second bridge at Laredo. And to add some context here, these projects represent almost all of my capital project budget envelope. That's the level of commitment to this corridor, recognizing the importance these play in allowing trains to ingress and egress Houston effectively. And I view all of these investments as concentric. Our investments and the efficiencies they amplify and multiply Houston's terminal capability to the benefit of all users. The same goes for UP and BNSF. Both have invested heavily in their own tracks and yards over the same period. This includes UP double track on high traffic sections of the Brownsville, Glidden, and Houston subdivisions. The beginning of construction on the North Bypass track at Englewood Yard, and a runaround track at Bloomington. These are all projects that we have or will pay for under the trackage rights agreements. UP and BNSF also collaborate on 3 siding extensions on the Angleton subdivision. All of these things support usable capacity in Houston and on the shared tracks. KCS usage of the shared track infrastructure is minimal compared to other users. The projected annual 8 through trains per day phased in will not complicate operations on the shared track through Houston. BN and UP's positions are based on their static look at capacity, that they are entitled to unlimited use of track capacity, and that CPKC has to add infrastructure that they must first pay for, that they must have first approve rather, in order for us to grow. My experience in managing operations in Houston reinforces that capacity is not static. Available capacity is a function of use, not just infrastructure. When used efficiently and collaboratively, there is adequate capacity on the shared tracks for all the parties to grow and innovate together. KCS, UP, and BNSF have a long and successful history of working together to resolve operational and service issues without the need for immediate infrastructure. For example, through a lot of hard work by the parties that KCS led in these past 6 months, overall transit times of KCS trains traversing the shared tracks between Beaumont and Kendleton have improved by more than 3.5 hours. As I said, 30% improvement. It is noteworthy at the same time, the average daily train count in Houston increased. Additionally, transits over UP tracks between Victoria and Robstown have seen similar 30% improvements since April. These improvements have been accomplished through an increased focus on executing to standards and customer expectations. The establishment of a ready team in the Spring Center late in the second quarter of this year. By fortifying our Spring Center staffing levels and quite frankly, being a more involved user. All of this follows increase of KCS train and engine crew staffing in this area. Our train crew staffing is up 30% versus pre-COVID levels. And I also want to give credit to the UP and the BN. They are also increasing their staffing and resource levels over the same period. And the field engagement is contributing to beneficial activities within the area. This kind of approach has been successful throughout my career managing and improving operations in Canada, the United States, and Mexico. It delivers immediate results before any need to build new track and infrastructure. This approach will apply in a post-transaction environment. Finally, while operational improvements are the first line of service, as new infrastructure investments become necessary, the existing agreements govern how it will be provided. Board-approved agreements give us access to shared tracks equal to UPs. They also require UP to maintain capacity to accommodate our traffic while maintaining service standards, as well as established capital cost-sharing mechanisms. There is no need for the board to intervene here and change what has been working for more than 2 decades. In summary, there is sufficient capacity to handle the future traffic of UP, BNSF, and CPKC without service problems or operational concerns. And if there are service and capacity issues, the parties have proven we can collaborate consistent with existing agreements and past practices. Any service or capacity issues can be solved, not by imposing unnecessary and artificial limits on CPKC's ability to invest and grow, but by working together and implementing collaborative solutions. I communicated with UP and BNSF earlier this year at Chairman Oberman's suggestion in the ex parte 770 hearings. And James Clemens and I invited UP and BN to work towards a smooth implementation should this transaction be approved. And I'm pleased to say that we are in the process of setting up those discussions. CPKC will have the resources, ability, process, and willingness to collaborate with other stakeholders to efficiently manage operations over the shared tracks. We are committed to the successful integration and to continuing our history of collaboration. Now I will turn the microphone back to Ray to talk about Chicago operations.
Before you leave that,
Yep.
Mr. Roy, just on the question of UP and BN's comments, and they're going to be up here obviously to talk about them, about insufficient infrastructure in Houston. Has either railroad communicated to you a specific request to say, well, this where to go through, we need to build a track here or a siding there? Specific those deals, I haven't seen it in the comments. Statements about it.
Mr. Chairman, that I have seen myself, no. We have worked on our capacity planning independent of what UP and BN may have in mind in their longer range plans. So that is an opportunity to have a more consolidated view on what that is. But to the extent that UP and BN are investing in Houston and around Houston, yes, we know about that, and we support that. And we're supporting it financially as well in the case of UP. But I think that's an opportunity to work more cohesively in targeting capacity and infrastructure as it's required.
Well, I asked because if they're going to ask us to require something, I'd like to know what it is. I've just seen generalities and you haven't heard more specifics. I take it.
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Robert?
If I could just piggyback on that quickly. Can you guys hear me in the back, first of all? You can't. I don't know why my speaker. And I appreciate your comments, John. I mean, one of the things that concerns me actually is what Marty just brought up, in that, in the Houston area, there are two areas between Beaumont and the border that you have trackage rights issues or trackage rights with other carriers. We've also seen before this board that the other two carriers in question have had trackage rights problems, between themselves, because there was a docket before the board earlier this year on that subject. And so, we've got a bit of a soup even right now before we're getting into the future of how operations are currently going now, and the issues and the problems that are there. And so, I think it's a little difficult for anybody to project out, considering all the issues we have yet to resolve with the current network and the current issues. And I know you're building out and you're talking about the future. But for me, especially in Houston and the difficulty of Houston, I mean, not just now, but historically, that, we have to have everyone on the same page, really, if we're going to do this, because the increase in traffic, increase in the demand of that is going to be such that if we don't, you may have come to the table with the right mix, but again, you're going to be dealing with two other carriers and the trackage rights with others and their capacity and what they're doing, which could basically just gum up everything perfect that you're putting in play. And I think for us, there's that concern, because again, as Marty just said, we're going to hear from them almost saying the direct opposite of what you just spelled out. So that's the complexity for us, is that we've got to figure out, where the wheel hits the rail, in this instance.
Certainly, if I could add a comment, Member Promise, to your point, and I think this is a key fundamental truth that's true about Houston, Chicago, any location, any terminal where a main line comes together and terminal work occurs. The design matters. The use of the asset or the capacity that's there matters. Specifically in Houston, capacity, theoretical capacity and actual capacity are determined by a couple of factors. It's train speed, it's train length, it's also track length. If you have a disconnect between length of track and length of train, and you're dependent upon a speed on the track that goes through, then you're going to have unintended consequences. And I like it to, if I'm an airline, we all want big plane economics. We want a lot of seats, and we want those seats to fly a lot of passengers, and it costs less per passenger. We want that capacity, but it does no good if you try to land a large plane on a runway that's not equipped to land it. You have a problem. So in a terminal, especially a jointly used terminal, which Houston is, it's critically important that all parties respect the way the terminal is designed. You can't take through tracks, which our success would depend upon, to your point, and make them parking tracks to put trains on that won't fit in yards. The yards where those trains are destined to or originate from must be able to accommodate the trains that are going to them or coming from them. Otherwise, you have unintended consequences. So again, critical to any capacity theory is the proper use for the proper design of the asset. And that's true for Houston, Chicago. It's true for St. Paul, Minnesota. You have to make a plan that's based on a design and match the two. There cannot be a disconnect, or you can't build enough capacity.
All right. Mr. Clements.
Yeah, I'll go to Chicago.
Oh, well, I don't want to leave out.
No. I'll now turn to the Chicago area, which is one of the most critical hubs in North America. We understand this both from a freight and a passenger perspective. We've carefully reviewed the concerns. So in the next few minutes, I will cover first our planned investments and capacity around Chicago. Second, CP's commitment to maintaining a very high level of service. Third, how CP dispatching is essential to all party success. In considering Chicago, it's important to first step back and take a broader perspective. 3 new sidings will be constructed on the subdivision between River Junction and Sebula. A total of 56 million. This map shows CP's current and planned investments on the lines to the west of Chicago. These investments will create capacity along CP's core north-south corridor. The yellow boxes and sections along the track from River Junction at the top left to Ottumwa at the bottom were planned or completed outside the transaction. The green boxes and track segments are capital investments driven by the merger. At Sebula, the increased volumes diverge, with trains running either on the north-south Marquette subdivision or flowing to and from Bentsville. So I'd like to now turn the board's attention to CP's Marquette subdivision, where there will be ample capacity to support the growth in trains. In addition to 2022 investment in CTC and broken rail detection, 3 new sidings will be constructed on the subdivision between River Junction and Sebula.
Could you just define for me what is encompassed when you say Marquette subdivision? Where does it start? Where does it end?
Yes, sir. It's noted by the blue on the slide from River Junction at the top, and the arrows pointing through the word Marquette to Sebula Junction at the bottom in blue.
Oh, I see. The blue arrows.
That's right.
Okay.
That's the Marquette subdivision.
And then when it's south of Sebula, it's got a different.
That's right. Yeah, the Davenport.
Thank you.
Okay. So a total of $56 million will be spent to complete the sidings in CTC. To the south of the Marquette subdivision, additional investments in newer extending sidings and CTC are planned. Towards Chicago, a new siding at Monroe will be added. Together, the result will be a network capable of handling the growth and smartly planning trains into and out of Chicago. It's important to say, as a matter of principle, CP would never, by design, take a St. Paul to Kansas City train 250 miles out of route through Milwaukee and Chicago on the way to Kansas City. So next I'll focus on the available capacity on the line to Chicago, particularly where we share trackage with Metra. For the graphic now shown, CP's Bentsville yard is indicated by the blue arrow. It's alongside the Elgin subdivision in yellow, where CP trains share the track with Metra. At Bensenville, CP has initiated a multi-year project worth several $100 million. The investment will transform the yard, significantly expanding the capacity to receive and depart trains efficiently. West of Bensenville, the Elgin subdivision is 23 miles of CTC, high-speed, high-capacity double track. The merger has the potential to add 8 trains west of Bensenville. We note, though, that many of Metra's stated concerns about impacts to their operation and demands for new infrastructure are targeted to track east and north of Bensenville. To be clear, the transaction does not anticipate adding any trains to the east or north of Bensenville. Existing trains will have the capacity for the incremental carloads. I'd now like to spend some time looking at how we schedule and assess capacity from Bensenville west back to Sebula Junction. I can walk you through this string line graph. This graph helps in understanding capacity. On the y-axis, the track is illustrated. At the top is Sebula Junction, moving east to Chicago then. Below Sebula Junction is the new siding to be built at Monroe, which is 12,200 feet. On the bottom, let's look at the detail. Oh, shoot, what the heck have I done here? Yeah, 5, 6. I shouldn't have taken it out. On the bottom left, you can see the double and triple track along the Elgin subdivision from Randall Road past Bensonville Yard, noted by the blue arrow. As you can see, there are many crossovers as indicated by the diagonal lines between the tracks. These crossovers create operating flexibility for Metra and CP alike. Across the x-axis is one 24-hour day. The lines on the graph depict trains running across the track. The short red and blue lines are Metra commuter rush trains, and they are off-rush trains. So the red lines are the Metra trains in the rush hour, and the blue lines are off-peak Metra trains. The other trains out there are freight trains. There are 11 freight trains depicted on the chart, 3 trains which exist today, and an additional 8 trains anticipated from the merger. Let's look at the detail for one of the train pairs. Remember earlier we talked about train 175? The train is scheduled to enter the Chicago subdivision at Sebula Junction in the evening, following the bolded line to Bensonville. The train arrives by plan at 11:30. The reverse train, train 174, departs Bensonville at 8:30, and by schedule, the 2 trains will meet at the new siding at Monroe. Also note, train 174 is now shown departing between 2 non-peak Metra trains. A westbound Metra train runs faster than a freight, but with station stops, the average speed is about the same. So we can dispatch the freight train to follow one Metra while staying ahead of the next Metra train. These spaces between Metra trains are slots where we can successfully run our operation alongside Metras. So looking back at the main graphic, you will note that there's a lot of white spaces in the graph. These are unused slots, giving us the flexibility to adjust the operation, to manage if trains are off schedule, to do maintenance work, or run a local service. Let's contrast that to the maximum freight capacity now shown in the left graphic. The graph on the left illustrates what we view to be the maximum freight capacity without having to resort to fleeting of trains or adding infrastructure. These available slots all avoid Metra interference. CP would never run at maximum capacity. What matters to me most, though, is the contrast between these 2 graphs. This is what we monitor on a routine basis for capacity. These graphs illustrate what we know. The demand is not near maximum capacity. The RT simulation tool does not tell you how much spare capacity exists. Though our due diligence work with RTC confirms what we know, that Metra will not see additional delays. CP's management of Metra and Amtrak dispatching is excellent. The level of Metra performance between 2018 and 2021 is now shown in the graphic. Freight train interference with Metra is extremely low, less than 1%. We achieve this by coordinating freight trains into Chicago from at least as far away as Kansas City, St. Paul, or Toronto, and a solid understanding of train priorities, including Metras, and the ability to effectively manage those priorities. Close coordination of interchanges and line capacities with other Class 1s in Chicago, and having a clear understanding of Bensonville Yard status. With those, Metra is well served by having CP dispatch the operation as it does today, with a broad network view 24/7 and looking out to all stakeholders. This doesn't mean we aren't working to make freight train interference even lower. We are. And our network of investments, including Bensonville Yard, will support the very high levels of performance that Metra and its passengers expect. To recap for me and John, a combined CPKC will deliver significant operating efficiencies. The operating plan is built to be the plan we use, and the network of investments will give us the capacity to handle the anticipated growth and compete. We always strive to improve and to work closely with interline carriers, passenger operators, and other users of shared track. And finally, with a broad network perspective, CPKC is in the best position to dispatch all trains into and out of Chicago for the benefit of all parties, including Metra.
were you finished?
Yep.
I have a few questions on this issue. First of all, for at least the last 8 years of my life, railroad people have been showing me these line drawings and I still don't know how to read them. So I appreciate what you said. I'm going to rely on our crack staff to enlighten me further if I need it. So, but I understand the point, but
Okay.
it all looks like gibberish to me, to be frank about it. So a few questions. Metra and some of the municipal folks who we're going to hear from raised the question that the Marquette subdivision is at capacity and it's not realistic that it's going to be able to handle these 6 trains, and they fear that those trains are going to come into Chicago. So do I understand that you need to have the capital projects you identified in order to be able to run those 6 trains on the Marquette division?
That's correct.
So the second question they raise is, okay, if that's true, how long will it take to build that infrastructure? And where are those 6 trains going to go in the interim?
Yeah, the traffic will not all emerge day one. It will take time to compete, to win that traffic and to bring it on the line. CP has a well-established process for reviewing capital, and we will be nimble. If the traffic changes, if it comes early, for example, those projects have been in our plans for years. We have the opportunity or the ability to expedite some of those projects. However, if the project isn't complete, I personally review the traffic as it comes onto line on our network. And we work with commercial and we work with the customers to bring that traffic online when the capacity is there.
But if you are Metra and if you are these local towns, it's hard to plan if all the information they have is what you just said. So if the merger were approved, let's say sometime next year, in 2023, how many more trains, where are they going to go in 2024, et cetera, so people can have some anticipation of what to expect and how to ameliorate it in between. So I don't know how do you answer those concerns more concretely? I think what you're saying is eventually in the long run, whatever that long run is, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it'll work out. There's a big concern about the interim.
Right. And in our application, we did outline how we thought the traffic would come onto the network in terms of what year it would come on.
Well, will any of those years involve any of these 6 trains being added on to the 8 more that you're already planning for the Chicago area? Or where are they going to go? Will they go someplace else? In other words, will it ever be more than 8 trains on the line from Bensonville out to Elgin?
The traffic studies is what I worked with, and it suggests that is the requirement that we will build to. So over the course of the 3 years, the 8 trains, if we compete and win that traffic, will come onto the network.
Well, but the fear they say is it's going to be 14 because you don't have space for the 6 trains yet on the Marquette subdivision. So that's what I'm trying to pin down. Is there some commitment that it will never be more than 8, that none of these Marquette trains will end up over near Bensonville?
And the
Keith,
commitment,
it looks like you wanted to.
If I could comment, Chairman Oberman, the commitment is that we don't oversubscribe our network. It's an approach, it's a discipline that we've applied to Canadian Pacific. So I can't, without getting into the specific details, tell you exactly when all 6 of those trains will come because we're yet to win that business. But I can say that they will not come before the capacity is built. We have a plan. It will be in lockstep with the capacity because if we were to do it any differently, again, we destroyed the velocity and the magic that makes our railroad work today. We will not be diverting trains They can't go down the subdivision on the Marquette side, 250 miles out of route and be able to win any business. Rest assured.
So, and in terms of conditions, are you saying, well, would you have an objection to a condition which says there won't be more than 8 trains on the, I've forgotten what the name of the Elgin, is it the Elgin subdivision? That there will not be more than 8 additional trains at any time, even during the transition period?
I would say that the 8 trains will not come before the capacity comes that allows our modeling to be true. But I would also say, Chairman Oman, at some point in the future, whether it's 10 years from now or 15 years from now, we're going to work collaboratively with Metra to invest in the needed infrastructure and capacity to handle tomorrow's traffic as well. But in the short interim, which Metra is concerned with, we're not going to oversubscribe that network.
Well, that was sort of my next question. If I look at your exhibit that says no trains east of Bensonville and no trains on the North Line, no additional trains, how many years is that representation good for?
That's for the 3 years that's covered in the study for certain.
And beyond the 3 years, you're not at this point committing to 0 trains east of Bensonville or on the North Line?
No, sir.
0 additional. Is that the way I understand?
Beyond the 3 years for me to make any prediction, not knowing how successful we'll be to win business, it would be irresponsible for me to make that commitment.
Mr. Chairman.
James has pointed out something about a commitment we have made.
Yeah, Chairman, yeah, what I was going to point out is that one of the commitments we made in our application and in our responsive or additional responses is that we would not reroute trains that would want to flow between that River Junction and Sabula Junction through Chicago, unless obviously there's an event. We had the Turkey River Bridge got washed out in 2018. It was prudent in that case to reroute, I think it was 10 trains a day through Chicago in that case. But in normal operations, we would commit to the trains that want to take that route going from Twin Cities, River Junction, Sabula to Kansas City. We would not on normal course route them through Chicago. So what that says is that the 8 growth trains that we've forecast for into and out of Chicago, the Bensonville Center, those are the only trains, the growth trains associated with Chicago that would move on this line segment.
I appreciate that, but if you're operating Metra or you're otherwise living in this area, you want to know what's going to happen in the long term, and you want to be able to prepare for it. And the only opportunity people have to ask for some condition or restraint is during this proceeding. So that's what I'm trying to grasp here without, and I appreciate this, Keith, without, somebody's got an extra microphone on, I suspect, artificially restricting how you do business. I appreciate what you're saying, but there's some uncertainty in the air. And that's what I'm trying to get at. So you're saying, I think you're saying, you would not agree anyway to a condition that says you can never run more than those 8 trains, 8 additional trains, or 0 additional trains on these other places. You're only saying that's the plan for the next 3 years.
Chairman, if I may, I want to make sure that we're orienting around what the 8 trains are that we're talking about. So our analysis is that full implementation of the merger related changes would occur over a 3-year period. And so the transaction related traffic growth that we're talking about is the 8 trains. That is the 8 trains that's related to the transaction. Now, we also anticipate organic growth in CPs and future CPKCs overall network. I mean, traffic in certain commodities will grow over time, the economy will grow. And that's just not, that's not within the scope of an analysis of the merger. Now, I will say, of course, to be complete, Mr. Elphick and Mr. Orr, when they were evaluating capacity, did take into account both sets of growth. So that there is capacity for everything, including organic growth. But once you get to year 3 and the merger is fully implemented, and that's when we're saying that the traffic growth from the transaction will be fully realized, that's the 8 trains.
Yeah, I understand that, but if you're not CPKCS and you're trying to deal with these lines, it really is not relevant to Metro whether if there turned out to be more than 8 trains and a significant number, whether they came from the merger or organic growth, they still have to run their network. And I would imagine, although I'm not a rail expert, that the synergies which you hope for from this merger would make it difficult to discern which 10 years from now, how much growth came because you're a much better railroad, and how much of it was organic. Hopefully the whole is going to be greater than the sum of the parts. That's why you're here. And so for us, in some future time, to try to sort it out and say, well, you can't run that train because that was merger related, and you're here saying, no, it was organic. We're not going to litigate that. So I'm trying to figure out, I mean, maybe we'll litigate it. I doubt it. How we build in some management of a longer term than 3 years, because 3 years is not very long in the railroad world.
Well, the commitment Mr. Clements was describing is perpetual. That's not just a 3-year commitment.
All right, which commitment now?
The commitment not to route trains that are moving between Kansas City and St. Paul via Chicago and Milwaukee. So to use the Marquette subdivision and not to use the Elgin subdivision for those trains, that is the commitment, other than in detour situations and so forth.
Right.
That's a commitment for life.
Well, that's helpful to understand it that way. And I assume when you say it's a perpetual commitment, you have no objection to our including that as a condition in any order we might issue.
Absolutely.
What I'm searching for is some way to manage or monitor beyond just monitoring. And there's been discussion about a 5-year monitoring program. And I'm still struggling with it. I'm not proposing it. I have no idea what the other 4 board members' views would be, but some mechanism by which if traffic exceeds these numbers by any meaningful amount, 5 years from now, 8 years from now, there's an opportunity to revisit this and impose additional requirements to make sure that neither Metro or the other interests are too adversely affected. So that's what I'm groping for. You may have some suggestions on that. And I don't mean you have to say them today. There's time for you to submit additional materials.
Very serious thought this week and perhaps on Friday.
Yeah, I think it's important because we have, as you know, David, rules about reconsideration of prior orders that are fairly stringent. And that is different from retaining jurisdiction over an ongoing matter, which is more what I'm thinking about, the latter. But I think it needs to be explored. I wanted to ask a question about the dispatching issue. This concept came up, in the Pan Am case. Yeah.
Before we get off that topic, can I just right on that?
No, go right ahead.
Mr. Brooks, I think in your verified statement, you talked about the CPKC service promise. And part of that was report specifically on the performance of trackage owned by third parties, including Metro. And so I'm wondering, as you all are thinking about it, whether or not fleshing out that aspect of your service promise to particularly look at the performance of traffic, not only your own traffic, but maybe if there are measures of commuter traffic that you all would commit to reporting to the board, that might be an avenue for the board to focus more so on performance than just train counts, because capacity can change with train counts. And then what we really care about is, of course, the performance, both of freight and passenger. So maybe that's something that you all could consider fleshing out in the course of this hearing and beyond.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I think that's a really great point, Patrick, because, one of the issues that we have to think about is that none of us are immortal. And years from now, as the railroad has grown, there'll be a different cast of characters. And who knows what the situation will be. And it may well be, if you find that your traffic has grown substantially beyond even your wildest dreams, that you will have already negotiated more track capacity with Metra, and the issue will never arise. But if nobody is watching the store and all of us are gone and our collective memories are gone, it may not work out so easily. That's really what I'm searching around for. Keith?
Yes, Chairman, if I can make one last comment on this. Your concerns are well stated. I clearly understand what you're saying. There is a theoretical maximum capacity, and at some point, a combination of Metro trains and CPKC trains will reach it. There will be a commitment. We'll figure out a mechanism that's fair to both parties that allows the user of, the needer of, for growth, available capacity to be built to accommodate it, so we can maintain a positive coexistence between Metro trains and freight trains. Both are needed. It's not one at the expense of the other. We will coexist. So we will create a mechanism and suggest to the board a condition that we'd be willing to accept in these proceedings.
That would be great. And I assume in the process of creating that, you'll negotiate it with my good friends from Metro who are in the room here.
We'll do our dead level best, sir.
On the dispatching question, and I recognize that the Chicago terminal is not the same as Boston, but there was a great deal of discussion in the Pan Am case by, I think it was MBTA, that also wanted us to require dispatching to be put in their hands. And as I understand it, the resolution of that matter was that the dispatchers for both railroads were physically going to sit next to each other. Something along, Bill, is that right? Something along those lines. Here, if my memory is correct, the Metro dispatcher is at Union Station and the CP dispatcher is in Minneapolis. Am I right about that?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Have you considered the idea of working out something along the lines of what happened in Boston, to physically have these people together to avoid or minimize the concerns? And I'm not prejudging what's going to happen to the dispatching. We have no idea how we're going to decide any of the issues, including the main issue in this case. But as a way to ameliorate or minimize the dispatching concerns raised by Metra, have you considered the idea of somehow having the two dispatchers be side by side?
It's a possibility that we have not to this point, but we certainly will take that back and look at it. The practicality of that, the location, be it in Chicago, be it in ultimately, we intend after only negotiating this with our unions to centralize our U.S. dispatching in Kansas City. So ideally, our preference, obviously, if that were to be created, we would want a Metro dispatcher in our command center, our operations center in Kansas City. But again, we'll take a look at that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's good, because I'd probably never get there if they had to take the Empire Building. But I have no idea what Metro's view of that is. I'm going to ask them when they get up here on Friday or whenever they're here. But while you're here, I wanted to just and I'm not even sure it's a good idea, but it seemed to have had some merit in the Pan Am case. And so if it's a constructive solution here, I wanted to see if you could explore it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Immediate point here. Did anybody else want to follow up on? Wait, all right. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chair Overman. Good morning. It's good to be before the STB again. My name is James Clements. I am CP's Senior Vice President, Strategic Planning and Technology Transformation. I've been at CP for over 20 years, and I'm here today because as part of my role with CP, I'm responsible for seeing the operation of CP's Network Service Center and driving results through the application of technology and delivering continuous process improvement. I'll note that the Network Service Center includes our Customer Service Center as well. So it's not just inwardly focused, but customer focused too. And my most important role at CP right now is overseeing the preparations for the seamless implementation of the proposed CP KCS transaction. CP has been working tirelessly since we signed the merger agreement with KCS in order to be prepared for the combination. We have developed an integration management office leading the development of those plans for day one that reports to me. And since last October, there's been a lot of work done. And with the board approval, we're poised for successful launch of the new CPKC. And I want to emphasize 3 principal points. First, both companies are well managed and well resourced. Secondly, we've been doing our homework to ensure readiness for the integration. And thirdly, the companies have a proven track record for implementing end-to-end transactions seamlessly. In terms of being well managed, CP and KCS's recent operational track records demonstrate that their managements, and thus the management of the combined CPKC, will know what it takes to carry on reliable and efficiently resourced services during times of change. We're both providing good service today. If you look at the EP 770 metrics that affect our customers the most, those being on-time performance and first mile, last mile performance, you can see that CP and KCS are performing at the top of the industry. And while everyone was faced with challenges coming out of COVID, we avoided the disruptions that have befallen most of the other class 1s. In terms of coming into this merger well-resourced, both companies have locomotives to support the forecasted traffic levels. Our workforce levels are good and hiring is going well. When I was here in April, I indicated that CP had hired 662 people across its network. We are now up to 2,293 people hired, and we're continuing to hire more. And in that same time period, the KCS has hired 380 people. And when you look at the combined company, in terms of resources available going forward, we foresee that with the new operating plan, it will create additional locomotives to be available to meet both those growth plans and any incremental demand. All of these resources put us on a trajectory for successful implementation on day one and operations into the future of the combined network. In terms of planning for the transaction, we're already well into that process. And with the two strong operations I've described, one of the things that we note is that we don't have any need to fix anything. This means, given that we're not in that position, we will not implement any of the transaction-related changes to our systems and processes until we're prepared to do so without causing service disruptions. We've spent countless hours and extraordinary care planning for operational integration and also preparing our IT systems to ensure a smooth transition. And we're methodically working forward to being ready to start the integration on day one and proceed after that in a thoughtful and careful way. Our motto in terms of planning is don't make day one bigger than it needs to be. Consistent with that motto, we will not be doing a big bang in terms of systems implementation and change. We won't be cutting all the systems over on day one. We won't be changing all the processes on day one. It will be the start of a methodical march towards the full integration. And we expect that to take the 2 to 3 years that we've portrayed the achievement of the synergies on this transaction. And finally, I just want to comment on previous transactions. We've been a good steward of the lines that we've acquired in the past. And another reason for confidence that we won't have problems on day one is that both companies have a proven track record. Specifically, CP seamlessly integrated the DM&E in 2008 and the CMQ in 2020. I also note that the leader of our integration management office at CP has experience with both of those transactions. And on the KCS side, as Pat has mentioned, they have a history of successful acquisition and integration as well, most recently with the Tex-Mex TFM. With that experience that both the companies have in terms of integrating the operations of other single line connections or end-to-end connections, and coupled with our strong competencies in operational planning and execution, we believe this will result in the smooth integration of CP and KCS, and that will enable the new extended network to compete vigorously in the market and provide options and competition to both our existing and new customers to the network. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Bob Majeur to talk a little bit about the competitive issues in the file.
Before we get there, Mr. Clements, just a couple of questions.
Certainly.
The on-time performance metric, what does that, how do you measure that?
We're measuring that relative to the trip plan that the shipment is given and the delivery within 24 hours, I believe it is, Ray?
But the delivery to a serving yard or to the customer?
To the customer.
So that is a start to complete origin to destination measurement.
And I just want to add that, that capability, when we think about where we're going to go with the KCS, is that we're going to bring our trip planning capabilities to the combined entity. And we will have that view and create that discipline in the operation as we go forward as well.
And I just wanted to say, James, that we appreciate your report about how you and both you and KCS have been performing, and you may have noted that you were not included in our service recovery plan order for that reason. And I say that more as a message to those who were. The only other question I had from an operations or a transitional point of view, CP is sort of the bigger surviving partner, and how I have no idea how you're planning to integrate your workforces. You obviously have operating experience in Canada and the US, but not Mexico. Are you retaining the KCS people who know Mexico? That seems to me a challenge, because Mexico, as I understand it, is not the most obvious place to do business in.
But to your point, Joe Overman, that this requires a bit of humility and accepting we don't know what we don't know. Pat and his team have done a phenomenal job at KCS in Mexico of running the Mexican operation. Our intentions are not to do anything to destabilize that. We're going to focus on U.S. operations, U.S. integration, as we partner with what we hope will be CPKC de Mexico and maintain that autonomy. We're going to sell to one larger network, but the capacities we have today running the operations in Mexico will be maintained and complemented. They will not be dramatically changed at all.
So the people who know Mexico are going to stay.
Absolutely.
With the company.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Overall, I just want to comment on people. This is a merger that's about growth. This isn't one that's about generating a whole bunch of synergies from, cutting people and cutting the operation. And so when you look at whether it's Mexico, whether you look at the growth that John has described in intermodal and building out Kansas City and other ramps, we ultimately see the overall employment of the combined entity being larger than the two separate entities as a result of the growth.
Thank you. Patrick, did you have? No. Yeah.
James, for the
I wanted to just add a few more words about the international nature of this combination and what it means for integration. I appreciate your comments on it. Our experience, obviously, 20 years ago with mergers was not good. There have been large mergers in other industries that have taken quite a while to get resolved. I'm thinking about the United Continental merger that, they were still looking for bags 2 years later. But you have the additional challenge of combining a railroad that is governed under Canadian rules with a railroad that has a subsidiary governed under Mexican rules. Had you been subject to the new merger regulations, and you are not, they would have required you to provide information concerning any restrictions or preferences under foreign or domestic law and policies that could affect your commercial decisions. And we would be required to, the board would be required to consult with relevant officials to make sure that this all conforms with NAFTA or US MCA and any other pertinent agreements that the United States is a party to. It goes on to say the board will cooperate with those Canadian I'm sorry, I hope this wasn't all lost. In terms of, going forward, one of the things that I think we should ensure is that although the three countries compete with each other, as the Maritime Commissioner pointed out, it is also very, very important that the three countries cooperate with each other, and we need to be reaching out to our Canadian and Mexican counterparts to make sure that the creation of this new NAFTA railroad, should we approve it, goes as smoothly as possible and is as beneficial to all three countries as it can be.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the thoughts and the comments. They certainly warrant consideration. From our perspective, CP successfully operates across the Canadian-US border. We've got deep experience. KCS similarly has deep experience in working between the US and Mexico. As we've said, we're going to retain all that expertise on all that side of the border. And this really is an end-to-end combination that meets in Kansas City, but just south of the joint agency. And so with that nature of the combination, you're not introducing a whole lot of, I'd call it, complexity that's changing the nature of the cross-border operations in any one location. Certainly, there's going to be new services that are going on different OD pairs. We think that the expertise that the combined organization will have from running in all of those countries for 100 plus years and then 25 plus years in Mexico will serve it well to be able to meet the needs and interests of all of the national stakeholders and NAFTA combined.
Mr. Ottensmeyer, is there anything in your agreements under your concession agreement or the extension of it or the approval from the Mexican agencies that we should be apprised of that might raise any concerns?
No, Member Headland, we have all of the approvals we need in Mexico. They've been in place for some time. And we know anecdotally that the Mexican government officials, I was with the Mexican ambassador to the US last week. I've had a lot of interaction with the Secretary of Economy, the Foreign Minister, other cabinet level ministers in Mexico that have expressed to me their pleasure for this transaction, and they see it as validation of the Mexico investment thesis, the positive investment thesis that a transaction like this that is based largely on promoting and growing investment across North America, including Mexico, is something that they see very positively. I think the Mexican government and certainly members of the administration understand how important an efficient rail network is to their economy and how important that has been to promote foreign investment in Mexico. Look only at the auto industry. You saw the charts that were put up earlier, 16 auto plants in Mexico. It is important and I think very significant to remind the board that we received a letter of support for this transaction from the Mexican Automotive Trade Association. And that includes all the brands in Detroit, in Japan, all of the manufacturers that have presence in Mexico. They see this as a new alternative, a new competitive alternative to move parts and supplies from North America into Mexico, finished vehicles out of Mexico across North America, including Canada. They have other options that will not be foreclosed, obviously, but they see this as something that will improve attractiveness in Mexico for investment, and in the case of the auto industry, improve options for them to get their products where they need to be.
Thank you.
Roger.
Mine was just a minor clarification. The on-time performance number in the record, if it's a closed gate facility, it measures only the constructive placement as opposed to the customer destination. Is that right?
Yes, that's fair to say on closed gate.
All right. Any other questions, Mr. Clement?
Just one.
Michelle?
In your application, you indicate that there will be 750 new jobs in the US. And I wondered if those jobs were already included in your 2,293 head count on page 45.
No, those 2,293 are people that we have brought onto the property today at CP across North America, so Canada and the US. The 750 US jobs are related to how we are going to support the growth in traffic that we've described that would accrue into the US network, both on Kansas City's existing US network as well as CP's US network.
So those are future hires.
Those are future hires, correct, related to synergy growth.
For the moment, are we done? I'm sure we're going to come back to you, but.
Major.
And I expect you, I expect you to be a force majeure, so proceed.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair. My name is Bob Major. I want to spend a few minutes this morning or today explaining my key conclusion that the CP KCS transaction is pro-competitive. There are no horizontal competitive concerns, and there are no vertical competitive concerns. The economics of vertical mergers instead confirm that the merger is likely to enhance competition. Nevertheless, larger Class 1 railroads seek remedies that are not going to help shippers. Indeed, I've shown that the remedy UP and BNSF have asked for would itself harm competitors, would harm competition. I'm sorry, I will try and slow down. I get passionate about competition though, sir. The other class ones ask the board to give them various other handouts that are not designed to fix any existing competitive issue, nor any competition that would have happened but for the transaction, especially CN's hypothesis of adding significant competition to a route that already has 4 single lines on it. I've also looked at the issues non-railroad parties have raised that they state as competitive concerns. As a whole, these are not in fact competitive issues with the transaction. To the extent that they do reflect shippers' concerns about the state of competition, the best way to promote competition here is to approve the transaction and to encourage CPKC to compete against the larger Class 1 railroads, not to tie their hands with unnecessary conditions. Let me summarize the work that I've done in this case. I submitted an expert statement in October with the application in which I examined the CP-KCS combination through the lens of modern competition analysis. I used the confidential waybill sample to perform rigorous analyses consistent with the board's review of all forms of competitive issues in previous mergers. Using the tests that have become standard in those reviews, I examined whether the CP-KCS combination created any horizontal competition concerns. I examined competition within corridors. I tested if there were any origin or destination markets for specific commodities likely to suffer a reduction in competition, and I looked at the possibility of coordinated effects. I found no reason for competitive concerns in any of these forms. I also analyzed the possibility of vertical competitive concerns. Now, as the board knows, vertical mergers involve firms that are not rivals for a customer's business, but instead are working together in some fashion to produce a joint product for that customer. A vertical merger can make that joint product better, and that can be good for competition. In the rail industry, end-to-end railroad mergers have long been recognized to follow this pattern, enhancing competition by turning a joint product, interline service, into a single line service that shippers generally see as an improvement. That spurs competition because the shippers can choose the improved service if their current interline service doesn't match up. That's what competitor Class 1s are truly worried about. In my experience, this sort of pro-competitive effect from a vertical combination. I'm sorry, sir.
In my experience, this sort of pro-competitive effect from a vertical combination is most credible and is consistent with the economic theory of vertical effects, where the parties to the transaction have tried unsuccessfully to achieve the same benefit for customers through arm's length negotiations prior to combining. That is the case for the CP-KCS combination, as Mr. Brooks and Mr. Ottenmeyer described earlier. In certain cases, a vertical merger can instead create anti-competitive effects. The vertical merger guidelines issued in 2020 by the Antitrust Division and the Federal Trade Commission identify two prerequisites to such an effect. One of the merging parties must have the ability to preclude or control a rival's ability to compete. And there must be an incentive for the merged entity to exercise this ability over rivals. I found neither of these elements present here. All of my results confirm what a simple look at this map shows, that the CP-KCS combination is a vertical end-to-end merger, the kind of transaction that enhances competition. Now, when I was at the DOJ, one rule of thumb we followed was that when competitors complain about a merger's effect on competition, it's often the case that they're complaining because they will face more competition. Nobody complains about a merger that's going to soften the competition they'll face. That seems to be the case here as well. Indeed, unlike most competitor complaints that I've seen, the ones in this case are often transparent about the fact that they are presuming any enhanced ability to compete by CPKC is exactly what they would identify as a competitive harm. But as the board said in KCS Tex-Mex, harm to a competitor is not the same as harm to competition. All of the constraints these competitors propose for the board to place on a combined CPKC are contrary to the board's goal of fostering competition. They're remedies against competition rather than remedies to promote competition. It's also informative to look at who's not complaining. The Department of Justice has a long history of concern for competition in the railroad industry. Their absence from these proceedings tells me that they don't agree with these comments. On the vertical concerns of UP and BNSF, the board has the benefit of some history. UP and BNSF made all the same arguments about vertical foreclosure back in 2004 when KCS acquired control of TFM, what's now KCSM. The board rejected those claims then, and history has proven the board right, as there has been no evidence of foreclosure at Laredo or Robstown. Overall, cross-border traffic has not been restrained, as you can see from the confidential exhibit in your binder. To support their claims of foreclosure, commenters have presented various cuts of the data showing UP, BNSF, and KCS's traffic shares over time at Laredo. However, these exercises do not prove foreclosure. Rather, commenters simply assume that out of all the possible reasons shares may have evolved as they did, some partial foreclosure is the relevant one. In doing so, they offer no evidence that might help distinguish their favorite explanation from pro-competitive explanations, from deliberate changes to their own traffic flows, and from other changes in traffic patterns that are unrelated to whatever vague, unspecified theory of foreclosure they may have in mind. Taking one of these alternatives, for example, many of the exhibits submitted in the reply demonstrate that these shifts in traffic, such as to El Paso and Eagle Pass, are a deliberate choice by the other railroads. The exhibit in your binder is one such example. Why is this important? Because commenters' analysis only focused on traffic flows through Laredo. That makes their exercise of competitive options look like traffic that disappeared, and it paints a false picture of whether these competitors have been foreclosed or whether competition was enhanced by the merger. The bigger picture shows that KCS has been effective at competing with its extended single-line service, and that UP and BNSF have also found ways to step up their competitive game. These thin concerns are a poor justification for UP and BNSF's request for price regulations that would perversely create a competitive problem where none exists. Though advertised as innocuous, these regulations would inhibit competitive pricing from CPKC, and they would insulate UP and BNSF from facing the full competition of new single-line service. The proposed remedy would tax CPKC's ability to compete with single-line service anywhere that interline rates on the KCSM segment happen to be higher than a mileage-based prorate. I looked at the traffic tape data and determined that interline movements system-wide routinely have one rate or the other that is larger than the share of distance. Okay. As you can see from the exhibit in your binder, that disproportionality makes it possible for interline carriers to balance out all the other considerations they have in such movements. The kinds of flexibility that efficient competition depends on. It shouldn't surprise anyone then that regulating the flexibility out of CPKC's operations will impair competition. A simple example shows how this works. Consider a hypothetical interline movement that currently has a through rate of $900 with divisions of 500 to UP or BNSF and 400 to KCSM. As often happens, this division is not proportional to distance. So let's assume KCSM carries for 30% of the miles in a single line haul. As CPKC considers how to price single line service to compete with this interline, they likely consider something like the table on this chart to see how various prices affect revenue. Note how different that table would look. I'm sorry. Are you, okay. Note how that table would look differently under the remedy regulation. Because the regulation has the rate to the ties the rate to the division, anytime CPKC would be looking to offer shippers more savings, they take an additional revenue hit. To balance out this tax on being competitive, they may have to start from an even higher price point. In this example, it takes a price increase of $100 to get back to where they would have been, just matching the interline rate with no regulation. On this next slide, we can see how that upward pricing pressure of the remedy regulation hurts shippers and helps UP and BNSF. That new higher price for zero revenue impact means that instead of starting from the scenario on the left and letting the new single line service compete freely, the regulation means CPKC's single line offer is effectively starting from a higher price point and giving UP or BNSF $100 in improved division. That's the black bar in the scenario on the right. It's the tax on CPKC's Mexican segment, and it essentially goes directly to UP or BNSF. Paying for this tax is what gives CPKC upward pressure on their prices. In this diagram, that's evident from the higher prices CPKC would need to charge to remain revenue neutral. UP and BNSF get all the benefit from this scheme. They get the $100 black bar as an improvement in their division, and they get a $100 cushion on the competition they face, so they can raise their prices to shippers as shown by the red bar. Using traffic tape data, I determined that this proposed regulation would not just tax CPKC's ability to compete for new traffic, it would affect it would affect hundreds of millions of dollars of current KCS single line service and hundreds of millions in current KCS interline service that interchanges north of Laredo. The exhibit from your binder illustrates how I use traffic tape data to calculate those effects. The details of the calculations are in my testimony, but each of the red dots in this chart is a real movement. And each of these movements has the same sort of fact pattern we just talked about in the example. And to be clear, these are movements in 2019, not in some hypothetical foreclosure attempt after the transaction. As a smaller but still important point, the proposed mechanisms would also allow competitors to learn CPKC's single line rates, which would further harm competition. This is why restrictions on merging parties should be a last resort and only where competitive harms clearly establish a need for them. Otherwise, the unintended consequences generally make the remedy worse than allowing unfettered competition. Of the complaining competitors, only CN claims there's some horizontal competitive concern. I examined this claim and didn't find it to have any merit. The St. Louis-Springfield line, the line they identify as a concern, is not competitive and is not likely to become competitive in the way CN hypothesizes. Their claim is that the line would be made competitive, that investing in this line would allow diversion of thousands of truckloads of traffic between Kansas City and Chicago onto rail. That claim defies logic. If there was such potential, both KCS today and CPKC tomorrow would be expected to see that large revenue potential as something that would warrant investment. But in reality, the line has a track record of not being competitive in this Kansas City to Chicago corridor. My analysis showed that shippers are unlikely to experience a significant competitive effect from not having an independent KCS on this corridor, particularly due to the 4 other independent single-line rail routes already serving it. In my time at the Antitrust Division, I followed the principle that if there's no harm, then we should be skeptical of claims that a supposed remedy can make competition better. The reason that we promote competition is that we trust competitive pressure drives firms to make better decisions about investments and their ability to compete than we would make for them in a regulatory proceeding. Here, CN's proposed divestiture would have the board second guess the competitive process that's already dismissed CN's hypothesis as not credible. And in doing so, the board would likely cause harm by depriving shippers of some of the enhanced competition the CP-KCS combination would otherwise generate. Finally, in my July statement, I also examined the concerns of non-railroad parties that they described as competition issues. Overall, I did not find these concerns to be about the effects on competition from a CP-KCS combination. Instead, the most compelling of these concerns were about the overall level of competition that has developed in the industry over the last few decades. While I certainly understand why shippers would look for any opportunity to gain some relief from that, I think it's important to keep in mind that the CP-KCS combination is about enhancing competition, and the restrictions on how CPKC can compete will likely mean that these same shippers will see less of the relief that they are seeking. Which brings me to my bottom line conclusion. To advance the board's objective of fostering rail competition and to address the concerns of these shippers, the best way to proceed is to force the railroads responsible for that concern, the larger class ones, to face competition from an unfettered CPKC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Major. I just have one very quick question for the moment, and that is the charts that you showed us about the regulated rates and so forth. That's you're analyzing the BNUP request for prorated mileage-based rate.
Yes,
That's what it's based on.
It is. It's based on the aspect those have in common.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. See your analysis, and we won't touch on the highly confidential aspect of it. But what do you see as the best measures of whether or not vertical foreclosure has occurred? Is it cross-border flows? Are there other measures that can be brought to bear?
I think the question of whether foreclosure has occurred, we're looking at something 15 years later, but looking at the first confidential chart that I showed you, where you see that the way traffic has flowed across the various Mexican gateways and how the different carriers handle that who handled that traffic. I think what you see there is a story of growth, and you do see that shares are affected when KCS becomes a more effective competitor at Laredo. But looking at how everyone has grown, that's clearly the opposite of what one would expect if there was a story of restraining competition and giving shippers fewer options and degraded overall service.
So would you propose, following the merger, that the board should take a close look at cross-border flows to ascertain whether or not there's been vertical foreclosure?
I think that those are the well, I don't know why you would look at those any more than anywhere else, but I think that what you should be looking at is whether there's a pattern of shippers not being able to get options, not shipper as distinct from shippers choosing a different option because it's better.
I think part of the reason why the board may hone in on that is because it's such a contested issue in the docket, as you know, in part because a number of parties have raised the prospect of gaps in the Mexican regulatory regime and the lack of sufficient alternatives, such that if there is a foreclosure problem that happens in Mexico, the board may have limited tools to address it. So, how would you propose that the board think about vertical foreclosure that occurs in Mexico? How do we measure it? How do we know if it's occurring? What do we do if it does occur?
Yeah, and the reason that I say I'm not sure I would look at the one, well, I think you had said cross-border traffic, and I think I answered it in thinking you were asking about Laredo specifically. But I think the key point there is in evaluating how that has played out. It looks like there is a history here of exercising competitive options within Mexico, exercising options across the gateways that involve competition that happens between the gateways. It means between carriers in Mexico. So as long as you're taking a broad enough look that you can see both the competitive response that's being employed and the lack of this hypothesized monopoly power in Mexico, I think that looking at the cross-border traffic flows is going to be a good way to see that this merger is going to be enhancing competition.
If I may offer a comment, and I think Dr. Major started out by pointing out that the board has the benefit of history and looking back on the past 17 years, and I made in my testimony that these are the same claims that we faced 17 years ago, and the fact is that there really is no change in some of the dynamics that exist at the Laredo border. We have agreements in place. We have an agreement that was conditions that were imposed by this board in the KCS Tex-Mex transaction. We have agreement that we will continue to be bound by with the NIT League that adds some teeth, if you want to, for lack of a better word that's coming to mind, to that agreement. And then there are market forces. So we have a commitment to keep gateways open. We are going to offer a third option, a new option. We will compete for traffic that's available for us, but we will keep gateways open for traffic, for example, that wants to move across the Laredo Bridge and the Laredo Gateway that's going to markets that we can't serve. We have no interest in doing anything different for that type of traffic. And there's an oversight and the fact that over the last 17 years, we've had not a single shipper or customer complaint about foreclosure.
I appreciate that, and cognizant that I'm standing in between people and lunch, I'll just quick get a little clarity on the nature of the commitment on open gateways, because I do think this is probably the most contested competitive issue in the record. So, just a couple points. One is there a time period by which you're judging whether or not that interchange was open and people were interchanging? I think you probably saw that the shippers have advocated January 1st, 2018 as the time period which we should look at interchanges. Do you have a date certain that you're judging when an interchange existed?
Let me try to address that from my vantage, and perhaps others will have insights. I haven't, at least, and I think therefore I'm speaking for we, haven't specifically fixated on a date certain as of which, if a car is not moving on that date, then it's not covered. We're thinking more in terms of the pre-transaction use over time for particular traffic flows. So, if an option, I take Laredo as a useful illustration. If there has been a particular opportunity available to automotive shippers, for example, moving either containers or boxcars of auto parts between Mexico and Chicago. And regardless of whether it's a specific shipper or a specific commodity within the box that moved on a particular date. I mean, the idea is if that option was available to that customer pre-transaction to choose using KCSM in Mexico and choosing Union Pacific beyond Laredo,
Right.
then that would be an example of traffic that we would consider within the scope of the commitment.
And you would, when you say you would quote a Rule 11 rate, they ask whether or not you'll give a choice of contract or tariff. Do you have a view on that? You'll quote the rate for both forms.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And they also ask, whether or not you'll include traffic that originates on a class 2 or 3, as long as there's an interchange point later in the move.
So it would connect to ultimately a short line?
Yes, ultimately at origin or destination. Would that be included?
Yeah.
And lastly, and we'll probably have to dive into this more after lunch, but I think that, there's some questions in your deposition, Mr. Brooks, about what the standards are for commercially reasonable. And of course, cognizant of the board's imposition of a commercially reasonable standard in past mergers, and also aware that you all negotiated with CSX and Pan Am about some aspects of that on the service side and other things. I'm sort of wondering, and maybe this could be a launching off point, is what do you see as the specific standards for commercially reasonable? We understand you don't like the prop rate mechanism, but how should the board consider what's commercially reasonable when thinking about your adherence to your commitment?
Patrick, let me suggest that question be answered after lunch.
That's a great suggestion.
Going to have a lot of follow-up. Robert had one, you want to, one question, then we should break for lunch.
Yeah, I'm hungry, so I'm going to be very short. Doctor, I appreciate your testimony here. My one, I guess, sticking point when you said that you sort of alluded that we didn't hear from the Justice Department and your former employer about this merger. I kind of don't want to see that silence should not imply that they're signing off on this either. I'm sure if I were to place a call or to ask them during this break if they had concerns, I'm sure I might get a different answer. I'm not going to do that, but I also don't want to simply say that because they haven't weighed in, because they did weigh in earlier with voting trust and other issues earlier. So it's not like they haven't. And it's not like I'm assuming that it's just a done deal from their side. It's just, I'm actually surprised too that why they're silent. So but I don't want to leave it as if to imply for anyone listening to imply that they haven't said anything, so it must be okay.
And I didn't mean that in a legal interpretation sense. I just know from my own experience that they do not tend to be shy about expressing their concern, and particularly in the rail industry. And so that from that experience, I would say that I can infer from that how they feel about the potential for harms from this particular transaction.
All right, with that, thank you. We will break for lunch. It is 1:18. We will reconvene at 10 minutes at 2 sharply. We've got a lot to accomplish this afternoon. Thank you all. All right, we are back in session, and there was a question pending by Patrick to Mr. Brooks, I think.
Yes, I'll just restate it
Okay.
briefly. The question was, CP has committed to quoting Rule 11 rates and making those rates commercially reasonable, making the entire product commercially reasonable. You were asked in your deposition what those standards are for commercially reasonable. I did not see standards clearly laid out. So I offering you the opportunity to clarify what commercially reasonable means to you and how the board can judge your all's commitment.
Yeah, no, thank you, Member Fuchs. Let me start by saying you're right, commercially reasonable, and I guess it's been a term that predates all of us, and who knows how long. I'm sure some of the historian lawyers could tell us, but it's somewhat squishy. But I think part of it is it's maybe that way by design, and it's that flexibility that we would ask the board to think long and hard about in this area. It's more of a feature in terms of how we intend to compete than a hard mechanism or guideline. And I know that's maybe not what you wanted to hear, but it's maybe what you might have expected to hear. Rate making in my history and working in this commercial space for a lot of years there's no book on it. There's all sorts of complexities that go into it. And it's part of the reason why when we look at what's proposed by UP and BNSF and the rigidity of a mileage prorate, it makes us extremely uncomfortable in ultimately enabling our single line haul to be able to compete. Now, I know that's a little different than offering Rule 11 pricing, and I'll get to that in a second. But I think ultimately the board, if we're blessed with, being able to go forward with this transaction, a big part of the reason why is you want us to create that competition. You want us to create that, as I call it, the superhighway north-south, and to do it, to have any sort of rigidity in working with the customers to create that, I think is counter to what, not only what you'd want us to do, but what the customers are looking for. I've talked about this subject a fair amount with the customers as I've met with them. And again, I think number one, they want us to go toe to toe and have the flexibility to do it. But they've also made it very clear if they want a Rule 11 price or an interline price via the gateways they have today, then they should be entitled to it. I think if you look at, and I referenced this earlier, our history, and I think the history that Pat describes in this area, we've been dependent on those relationships and those trying to make those interline works independently with each of our own railroads. This merger is about growth, and if we go into this with any different mindset or with the thought to foreclose customers of options, and I say customers, not railroads, the customers of options, I think we're going to lose in it. That is not how we've been successful at Canadian Pacific. Now, let me just go back to Rule 11 pricing in making sure that shippers and customers have all the rights they have today. That is philosophically number one. Our commitment as it relates to bottlenecks, the rights that a CP customer or KCS customer have today will be the same rights they have in the future. If they want gateway pricing, we'll provide it. I believe the mechanism, though, for ultimately gauging our success in that, or how the public views it, or how customer view it, are really, it's the market, and it should be the customer that has that, ultimately, that voice. And I think in this case, that customer will not be bashful if in fact they believe we've done something to their pricing to express that. These customers know what the rate levels are today through these corridors, and they're going to have every right to voice concerns if in fact we take action. But to crank up or increase the rates to a level to force something unnatural. Maybe a long-winded answer to it, but it's a complex situation.
And maybe just one minor detail I'd add around knowing what's going on. The advantage of a Rule 11 rate, and you did mention the difference between tariff versus contract. You have ultimately, if you have a Rule 11 rate in tariff, it can be challengeable. And so that's the ultimate backstop. If nothing else works, then the way we would provide rates would give them a mechanism to come forward and challenge the rate. But as John has described, we don't think it'll ever get there.
Right, but at the same time, in Appendix A of the rebuttal verified statement from you, Mr. Brooks, you said that CP would not take the position that commercially reasonable equals maximum reasonable rate, which suggests that commercially reasonable is some level below the maximum reasonable rate in most, if not all, instances. But there's a lack of clarity about beyond that. Okay, so we know it's somewhere below the maximum reasonable rate, or you're not going to take that position. But beyond that, there's not a lot of clarity about what a shipper could actually bring to the board to prove that something's beyond maximum or commercially reasonable. One clause that's been inserted in some agreements without reference to a particular agreement is, something that supports the movement of the traffic on a particular alternative route. But even that, and so I totally appreciate the concern about something that's too mechanical that might introduce cross subsidies or perverse incentives. But, we're faced with something that is, pretty undefined.
Well, member folks, I can share the frustration with the concept of looking for some tight standard approach to interline pricing that addresses this issue. I represented one of the parties in the KCS Tex-Mex matter many years ago, looking for that kind of solution. And I know how ephemeral it is. I think what you're hearing from Mr. Brooks and from the other evidence we've submitted is the first line of defense here is the market and our incentives. That's number one.
Right.
Number two, I think at the other end of the spectrum, perhaps, although I don't know whether it ends up being there or not, as Mr. Clement said, we're not creating new bottlenecks. So, to the extent the factor is challengeable now, it will be challengeable in the future under the rate reasonableness standards. What we're saying with respect to the commitment about interline pricing is that's a commitment that doesn't have jurisdictional thresholds. You don't have to come in and prove market dominance. There are none of those hurdles. So any shipper who thinks that the rate action that CPKC has taken over an affected gateway for affected traffic was some outside the range that would make sense as an interline division to move traffic, but was instead designed to shut off an option, they can make that case. There ought not be a tight sort of bar they have to clear to come make the complaint. There never has been under the board's prior precedents. We don't have a track record of seeing how those disputes have been adjudicated because there has never been a complaint, or at least certainly never one that's made it into the record that I'm aware of, and none about the KCS Tex-Mex TFM transaction. So then the question is, in that context, right? The first thing a shipper would do, presumably, and hopefully, would be to come to us. We've got a problem with this. you're not supporting this interline option anymore. And presumably there'd be a dialogue, there'd be engagement, and ideally it would never get to the board. If it got to the board in the form of a dispute, we would be called upon to explain why whatever action it was under whatever circumstances, whatever market context, what we were doing wasn't shutting off an option. Now, it really is important to remember that in any interline context, it's going to take two railroads to make that work. So it's not really within the control of CPKC to make the traffic move over that interline option. Both parties, or all three parties, depending on the movement, will have to be working together. And it may be that divisions have to move around, and it may be that investments need to get made by another party in order to continue to support an interline option being as attractive as it was relative to single line options that are going to become much better, right? So I think what Mr. Brooks was saying about this flexibility, inherent flexibility of a standard like commercially reasonable terms, is that it allows for all of those circumstances to be considered in any given case without creating hard rules that would get in the way of market-based pricing.
I appreciate that. And maybe I'll wrap up with an observation and then one more question. So my observation is that I certainly can appreciate, just given how long the board has struggled with defining maximum reasonable rates, the difficulty in setting hard and fast standards, even within the regulatory context, where somebody lacks effective competition. So I can certainly appreciate that, and I also appreciate the degree to which a prop rate mechanism deviates from some of the way the board has thought about rate making. So I totally understand that. I'm wondering whether or not maybe to advance the ball about what commercially reasonable means, you all might be able to specify some of the factors that the board would look at if the board were to preserve a more flexible approach to commercially reasonableness, but the shipper had an idea of the types of factors that it should address in a filing before the board should it allege that something's not commercially reasonable. That might provide some brackets, or at least get people thinking a little bit more about what that means in practice. So that's just an observation / request, maybe, and not speaking for any of my colleagues. And then my final question is, when this issue has come up before, including with you all in another proceeding, it wasn't just about rates, it was about service levels. And of course, that's another way that competition can be undermined. You all might set a rate that people view as within the realm of commercially reasonable, but might take some sort of action from a service standpoint. Other agreements have addressed service specifically. I don't see anything on the record that talks about what service may mean in the context of commercial reasonableness, and I'm wondering if you might address that.
Let me just organize a few thoughts, and then I think others on the panel are better equipped to speak to the facts. Number one, just to put things in context, the concerns that CP had about the Pan Am case were not about a vertical issue at all.
No doubt.
They were about a loss of horizontal competition, and that's just a very different setting. But that said, I understand your question about the ability of, you could imagine shutting off a gateway option by no longer supporting the traffic operationally.
Yes.
And I think our commitment is intended to extend to that kind of action as well. But there are existing commitments that will continue as applicable to the KCS system relating specifically to Laredo. And they can speak to that more directly. But in addition to that, Mr. Elphick perhaps can explain how the service levels to the interchanges on the CPKC system will not be degraded for purposes of interline.
That would be great. And let's stipulate that it's obviously contingent upon overall demand, right? So no one's expecting a certain service level if the demand's not there, but of course the two are interrelated. So I appreciate if you could address that.
Yeah, precisely. I would say that a car is a car, and I made that statement because a car sitting in a yard is a car dwelling, and it's less capacity. We have to keep cars moving to have a service product, and that density that I spoke to earlier comes about including interline traffic. It's not just our traffic. And so on CP's network today, as an example, we move traffic from St. Paul to Edmonton for CN on the same train we move our traffic on. Our principle of moving cars 7 days, keeping it moving, it's embedded in the operating plan.
Would that extend the local service? I understand, it gets to a point where they're all on the same train, but is there potential for discrimination at the local level, and how should the board think about that if that's a mechanism that's being used?
We did not change the local design. We reviewed it, but we did not change it because it's a growth story. Again, we will go and meet in the local areas, understand the customer requirements, dig deeper on it. But my expectation from my experience with Mr. Creel at CP was that we will surprise. We'll find opportunities to increase the frequency.
Thank you.
What gateways are currently included in your open gateway commitment? And also, are there other locations where you interchange with other carriers?
Yeah, so we look at it in terms of what we consider affected traffic. So those would be the gateways where maybe in simple terms, areas where CPKC can extend our haul. So a longer length of haul than where we do today, or where we create that single line haul between the carriers. So maybe as an example, certainly traffic running over Laredo to Chicago would fall into that category. Other gateways maybe not affected by the transaction. Our current interchange with carriers up in St. Paul today, not affected by how we operate through there in the future.
I think I was looking more for specific locations and a number.
A list.
So I remember we can perhaps attempt to create such a list, but I think perhaps looking at it from the other end of the telescope, so to speak, might help. But I think what we're saying is that it's any place that we interchange traffic today, any interline route that exists that would be affected because instead of the CP system only going as far as Kansas City, Kansas City being an example of a gateway, it will now extend south of Kansas City. So for traffic going to a place that's reached by Kansas City Southern's network where the interchange is at Kansas City, well, that would be affected traffic over an affected gateway. The commitment would apply. If the traffic's interchanged at a different gateway, but going between the same points, so traffic from Edmonton to Texas that might be interchanged in St. Paul, that the commitment would apply to St. Paul with respect to that traffic. And so there's not really a limited list of gateways. It's really asking the question of, for what traffic, what interline traffic are we creating an extended haul potential? And we're saying with respect to that body of traffic, wherever the current interline option exists, we are going to, when it's commercially reasonable, right? Assuming, again, consistent with Member Fuchs' point about, traffic volumes and so forth, we're going to keep that open. And so we really haven't created a list of, a limited list, because we would be looking at it from a perspective of the traffic, not the gateway.
Thanks.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just go back for a point of clarification to Member Fuchs' question, and I don't know if this is helpful or not, but again, you asked a question about means other than rate in terms of the foreclosure question, and my verified statement refers to the Tex-Mex agreement. and the commitments that were made, the requirements made by the board in the text message agreement, which include, and it seems like you might be looking at that, or
I'm looking at the exact paragraph. Yeah.
okay. So you see that it's a commitment to continue to work with UP and BNSF on operating matters, keep the Laredo Gateway open in commercially reasonable terms, treat all carriers fairly, operate safely. So there are, in addition to rate issues, there are operational issues that and commitments that will be inherited and accepted by CPKC going forward.
Would you think that the Knit League KCS agreement, as it pertains to service measurements, is something that the board should be thinking about to apply more broadly?
I may defer to my counsel on that question, if I may.
Well, the debt legal agreement was obviously I represented KCS in that case, and it was negotiated as part of a negotiation of a give and take. So I don't know if you can just take the specifics of the Knit League agreement and apply to it here, but certainly if Knit League wants to sit down with CPKCS, I'm sure that something similar. I would not say that we just should automatically apply something that was privately negotiated in a transaction 17 years ago to this transaction.
I'd like to follow up on this area. I find it perplexing, to say the least, and I don't say that as a criticism, because David, the concept's difficult. But as I understand it, if you commit, as you have, to not invoke the bottleneck rule, you are then committed to quoting a rate. And but for anything we might do here, if the person doesn't like the rate and can't agree with you, they are left to bring a rate case with us. And I think, tell me if I've got this wrong, and I believe everybody involved in this case has said, well, when we say commercially reasonable, it'd be something less than the maximum rate that could be set in a rate case. The first thing that comes to my mind, why do we have this system? The rates that you're allowed to charge under our rate review mechanisms are higher than what's commercially reasonable. Does that make a lick of sense in this industry? So I'm having trouble with the whole rate problem. And as you know, we have some rate review mechanisms under consideration, but they're going to, not necessarily solve this problem, whatever we do in those cases. So I'm having trouble figuring out how ultimately what the shipper or the other railroads leverage is if they can't reach an agreement with you on a concept that's completely undefined.
Well, Chairman, I think I may have a bit of a disagreement with the premise of the question, and that is that it's not necessarily the case that what would be commercially reasonable is necessarily above or below the regulated maximum rate. The point I was making is there's always that backstop, whatever that is. But in addition to that, wherever the rate levels are today on these interline rates, and I presume, frankly, I don't know this, but I presume that they're all under the jurisdictional or the regulatory maximum. They're subject to intense competition in many of these lanes. We're not saying the shippers have only the recourse of going into the regulatory process. Much of this traffic is likely exempt, right? Intermodal traffic. You can't challenge an intermodal rate, but you can hold us to our commitment that we're not going to cause an intermodal movement, force it away from the shipper's preferred route by charging a commercially unreasonable rate for the portion that we're handling it. And now, if the quest is to say, well, what exactly is that rate? Well, the market has to enable the flexibility to determine, in the future, as things evolve, markets evolve, costs evolve, traffic volumes, capacity needs, everything that contributes to rate making. And I'm sure my list was extremely incomplete. we're going to be disciplined by the market first, and all the things that you heard from Mr. Brooks and others about needing to participate, wanting to participate in the traffic rather than losing it either to another gateway or to another shipper, shipper option, or lose it, having the shipper lose the business entirely. All of those disciplining forces will remain. All we're saying is, as a backstop, if you don't trust that the market is enough, and don't trust that our incentives will be sufficient, as a backstop, you can come and make the case, again, without having to go through regulatory standards, that we have shut down an option in some unreasonable way. And we're prepared to stand that test because we know it's not going to happen.
Well, I believe that in one of the filings here on behalf of the applicants, a statement was made, now correct me if I'm wrong, or in a deposition somewhere, the statement was made that the commercially reasonable rate will not be determined to be as high as doesn't have to be determined to be as high as the maximum reasonable rate.
But that's right. I mean,
Yeah, so the point is, the two concepts don't mesh.
They don't.
You would think that if we're in the business of setting reasonable rates, which is generally what our rate review process is under the statute, it's almost inherent or implicit that it be commercially reasonable because you're all in commerce. I mean, I can't separate those concepts in my head. And it just, as an aside from this merger proceeding, tells me the arbitrary and capriciousness of our whole rate review system, because we can't even really use it here. The problem I'm having, David, is,
But Marty, just.
well, let me just finish this question. You're suggesting that a person who ultimately can't work out a rate with you can litigate it without going through all the 180 RBC and market dominance hoops. Where are they going to litigate it? Here?
Well,
and are you going to waive the exemption so that if we didn't waive it for you, so that that shipper, if it's an exempt commodity, can come here? And if so, what is the proceeding? A violation of an order approving the merger? What is the proceeding?
So again, I think the focus, the scope of what I'm addressing right now is this commitment to keep gateways open, right? It's only in the context of a claim that we have shut off an interline option by some rate or other mechanism that is commercially unreasonable, that the shipper thinks, I used to have, for example, a KCSM, Laredo, UP option. And now that KCSM UP option doesn't, it's gotten much worse for some reason, right? The shipper's going to see that. And the shipper's going to ask why. This, by the way, this is a counterfactual hypothetical because this isn't going to happen. But were this to happen, the shipper would presumably come to us to say, we think the problem is the KCSM division between somewhere in Mexico and Laredo. We think that's commercially unreasonable. Here's why we think that. We try to work it out, presumably. I probably we would have talked about this long before that in the course of working with that customer in Mexico. But I'm sure there's an infinite variety of scenarios. But so then if there were a dispute, like we said, no, we really didn't close this gateway. Here's why it was necessary for us to do this, that, or the other thing. And the shipper disagrees. One place they could come is the board to enforce or the board to impose our commitment as a condition to come to the board. That's one option.
Come to the board and
seek to enforce our merger condition.
And order that condition that might be in the order approving the merger.
Exactly. Just like
there's a time limit on that enforcement?
No. Just like there's no time limit on enforcement of KCS's commitment made in 2004 to keep the Laredo gateway open on commercially reasonable terms. Shipper could go today, come to us, come to the board to raise an issue about that. And there's no time limit. And there's no relationship of that commitment to the board's rate regulatory principles. So, exemptions, not relevant. We're talking about closing the gateway to any traffic. With respect to, the 180 RVC jurisdictional threshold, not relevant. We're not going to close the gateway. And we're not going to have that debate in those terms. We're going to have the debate in the terms of have we closed the gateway.
So let me just, well, I've got a few observations and questions here. You're saying that the applicants would agree to a condition in any order that says any traffic of any kind, exempt, contract defined in the future, is subject to having an avenue of relief to come before this board to enforce a condition about open gateways. You would agree to that? Yeah.
I believe we have already said that. Yes.
Well, I'm not sure how clearly it's stated, but with regard to exempt traffic, the problem I have with what you said earlier, David, is that I think we can stipulate that everybody here today is a saint, but this merger is going to last a lot longer. So when you say it'll never get this far, who knows who will be running these railroads 20 or 30 years from now? It may take a much harder nosed view about this kind of open gateways. And so I do think we have to I think responsibly, we have to think about a mechanism that's on paper and not just on everybody's goodwill. But beyond that, everything I have heard from the rail industry primarily, but also from shippers and other stakeholders, is that when we act, we have to have standards and we have to have criteria. And you seem to be suggesting a procedure, and maybe it is the best procedure. I haven't really thought this through. I've thought a lot about it, in which there are virtually no standards except to look at the case at hand and then try to divine what's commercially reasonable at that time under those circumstances without any guidelines. That's what I'm having trouble with. I think that's what Patrick was having trouble with.
Couple of quick things, Chairman. First, I don't think a commercially reasonable terms commitment is the best mechanism at all. I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it's the best. I think the best is the marketplace. And Dr. Major can perhaps address why that's so. We're offering this in large part because it's been offered in every vertical merger since 2000. And because it's worked as far as the record discloses, there's never been an issue with gateways being closed following the end-to-end transactions in which this commitment's been made.
Well, isn't this only a problem in a place where there isn't a marketplace? If there was a marketplace in this industry for everything, you wouldn't need us to be here. Well, the problem, as I understand it, the potential problem is where a gateway can be closed and the person, shipper who's affected has no feasible alternative market, so they're under your thumb.
Well,
that's where they need relief by definition.
I think there are really two scenarios here, and Dr. Major's probably better equipped to handle this from an economic perspective. But if you look at a shipper, and really what I think you do is you go back and look at the board's precedents, particularly the KCS Tex-Mex decision, but the long line of precedents addressing end-to-end mergers and vertical effects. The B and Santa Fe transaction is another very good example. The economics that the ICC and the board have applied consistently, and the conclusion that is reached consistently, is that the concerns we're debating aren't actually competitive concerns that are real. Because two scenarios, right? A scenario where a shipper has no option on one side of the gateway. So there's a solely served shipper. And let's assume that there aren't any other ways for that shipper to get, they can't truck to a transload facility. There's just no options. All of the economics says that the merged railroad in that situation has a compelling incentive to support the most efficient origin to destination route. Why? Because the concept's been referred to as this one lump doctrine, but the concept is if they're already have the shipper under their thumb, they're already exploiting that shipper, okay? The merger doesn't change anything about that, right? The merger may create a better option for that shipper beyond the gateway, but if that option is not really better, that carrier has every incentive to continue to support the interline route because that's what earns it the most profit. And that's the board's economics going back for decades. The other end of the spectrum, well, or really anywhere outside of that case where the shipper has options, well, that's exactly why there's an incentive to do the same thing. Now, the rates that shipper pays may be lower because of the better options, but if that shipper has options, then forcing him to choose an option that he doesn't like will cause him to switch to the other options that he had before. So for example, you see examples in the record from the post-transaction effects in KCS Tex-Mex. There's evidence that shippers have chosen or railroads have chosen to route their traffic over other gateways. Well, that's a situation where there couldn't be foreclosure. There certainly couldn't have been an incentive to foreclose because under no circumstances would a railroad like KCSM or KCS want to lose all of the revenue entirely to another option. So if you look at the economics and think about how the merger affects the dynamic, in any case, the incentive that CPKC has isn't going to change to support efficient interline options. And if a shipper thinks the best option is some other option, there's no incentive to force them away. Now, why would we propose any commitment at all if that's true? Well, very simply because shippers and shipper groups have expressed these concerns in the past. And it's really, there's no harm to us in making a commitment like this, provided the commitment doesn't become some rigid regulatory imposition on exactly how we must price our interline rates. That would be counter to market forces and get in the way of the give and take, the normal interplay of those forces to create rates that move up and down and all over the place over time.
The point about not imposing a rigid solution is, I think, well taken. The dilemma is to impose a solution that is practical, in a practical sense, usable. Mm-hmm. And I will just say for myself, David, that invoking the economic decisions in the long history of this board and the ICC are no longer impressive to me, given the current state of the rail network, which is operated under those concepts and is the result of many, many mergers in the past, not yours, and has brought us to the disaster we're facing this year, at least with some railroads, not the two here, as I pointed out before. So it's been my approach more intensely recently to rethink how we do things, because we've got a system that, in my view, is not healthy for the national economy. So I think we have to think these things through, and I appreciate the difficulty of coming up with a practical solution. But there has to be some backstop, or else I think, there's a real risk of people being unprotected in the future. And we wouldn't have, I agree with you, if everybody had options, you wouldn't really much need us. I think we're only talking about those situations where a shipper has options now because CP stops at Kansas City and it's no longer going to stop there. And so there is the threat of people not having a practical option. That's the concern.
Yeah, well, I think, and understood. And unfortunately, perhaps, the way in which interline pricing works leaves us without the ability to have a standard, some kind of mathematical or numerical or quantitative or other precise definition of what is the maximum rate in a particular case, right? That's something that if that were feasible to do, consistent with the rail network reacting to market and competitive forces, it would have been done a long time ago across a much broader swath of the traffic environment. Here, I would urge you to remember that what's at issue in this case is not to use this merger to find a new regulatory regime that the board might wish to apply to the industry and apply it just to us. Remember that if that happens, we'll be uniquely handicapped with respect to the flexibility that we have to respond to market forces, whereas what I think the industry as a whole would benefit from, and the entire United States economy and shipper community would benefit from, is these parties unleashed to compete more aggressively and more nimbly and more flexibly against all of those other carriers who handle the vast majority of all the traffic about which the concerns you're expressing relate. And the best antidote for shippers who are concerned about the amount of competition in the rail industry is to have more of it, not to try and regulate only in those cases where you have parties before you.
Let me ask this question. It's been pointed out with some persuasiveness that there haven't been any complaints about the Tex-Mex interchange in 17 years. The suggestion being that one of the ways to measure what's commercially reasonable is what actually has happened looking backwards, because we started to predict the future. Would it make sense for us to include as a condition some kind of review of, rather than setting precise numbers, I'm just being devil's advocate here because I'm trying to grapple with this problem of measuring just whether there have been 2 years from now, 3 years from now, after the merger is implemented, whether there has been any foreclosure or diminution, and take a look at it then. Wouldn't that be the best measure of your commitment?
Well,
as you say, you don't expect the problem ever to arise. That would be the best solution. But how do we know it's not going to arise?
No, understood. And I think, one of the things that we take on board when we make a commitment or accept up to 5 years of oversight is that parties who are interested in, including some in this proceeding right now, who've invested a lot to try to make the case that foreclosure is likely, but without any evidence of it, won't be bashful about coming into the oversight process to conduct exactly the study you described. And, I think it would be perfectly understood by us that one of the issues that we might be asked to address in future oversight proceedings is exactly the question you pose.
I would only say this, and then I'll hand it off to Patrick. The railroads may not be bashful, but I hear nothing but from bashful shippers who don't come in here because they're afraid of retaliation. So I don't know how much we would hear.
Well,
I agree with you. The railroads, if they thought they would be closed with that,
so
likely be bashful.
So I can't speak for my client, but if what you're suggesting is in any oversight report that we might be asked to make, we address the topic, I don't think that there's anything unreasonable about that.
I'll just have a couple concluding kind of thoughts. The first is, I think it's important, David, on your clarification, to interpret the commitment as you all are not saying that the commercially reasonable rate will always be less than the maximum reasonable rate. You're only saying that you're not going to say that just because you could win a rate case, therefore is commercially reasonable. Just to be absolutely clear on that, it's not that it's always less.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, right. And I do appreciate, again, understanding how much we've grappled with maximum reasonable rate, how, difficult it would be for CP on these Rule 11 rates to have its own rate review regime that, considering how much the board has struggled with a broader rate review regime, what that could potentially mean for your operational flexibility. I do appreciate that. I want to just a couple of things, Marty, you mentioned, board precedent and, how much we should rely on it. I'd only make the observation that the health of the industry was much worse before the mergers. So, if you were to look at when there were 33 railroads, I think every measure of productivity, safety, and rates would be worse. Not to say that every merger was a good idea or that the board couldn't have done better in those mergers. But there may be some positive outcomes that came from many of those. It seems to me that we're sort of circling around a few things. One is there needs to be more clarity about process, about how something would be enforced. Marty, I think you raised an excellent point about, what exactly would be the process for enforcing a board order. I know in past merger condition cases, one of which I know that there's some panelists that are very much not a fan of, there's been reluctance to reopen mergers that have long gone by. And so we should think about what an enforcement order would mean in the context of reopening and other things, especially as Marty, I think astutely pointed out with the great passage of time. I think that, some factors around the rates, there are other examples of market-based factors in other contexts, again, cognizant that we don't want to build a rate reasonableness regime just for you, but, certainly the term commercially reasonable calls for, some sort of interpretation at some point, if it's going to mean anything at all. And then lastly, I think that it would be helpful for you all to look at past commitments on service as they pertain to gateways. And what that means in this context, because it's rates and service can be a particular trade-off. And one more thing, you talked about the visibility and the studies and the things that the board can evaluate. One of the things that I think that I'm struggling with is, Dr. Major, you talked about how we could look at cross-border flows, but from a board standpoint, our visibility stops there. So there are all sorts of exogenous factors that can affect cross-border flows. Production trends in the US, production trends in Mexico, things that are completely outside of any railroad conduct. I understand that, you can look at rates, but we have limited visibility into the Mexican side of the rate division, I think. So, as you all are thinking through this, it seems to me among the gateway issues, one of the reasons that Laredo stands out is not just because it's so important, but because the board's visibility is much less in those scenarios. So I just offer that up as something that I'm thinking about as we have this discussion.
I just appreciate those remarks. And I have one additional thought or comment about process that I was remiss in not mentioning earlier. And that is that we have been open to agreeing with stakeholders to processes involving some form of adjudication that doesn't involve the board. Some form of, whether it's mediation or arbitration or some informal dispute resolution process. And, I think for reasons that are difficult to be specific or to generalize, there haven't been parties interested in that kind of constructive engagement. But, we can't very well propose unilaterally a particular informal process. Arbitration, as everyone knows, is limited to agreements of the two parties. So, we don't have a desire to have the board be required to field these kinds of complaints if there ever were one, which there never has. But on the other hand, we will certainly give further thought to whether there are things that we can specify in the way of process that help spell out with more clarity what we are proposing.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dave.
So there was one other thought on your last comment, and with respect to many of the issues raised by other parties in this case, one of the advantages of being in a proceeding like this is being able to get access through discovery to data.
Right.
Because, to Dr. Major's examination of the gateway flows was informed not just by waybill data, but by 100% traffic tape data from other parties. Now, we didn't have Ferromex data, the Mexican railroad at Eagle Pass in El Paso, but we had 100% data from all of the other gateway cross-border participants. And, I expect that we may, in our ability to assess the full picture going forward, we'll probably be somewhat handicapped. We'll know what we know, but we won't necessarily have 100% of the picture ourselves.
That might be something to consider in the oversight period, though. Whatever would be at your fingertips to help provide clarity might be something to think about as you're thinking about the types of data to provide to the board going forward for the next 5 years.
One more observation on this subject, and I have a couple of other questions I wanted to follow up on. Just so I can try to be clear from an industry-wide position, to the extent there have been prior conditions requiring commercially reasonable rates in other cases, I don't know that the board is limited in trying to come to grips with what commercially reasonable means as we apply it in any case. So the notion that somehow there'd be a unique standard for this merger if it were approved is not something I had contemplated or anticipated. But I would also say that, with the advantage of hindsight, there are a lot of arrangements as a result of the many mergers that took place long before our time here that have not necessarily been the most productive for the country. And I don't know that this agency is forever limited from trying to straighten things out, but that's a much broader, more philosophical question. But I'm not trying to come up with something that's unique to KCS CP and their merger if it's approved.
Yeah, I think my observation, Mr. Chairman, was really directed to the question of what is the board's authority to impose a condition here? What would be the source of a condition in this case? And under all of the board's precedent, under the old rules, the board's authority here would be to preserve what existed before, not to create something new. And preserving what existed before would inherently preserve the flexibility that CP and KCS already have with regard to not just their interline pricing, but all of their pricing. Now, it's of course all subject to the board's general regulatory strictures. What we're trying to solve for here is only a question of, is there a difference because of the merger in the incentives and ability of a future CPKC to close a gateway? And the answer to that question is no, there's not, right? So as the board decided in KCS Tex-Mex, the right answer is no condition at all. That's what the board said in KCS Tex-Mex. There is no competitive concern. They were right. The enforcing the commitments as a condition, I won't speak for the board, but it is a backstop. We have no problem with that backstop because we have no concern about creating the problem. But I just want to be crystal clear that the only thing we're trying to solve for is to preserve the pre-merger situation, not to engraft a new regulatory regime that might be a desirable thing writ large, but that'd be a huge policy debate for the industry. It's really not a product of this merger.
I don't necessarily disagree with the last point you made. I do think the board has the inherent authority to enforce commitments and representations made to us in any case to obtain a ruling from us.
Of course.
So I think we're in agreement on that.
We are.
So if that's the basis of a condition, we don't have to look further, in my view, to our authority. And again, I'm speaking for myself. I have a couple of one follow-up question to the discussion we were having this morning about, and I can't remember who it was with. I think it was with Mr. Orr, but I can't remember now, about the density of having these nonstop trains going from Mexico to Chicago. Who was that? You, Mr. Brooks? That was one of the two. Well, the question I have, and I've tried to think through your answer. I've been given a note that when you're finished, be sure to turn your mic off because it affects the camera. Where is the increased density coming from? That's what I was grappling with. In other words, is it coming from other railroads that you're going to win traffic from who are already taking it nonstop to Chicago, or is it coming from some other source? Can you try to enlighten me on that? I'm trying to figure out if this is actually better for the environment, better for traffic, more efficient, or is it just switching from one railroad to the other?
No, it's a mix of new business with intermodal, both domestic and international, the automotive business. It's a mix of all of the business. So it's not, it definitely is truck conversion as well.
So it's okay. So it's not just taking traffic off of one of the other railroads and putting it on yours.
No, it's not. No.
The other question I had, and I don't know who this is for, so I'll throw it out and anybody can answer it. By my count, KCS currently has 59, and I counted quickly, reciprocal switching tariffs in the Kansas City terminal that are in operation now. Is the new railroad committed to keeping those reciprocal switching tariffs in place?
You know, from the CP side, we haven't reviewed the competitive details of those reciprocal switch tariffs. We can see the ones that are open. You know, obviously ones that are reciprocal between CP and KCS, they don't need to remain. We'll take those over. But everything else, we would continue to provide the reciprocal switching that's described in those tariffs.
Well, so you will make that commitment?
Yes.
Because that would, as you might have learned, hearing from me, reciprocal switching has something to do with competition. And if we're not going to diminish existing competition, it would be of concern to me if those reciprocal switching tariffs were no longer in place.
Yeah, and we've said that there's no shipper that's going to lose an option as a result of this combination.
But specifically with regard to these tariffs.
Yes.
And can we apply that anywhere you have on either railroad's lines now, besides Kansas City, where you have reciprocal switching tariffs? That same commitment?
Well, Kansas City is the only place where we touch, but.
Yes, but you may have reciprocal switching tariffs in other places on your line, which could be brought into play now that people will have an option of using the new single line railroad.
Chairman, I would say that if the option is there today, regardless of where it is, we're not going to eliminate it and keep our commitment to have zero less options. So the answer is yes, we'll protect
through the entire.
Anything that exists today, we'll bake it in. That's correct.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. Are there any other, Karen, I'm sorry.
Questions.
Yeah.
This is for Mr. Creel and Mr. This is for the two CEOs. Mr. Creel, you entered into an agreement with Amtrak to assist them in expanding their service on a number of rail lines. Several were on your own rail lines, two were on KCS. I noticed from that agreement that KCS was not a signatory to it. Is there a reason for that?
No specific reason, Chair Hedlund, except we had an existing relationship with Amtrak because we have passenger service to build upon.
Mm-hmm.
My assumption, Pat could answer for KCS, they did not.
Right. They do not
Um,
currently host Amtrak.
Right. And our commitment was contingent upon our merger being approved as far as CP stands. And I'll let Pat speak to KCS in the event should the merger not be approved. I would
Right.
assume. would be
The way I read your agreement is that your commitment to Amtrak with respect to expanded service on your own routes was not conditioned on the merger being approved.
That's correct.
But with respect to KCS, it was because, of course, KCS was not a party to the agreement and you couldn't bind them if the merger doesn't go ahead. So, Mr. Ottensmeyer, with respect to the routes that were identified in that agreement, one being from Baton Rouge to New Orleans and the other one being an east-west route, I think to Meridian. If this merger is not approved, would you continue to cooperate with Amtrak on their efforts to extend service on your lines?
Yes, we would be happy to engage with Amtrak and to do the necessary studies, of course, to understand what their service requirements and expectations are and how that affects the freight traffic and what would be required to introduce passenger without degrading freight service.
Right.
Yes.
And we hope that we won't see any further proceedings on that before this board.
Understood.
You weren't opening up another whole case here today, were you?
Oh, no, of course not.
Okay.
I think it's unreasonably degrading, but I don't want to interject.
Yeah. I have one last comment. I have noticed in your public filings and in your websites that both companies have a very strong commitment to diversity. And I see diversity in your C-suites. There is diversity on your boards. There is a real commitment to expanding diversity in your general labor pool. And those things are very important to me and to other members of the board. However, I think it's a little unfortunate that the folks you brought to talk to us today don't represent that diversity unless you count having white hair or black hair as diverse. That's all I have.
I wanted to just deal with one other labor issue on the record here to make sure I understand it. According to the numbers that I think staff derived from your papers, there will be a total reduction of non-union jobs on both railroads of 204. There will be 135 non-union jobs relocated to Kansas City from Minneapolis and 72 union jobs relocated from Kansas City to Minneapolis. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds about right.
Well, yes, I'm sorry. I reversed them from Minneapolis. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds about right.
And you had a chart showing us the new jobs you expect to be created.
No, the chart I was showing was our hiring chart that I
Right,
presented in.
Yes, and the increase in jobs.
The 2,263 that we've hired year to date.
So we have some jobs that are moving. We're not going to have any loss of union positions. Is that right?
I'd have to look at the exact breakdown, but it would be a minimal loss in any positions. You look at the combined entity, that's 20,000 people. So 204 is not a
That's the non-union positions.
Okay.
Yeah, and I understood that. I mean, I assume there's some back office or front office.
Yeah.
Reduction of 2 CEOs sitting in front of me. I'm not offering an opinion. But given the situation in the labor market and the rail industry, if you've got any that you don't need, I got a few places that they could go, I'm sure. But I don't see any plan to reduce the the unionized operating people at all.
Yeah, James. if
No,
I-
not on the operating side. That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. I was going to make that clarification.
And one
Well, I
comment,
don't see any on the list that was assembled to me. I didn't see any non-union jobs being reduced. I'm sorry, union jobs being reduced of any kind. Is that
No,
right?
the model that we have, it represents a growth and the hiring throughout the whole merger related growth period. So it is absolutely not about attrition or regression. It is about hiring.
Excellent. And a model
and I was
for
just,
everybody else.
and I was just going to observe, given the size and given the very modest number of even the, non-union positions that get reduced, attrition will take care of that, except maybe in very limited cases, we do not expect any departures from the organization. It will be attrition related.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think there are any other questions of this panel. I do think that as a result of everybody else we're going to hear from, when you come back up for your rebuttal, there are going to be some follow-up questions, chance for all of you to clarify, and maybe all of our thinking will be more crystallized. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're obviously, as usual, had a much more ambitious schedule than is practical. And we are going to attempt to reschedule some of the speakers who are going to testify virtually, so we can make sure we at least get through the in-person people over the course of these 3 days. We won't be able to do it all, and we haven't figured out when and how we're going to reschedule them. Nobody will be precluded from speaking to us, but it's apparently we're going to have to do some scheduling. But for those people who are here and are on the schedule, you're still here and you're still on the schedule. Don't leave, but we're going to take a 10-minute break to try to figure that out, and I'll explain it when we come back. Thank you. people to be seated, please. All right, we are going to go out of order because a number of the speakers who are speaking virtually were kind enough to be flexible. And let me just say what we're trying to work out here. Today, we're going to end at 6. Tomorrow, if it means that we can really get through all this, we'll go as late as 7, but no later than that. Friday, we're also going to end at 6. Assuming we don't get finished, we're definitely going to finish all the people who are here in person to testify. If we don't finish on Friday, we expect to reconvene virtually either Monday or Tuesday or both. We're still working out things with the Zoom operator and the court reporter. We'll know more either by the end of today or tomorrow to make that firm. So those people who are listening in, and particularly those who have been kind enough to be flexible here on our schedule, we much appreciate it, and we'll get you more specifics as soon as we have it. But all of this is in the interest of having us really a full and complete record and not cutting people off, because we do want to hear from you. With that in mind, we are going to jump to panel 6. Several of the people who are here, not all, only the people who are here in person. And let me read them off. William Gluba, Benedict Schweigert, Michelle Solis Russell, and Michael LaRoque. Are all those people here? Yeah. So if you would all come up and be seated. On that panel, 2 people, Amy Cook, I believe, from Minnesota, and Eugene Tibbetts, I believe, are virtual. They're not here in the room, correct? Okay. So somebody I called did not come up. Michelle Russell is not here. Okay, did we reach? Oh, all right, well, let's go ahead. We'll start with Mayor Gluba, who I had the pleasure of meeting in person in Davenport. And go ahead, you have to turn your mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Understood this when he called it Keystone. Second, this rail merger limits competition, creates a railroad monopoly that will result in higher freight prices, higher costs, gouging, deteriorating service, and inflation. And if you think there's a shortage of freight cars today, just wait and see how many less are available once CP increases the hauling of the more lucrative crude oil. Tanker cars will replace freight cars, and every other user will be shortchanged. Not good for American commerce. Thirdly, the tactics CP officials used when they contacted local officials about the merger were outrageous, wrong, and borderline illegal. They bullied and railroaded these officials into agreements by suggesting that the merger was a done deal, just waiting to be approved by STB, and there's nothing that can be done to stop it. So take what we give you, be quiet, or you'll get nothing. Advising them that they could get the rest of the money needed to fix the things
with grants from the federal government. This amounts to forcing American taxpayers to subsidize the cost of this foreign corporation's merger. One editorial writer referred to these taxes as a form of bribery. Fourth, Davenport is an old city, incorporated in 1836, with many historic buildings.
Hope you heard the rest of it. Okay, Davenport's an old. Thank you for getting through. Davenport's an old city with many historic buildings along the right-of-way, and CP has shown complete lack of sensitivity to them. The extra vibrations caused by this increased traffic will destroy them. Fifth, and I think there's some pictures up on the screen if you want to put them up, please. Okay, thank you. This merger will cause irrevocable damage to the very fabric of small towns and cities from Canada to Mexico. It will jeopardize the lives of thousands of people in the United States. Davenport has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to draw people to our Mississippi riverfront and make it the most spectacular in America. Thousands of people congregate around the many recreational leisure time amenities located there. They enjoy concerts in LeClaire Park, watch Major League Baseball games in our stadium. They shop at our farmers market, and as they come off the ships, excursion ships that come up the Mississippi, visit our city. What do all these events have in common? They have one thing in common: people. And the report confirms that of all the cities along this proposed 2,000-mile train route, the most severely impacted by the merger is about 14,000-foot section running through Davenport's recreational corridor. Because of the thousands of people who frequent this area, this is the railroad stretch that prevents the most severe threat to the lives of people should a derailment take place. And derailments do happen all the time. Davenport has accommodated the handful of freight trains, but to jump to 22 or more trains per day, many carrying flammable shale oil from Canada, will present a clear and present danger to thousands of people. When one of these trains derails while passing through one of these mega events, it won't be 47 people killed like tragically happened in Canada. It will be hundreds of people. This is a disaster of monumental proportions just waiting to happen, and you have the power to prevent it. To eliminate this threat, what I am proposing is a bit like placing a surgical stent, a subterranean tunnel through this park area. State Highway 67 runs right next to this stretch, so a subway type tunnel could be constructed under this public roadway. If we can put a man on the moon, we can certainly figure out how to build a short subway tunnel to protect human life. CP has only agreed to spend $10 million in Davenport, which will not fix the life-threatening issues this merger will cause. I ask the board to work with CP to create a mitigation fund to the tune of $3 billion, 10% of the merger, that affected cities can tap into to create tunnels and other projects this merger will necessitate. This could truly save lives. CP is offering $1 million here and $1 million there to keep cities from fighting the merger is hardly an approach the STB should support. Compel Canadian Pacific and its $31 billion in resources to provide a bigger portion to support cities like Davenport. You have the power. Send this back to the drawing board, vote this merger down, or have it rerouted, or compel CP financially to fix the issues this merger creates. And if you don't think you have the authority, ask Congress for it. You are up for reconsideration and reauthorization in the next session of Congress. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time, and look out for the American people, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would remind people to attempt to stick to the 5 minutes if you can, because we have a lot of people to hear from. Mr. Schweigert.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Ben Schweigert. I am a senior assistant county attorney for Hennepin County in Minnesota. I serve as general counsel to the Hennepin County Regional Railroad Authority. Approximately 1.3 million people live in our county, including in the city of Minneapolis. Canadian Pacific has been an important member of our community and a valued partner to Hennepin County. But we believe that the transaction as proposed by the applicants is not consistent with the public interest, and that if the board approves the application, its approval should be accompanied by 3 conditions. First, this board should require applicants to fund study and implementation of measures to address the adverse impacts of increases in truck traffic out of the intermodal facility at Shoreham Yard in Northeast Minneapolis, one of CP's busiest facilities. All truck access into Shoreham Yard is from 2 busy urban streets, University Avenue on the west and Central Avenue to the east. This is a densely populated, diverse area. Central Avenue, where CP recently built new facilities to increase truck traffic, is a busy commercial corridor. From Central, trucks travel to various other neighborhood arteries, all of which are heavily residential and commercial. CP's own estimates show this burden increasing significantly as a result of the merger. But the data provided by the applicants significantly understates the magnitude of this impact. CP has stated that it expects a total of 279 trucks per day in 2027 without the merger and 332 trucks per day with the merger. But Hennepin County staff monitored actual traffic in and out of the facility and identified traffic volumes that are already far in excess of CP's 2027 projections. On 2 representative days in March of this year, staff counted between 1,200 and 1,500 truck movements each day, including trucks repositioning empty containers, moving containers to temporary storage, and trucks moving without containers. We will be submitting this evidence as part of our comments to the draft EIS. Given this discrepancy, this board must not approve this merger unless it requires CP to pay for a study of how to address the safety, health, noise, traffic, and infrastructure costs the projected increase in truck traffic will cause, and also requires CP to pay for any improvements recommended by the study. Without implementing these improvements, this transaction is not in the public interest. Second, this board should require applicants to fund study and implementation of measures to address adverse impacts associated with blocked crossings in Hennepin County. The additional freight rail traffic will adversely impact approximately 32 grade crossings in the county. Humboldt Avenue North is the most problematic. It lies just to the east of CP's Humboldt Yard, a crossing that is frequently blocked, not just by CP's traffic, but also by activities in Humboldt Yard. A fire station on Humboldt Avenue, immediately north of the crossing, serves neighborhoods south of the crossing. And when that crossing is blocked, response times for emergency services are adversely impacted. These problems will get worse as activities in Humboldt Yard increase and CP runs longer and more frequent trains. Third, this board should require applicants to undertake specific reasonable measures to protect Hennepin County residents from increases in hazardous materials cargoes. Applicants project that this proposed merger would result in 40,000 additional rail cars with a hazardous classification traveling through Hennepin County. In 2021, 22 Canadian Pacific rail cars, some with hazardous materials, derailed in Hennepin County. While we were fortunate that this derailment occurred in a relatively isolated area, it illustrates the danger increased hazardous materials pose to our residents, rivers, and parks. Thank you for your time today. We will present more information supporting the county's position in our DEIS comments and in our closing brief due on October 14th.
Thank you, Mr. Schweigert. Mr. Is it LaRocca?
LaRocque.
LaRocque. Proceed.
Okay. Anine Boujou. Good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony here today. My name is Mike LaRocque and I am the Secretary Treasurer of the White Earth Band of Ojibwe. White Earth is an Indian tribe located in northwest Minnesota. White Earth is directly affected by the proposed railroad merger between Canadian Pacific and KCS and oppose it. The railroad enters the reservation on its northwest border and continues through the entirety of the western portion of our reservation before leaving the reservation on our southern border. It covers 38 miles from our north border to our south border, the railroad tracks runs through. White Earth and its band members have extensively reserved treaty rights throughout the reservation and ceded territories. For those who might not be aware, the United States holds our lands and treaty rights in trust for the White Earth use and benefit. The United States is our trustee and is expected to look out for the best of our interests. Okay, next what I'm going to talk about some of the main communities that are run from north to south. Our first, one of our communities is the Bijou, and then it would go to the city of Mahnomen, and then it would go to Waban, Minnesota, and then it would go to Ogama, and it would be Callaway. One of the things that I would like to address is some safety concerns that are happening in the city of Mahnomen, our Mahnomen community. Like the guy before me that talked about EMS personnel trying to get across the tracks. We have a very large community to the east of the tracks, and our health center is the west of the tracks. With increased traffic coming through on our railroad cars, we would have limited services that would get over to the eastern side of our communities. I'll give you a story. One story that I want to mention is that a few years back, even with the traffic that there is right now, there was a medical emergency on the eastern side of the tracks where a pregnant mother had been, she had been in a car accident and they needed to get her to the health center. Well, the train was on the tracks and it was stopping them from getting over to the health center. So they had to reroute to another hospital, probably about another 40 minutes away. Everything turned out to be okay with this, but it's not always going to be like that. EMS, our fire department, and our city of Mahnomen there, EMS, our police, and our fire department all sit on the western side of the tracks with no overpass or no underpass to get over there in medical emergencies. Potential for train derailment. On that same railway, in the last 10 years, we probably had 3 or 4 derailments. I believe 2 or 3 of them were in the city of Mahnomen. And the next one went down to the city of Callaway, which is on our southern border. And we had to evacuate the entire city of Callaway on the one train derailment. So in my eyes, it would be if there's increased traffic coming through, it's going to be increased for future derailments. And we know they're going to happen. And also with the oil coming through, we would like to basically keep our members safe, keep our communities safe, keep our environment safe, our lands and our waters and everything safe from potential derailments. The other thing that I would like to talk a little bit about is CP, our Kansas, never reached out to our constituents and never reached out to anybody about this merger coming through and the increased traffic coming through our reservation. We had to find out about it from our Honored Earth partners that are going to be testifying here today. So in conclusion, I would like to thank the board for allowing me to testify today on behalf of the White Earth Band of Ojibways. White Earth requests the board to take into account the concerns we raised today. Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you all very much. And let me remind you, Mr. Schweigert already said it, that you should file your comments in the Office of Environmental Assessment docket for the EIS. So that record is complete. But thank you all for coming here. We appreciate it. We're going to move around as follows. We're going to hear next from the 5 witnesses who are with the Coalition to Stop CPKC. Then we're going to follow that by Rich Edelman and then Metra. So Tom, do you want to bring you and your clients up here? Carrie Ann Ergo, Rod Craig, who I know well, Christopher Snyder, and James Burke. Want to lead off?
Yeah.
How do you want to do it?
Rod Craig.
Yeah. The floor is yours. I'm going to grab my water.
Thank you.
Sorry, Marty, Mr. Chairman. I've got a little frog in my throat today.
All right, you're on.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Oberman, Vice Chairman Schultz, and the rest of the board members. Thank you for moving the schedule around. We appreciate it. My name is Thomas W. Wilcox. I'm counsel for the Coalition to Stop CPKC. And I'm going to provide an overview of a few points, and then that's going to be supplemented by the rest of the panel members. In terms of order, I'm going to go first, and then Chris Snyder is going to go second, and then James Burke, Captain Burke's going to go, Chief Burke's going to go third, and then you.
Yep.
Right, and then Mayor Craig is going to bring up the rear there. So we understand that this hearing is on the merits of the application. We were there, and Chairman and Vice Chairman were there in Itasca for the hearing on the DEIS. We also have comments on the merits in terms of the operating plan, of competition a little bit, and then the public interest. So we're going to stick to that. And there's a little, there's overlap, inevitable, but we understand your admonition to keep those short. For the record, the coalition is the village of Bartlett, the village of Bensonville, the city of Elgin, the village of Hanover Park, the village of Itasca, the village of Roselle, the village of Schaumburg, the city of Wooddale, and DuPage County. We also have a number of representatives of the coalition communities that are here, made the trip to Washington to be here because this is a serious matter for the communities. We have, if you guys want to just raise your hand or something, Bartlett Village President Kevin Wallace, Benson Village President Frank DeSimone, Hanover Park Deputy Village Manager David Webb, and Village Fire Chief Eric Fors, the Mayor of Itasca, Jeff Prine, and Village Protection District Chief Jack Schneidwind, the Roselle Village Administrator Jason Belowski, and the Wooddale City Mayor Nunzio Police. So the coalition communities reside along a unique 22-mile segment of the 19,000 miles of the combined CPKC system. Ironically, neither CP nor KCS owns this track. The tracks are owned by Metra and primarily used for commuter operations. You have maps of the line and where the members of the coalition are at Exhibit B to our opening comments. The segment is also unique because it's located in a densely populated area of Chicago, as you heard earlier this morning, one of the most congested roadway and railroad areas in the country, if not the world. Some of the statistics from our evidence: 325,000 residents, 54 total crossings, including 30 at-grade crossings, 11 metro stations, and dozens of passenger train movements every day. Mayor Craig will provide some additional testimony as to why the line is unique and some public interest considerations. Virtually none of these facts are mentioned in the merger application the board is reviewing. The coalition, as we've stated, I'll raise like 2 or 3 points real quickly. Coalition believes that the application, the amended operating plan, substantially understates the number of trains CPKC will move over the first 3 years after the merger. There's 2 to 3 right now. The applicants say like 3.2. The applicants say the increase will be 8. And this is problematic all by itself, but as there's already been some discussion today, the number could be as high as 18. And the way that number is arrived at is the 3 plus 8 plus the 6 that the applicants say will be diverted over the market subdivision. And then Metra has taken a deeper dive on the operating plan than than the coalition. And so they have found other trains that add to that total. So you get around 18, but really that number could be even higher based on representations that the applicants have made. They said in their amended operating plan, they said for the first time, and I think in response to the coalition saying they were concerned about longer trains, that there will be shorter trains on the Bensenville sub post merger. That was brand new in their operating plan. And our response was, does that mean the same amount of trains, 8 trains? And they've said no. That means that a decrease in trains will say, I think they used the word modest or something, increase in trains. And so the 8 may not be the right number if they're going to use shorter trains. They could have more. The other thing was interesting. I think I went back and looked, but the idea that the 6 trains from the Market subdivision are not there right away, and that it would be, they'd have to get the business. I was taking, right, we couldn't hear everything back there, but it seemed to be, we don't have the traffic. We'll build the capacity when we have the traffic, so there'll be no diversions in the first 3 years. That's not what the application says. And I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong, but I think if that had been said in the application and it was a phased approach, I don't think our comments would have been what they are, but I think the application is, they call it a transaction-related addition of traffic that will be diverted through Chicago. It's more present than future. The other thing, in terms of the investment, you touched on that earlier this morning, and that's what we're listening for on the investment is, when is the investment going to take place? And that is for both Marquette subdivision, but also the Bensenville Yard, which can't handle 10,000-foot trains right now. And they have a lot of plans for the Bensenville Yard, but they don't say when. And we're concerned about the 3 years after the merger. And Mr. Snyder is going to talk about that a little more. The applicants also conducted no RTC modeling of their projected operations on this critical line. We think that was a critical misstep. Metra has taken that ball and run with it, and they're next. So I'm not going to go into that. But through their filings, we learned that when the actual RTC modeling of their plan is conducted, the Chicago rail system breaks, as you heard from our first speaker this morning. The plan just doesn't work. And then we also learned that CP doesn't limit its freight operations to non-peak commuter hours per its agreement. It dispatches trains during the peak commuter hours. And Metra has said that's because they have to. They can't operate their system now in those time slots. And then Metra confirmed our initial fears just by reading the operating plan and doing our basic analysis that the issues with the Market subdivision are real. And then Metra, as I said, they've identified other trains that were not counted. I think there's a unit train in there and then some local traffic, but those all add up. They use the lines. Then from Canadian National, we learned the operating plan concerning the Schiller Park yard is severely flawed. CP can only reach that yard via trackage rights over the CN track, but CN has pointed out in its evidence that the applicants have provided incomplete data on either train count increases on that line or the impact of such increases on in any filing of the board or any data provided to OEA. And then CN has pointed out that the applicants intend to abandon KCS's plans to invest in the Springfield to Chicago line, which would have, and that line, as I'll mention later, I mean, that's a line that could alleviate congestion in Chicago over the Bensenville sub. So the bottom line is that their operating plan and the representations about the use of this line and the impacts on the communities, they're simply not reliable. And this creates a huge risk of potential problems. And Chief Burke will get into some of those. But because of those deficiencies in the application and the amended operating plan, the merged railroad, you can't just be given free rein to simply start adding more freight trains to this critical piece of the overall system. So And we included an extensive list of preliminary mitigation measures in our opening evidence. But we also said at that time, the coalition would continue to evaluate their needs for mitigation and narrow the list as appropriate. And then we would also actively participate in the NEPA process. And the coalition has done both of those. And Carrie Ann Ergo will get into that very briefly. So under these circumstances, the board must be proactive. And you touched on it a little bit this morning about limiting the number of trains. We would say you start at the 3 and then add trains as it's feasible, as it's operationally shown to work, and so on. But be proactive in ensuring that the implementation of the merger on this segment proceeds cautiously. We believe it can be accomplished by establishing a public process whereby if the merged railroad wants to add trains to this line post-merger, it must demonstrate it's operationally feasible and safe, and then subject to all appropriate mitigation measures. We think that's the way to go, rather than say, start loading up 8, 10, 11, 12 trains on this line. And then if something happens, then we'll deal with it. And then another point is, and we said in our evidence, the board should seriously consider the CN's responsive application. Automobile and intermodal is a big part of the merger. And that application could provide, as we said, an alternative, competitive alternative, but also operational, to get some of the trains off the Bensonville sub, having get to Chicago another way, not over our line. Finally, and some of the other panel members will get into as well, we've urged a very rigorous oversight. 10 years, we agree with Metro, it should be 10 years. And to go in one of your points this morning, Mr. Chairman, we think it should be, the board should retain jurisdiction over this and really be proactive in making sure it works. And to Board Member Fuchs's point, we have proposed the EJ&E type measures, which were very specific on CN as to reporting on service, crossing delays and stuff like that. And that's at page 20 and 21 in our opening comments. So finally, the applicants have called the coalition members NIMBYs. But freight trains are already in the coalition's backyard. They already have problems with existing traffic. And so the applicants just must not be given a free rein to put their economic interests over the public interests of the communities. And so Mr. Snyder's next. Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, and good afternoon, Chairman and Board. Again, my name is Chris Snyder, and I'm the Director of Transportation and County Engineer for DuPage County. In my role, I have the responsibility for the safe, efficient, and convenient operation of nearly 1,000 lane miles of road. Of the 54 at-grade crossings within coalition communities, 30 involve roadways that carry in excess of 250,000 cars each day. The operational impact of the merger at these 30 at-grade crossings will be staggering. Based on a study commissioned by the coalition released prior to the EIS, operationally, communities and users can expect a cumulative increase in downed gate times of 20.5 to 36 hours each day, an increase in the number of blocked vehicles of 15,000 to 23,000 each day, an increase in blocked vehicle delays of 862 to 1,285 hours each day. Over the course of a year, there will be approximately 4 million more vehicles blocked. That's an annual total of 22,000 miles of queued vehicles, the circumference of the earth. The idling of 4 million more vehicles per year due to the merger will result in hundreds of thousands of hours of lost productivity, tens of thousands of gallons of wasted fuel, and not to mention the emissions of idling gasoline and diesel engines. The end of the Elgin subdivision is the Bensonville Yard, which today is inadequate for current train lengths, which are much shorter than the 2-mile plus lengths proposed by the applicants. There are frequent instances of current trains blocking multiple road crossings at the yard today as a result of inter-yard operations. The applicants discuss capital improvements to be made at the Bensonville Yard, but they provide no specific details, schedule, or the impact on operations during construction. Since the number of trains is expected to increase immediately, operational problems, crossing delays, and other impacts would appear to be unavoidable. The applicants represent that the current truck traffic at the Bensonville Yard is 383 per day, and post-merger will grow to 698 per day, or an increase of 315. As part of our own assessment of operational impacts at the Bensonville Yard, we observed not 383, but over 1,000 truck movements today at the Bensonville Yard, considerably more than the 383 provided by the applicants. The increase in truck traffic at the Bensonville Yard, as represented by the applicants, will result in a 31% growth in daily vehicle miles traveled and congested vehicle hours of travel locally. The applicants predict an overall decrease in truck volumes of 60,000 annually nationwide, but ignore the local impact of vastly increasing truck activity by 315 trucks per day, or up to 115,000 trucks annually at the Bensonville Yard. The applicant's failure to analyze the local impact of 8 and potentially up to 14 additional trains per day on vehicle delays, blocked vehicles, increase in truck volumes and movements should not result in a post-merger expenditure of limited public funds to address the induced safety, capacity, and congested impacts within coalition communities. Construction of a new rail yard west of Elgin, where the Metro Commuter line ends, would help alleviate the significant adverse impact on our communities and allow for a fully modernized, optimized facility to be built unconstrained by the currently poorly configured Bensonville Yard, including intermodal choke points and significantly inadequate track lengths. I turn it over to Chief Burke.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Berg. I'm the fire chief of the Wooddale Fire Protection District. I've been in the fire service over 42 years, and I'm here to represent public safety on behalf of all the coalition members, police and fire, and EMS. Providing timely fire, police, and EMS response to 911 calls is critical to the safety and well-being of the citizens in our community. This proposed merger would create serious problems for public safety and create detrimental issues for the safety of our residents. Whether responding to a report of a structure fire, heart attack, assault in progress, response time is the critical factor in these situations if they're to have any kind of a positive outcome. As you have heard, our communities are unique for many reasons. One of which is that the rail line runs right through the center of all of our communities on down the line. This creates some unique challenges for us in the first responder world in the sense that most of our stations or headquarters are located on one side of the tracks or the other. The addition of 8 to 14 more freight trains a day is going to operationally block us from responding to these calls that we need to get to in a 911 fashion. The DEIS study virtually ignored response times, emergency response times, saying that they were minimal at best. I can tell you the alternate routes they suggest add 2 to 3 times the response time and distance to those 911 calls at the furthest point in our districts. To suggest they're minimal is preposterous. Our concern is hampering the ability of our first responders to be able to arrive on the scene of life-saving emergencies in a timely fashion. Our concern is for that officer caught up in a situation where he or she needs backup help and it's delayed by a freight train. Our concern is the survivability of a citizen that stops breathing and collapses because the ambulance is delayed by a freight train. Keep in mind, Braden, that starts in 4 minutes. Given the fact that fire doubles in size every minute, our concern for life safety of a family whose house is on fire and the closest fire equipment is delayed by a freight train. While the railroad states that the proposed merger will result in less pollution and road traffic, delayed emergency response will not make our residents safer. The increase in operations will undoubtedly add to the amount of hazardous materials. That's been pointed out by several of our previous speakers.
The more hazardous materials transported, the greater the risk. We all know that. Ironically, one of the towns represented in the coalition has had 2 incidents in the last 10 years, the town of Bartlett. One of those incidents happened on this very rail. That incident required 100 firefighters over the span of 3 days to help mitigate that incident. The board must take the board must take the increase in hazardous material risk into account as it considers whether to approve this merger. Should the STB choose to approve the merger, you must also mandate mitigations that allow public safety to continue protecting our residents. Currently, our public safety crews traverse this rail thousands and thousands of times annually, responding to 911 calls. Replacing 3 at-grade crossings with grade-separated crossings as outlined by the coalition is the only way for first responders to provide the existing level of safety to our residents, regardless of train numbers or length. We understand this merger is about moving freight across the country, but with this densely populated area with unique first responder circumstances, this merger should not be at the cost of lives in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Burke. Members of the board, thank you for your time today. My name is Carrie Ann Ergo, and I am the chairperson of the coalition and the village administrator in Itasca, Illinois. I also have the unique distinction of being the only local government official in our group that has worked on a railroad merger previously, when Canadian National petitioned to acquire the EJ&E back in 2007. The Coalition to Stop CPKC strongly believes that nearly tripling the current level of freight trains on the Elgin subdivision is not in the public interest. Neither the public safety nor the economic impacts in our area have been sufficiently analyzed for you to conclude that any national commerce benefit outweighs the inevitable loss of life and adverse economic impact in our region. Chairman Oberman and Vice Chairman Schultz, I want to thank you for taking the time to come to Itasca to the STB hearing and listen to our concerns about the DEIS. And as we stated then, we'll be preparing strong comments on the DEIS to submit on October 14th. When CN acquired the EJ&E a decade ago, the record shows there were 22 public hearings attended by more than 7,000 people in and around Chicago. Every community, the police and the fire agencies were contacted. The Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning and the Illinois Commerce Commission played an integral role in analyzing the deal. This time, the proposal is the merger of 2 Class 1 railroads and comparatively crickets. My question is, why did OEA do so much less this time around? If you approve the merger as proposed, it will have life-altering and in some cases, as you've heard, life-threatening effects on residents and businesses on our section of the Elgin subdivision. To completely alleviate those potential harms, the coalition initially estimated it would cost nearly $9 billion. However, the coalition has reviewed the feasibility of all the potential mitigation measures and prioritized those measures that are the absolute bare minimum in the near term to mitigate adverse impacts of the merger should you choose to allow it. The coalition prioritized measures that would benefit all communities, as well as 3 critical roadway crossings and 3 critical pedestrian crossings. Our revised list, which we have shared with the merger applicants and will include in our comments on the DEIS, reduces that $9 billion number to just under $400 million. This economic burden should not be shifted to local taxpayers, but should rightfully be funded by Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Southern, who stand to reap the benefits for the merger. $400 million represents just over 1% of the total value of the merger. CP can afford it. If they can't, they shouldn't be allowed to move forward. In 2018, the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, which is the federally mandated comprehensive planning organization for the Chicago metropolitan region, wrote, and I quote, Freight traffic can impose significant impacts on the quality of life. Freight traffic generates significant transportation and land use impacts, including congestion, conditions of roads and bridges, safety, and nuisances such as noise and vibration. These costs are real. And given the region's role as the nation's preeminent freight hub, are disproportionately borne by residents of northeastern Illinois. As you are likely well aware, the Chicago Region Environmental and Transportation Efficiency Program was formed in direct response to the federal government allowing railroads to expand in Illinois without consideration of the local impact. CREATE exists to right historic wrongs done by railroad expansion in Chicagoland communities. Please learn from past mistakes. With 25 years experience in local government management, I have experienced firsthand the impact that federal and state decisions have on local communities, often with little or no consideration of how they affect the day-to-day lives of real people, families, seniors, and children. Please do not sacrifice the lives and the economic vitality of our towns for the benefit of these private businesses. Now, Mayor Craig, can you talk a little bit about the commuter?
Thanks, Kathy. Chairman Oberman and members of the Surface Transportation Board. My name is Rod Craig, and since 2007, I've had the honor of serving the people of Hanover Park as its mayor. And since 2014, I've had the privilege of serving on the Metra's Board of Directors. I'm also a proud veteran of the United States Navy and served 3 tours in Vietnam. You've already heard about the uniqueness of our community, but I want to take a moment to stress the uniqueness of the commuters and the adverse effect that this would have on our communities. This is a unique commuter line. First of all, we are maxed out on Metra capacity on this line because CP is in control of dispatching, meaning we cannot add any more commuter trains. Not only do we have 165,000 passengers using this Metra line annually, but our collective communities were also built along this line. Our 8 communities in DuPage County are attractive places to live because of our proximity to the line. The Hanover Park Metro Station is 33 miles from downtown Chicago's Union Station. Chicago's rush hour traffic often makes national headlines. On a Friday afternoon, you can take a Metro train to Hanover Park in 1 hour and 3 minutes. This past Friday would have taken an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes to make that same drive. And that was on a perfectly clear day with no rain or snow. This line is important to our families that live along here and want to make it home on a Friday night to their son or daughter's game or just to enjoy a family dinner. Our community's economic viability is also based around our commuter line. Hanover Park and other coalition members have invested heavily on transit-oriented economic development, TOD. If this merger disrupts our commuter traffic, that will be the slow economic death of all our communities. If you approve this merger, we implore you to cap existing levels of freight traffic and proceed very cautiously in allowing more and longer trains. This board must also have a very detailed and proactive oversight on this merger. In that area, the coalition has suggested that the board should consider creating an impartial commission similar to the O'Hare Noise Compatibility Commission, which was created by the FAA for the purpose of reducing aircraft noise near the airport. In this rail merger context, such an entity commission could issue annual reports to the STB quantifying the impact of the merged carriers' operations on affected communities and its compliance with the conditions imposed by this board. This area of Illinois deserves special treatment. This proposed merger has economic environmental, and most importantly, safety implications. We as mayors should have input on what happens in our communities with regards to this merger. In closing, I'd like to point out that Coretta Scott King once said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members." Chairman Oberman and members of the STB, we stand before you as great communities who have come together for you to see us in person and consider the effect of the merger on the hundreds of thousands of families in our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Couple of observations, one personal and full disclosure. Mayor Craig and I served for 2-3 years together on the Metro board. So I know him well. He knows me well.
Yes,
for better or worse. And Ms. Ergo, I just want to make this observation about our environmental process, which is delegated to our Office of Environmental Assessment. There was no limitation on who could participate. And it's interesting to me, I wasn't on the board at the time of the EJ&E transaction, that various state agencies and so forth have not weighed in as much as they may have before, but it wasn't for any lack of effort on our part or any restriction. We wanted as wide and still do a participation as possible. And I can't speak for the environmental office other than that I know they organized regional hearings based on what they perceived as the interest and the need. We also had, and I doubt we did it years ago with EJ&E, several virtual hearings that were open for thousands if they had chosen to participate. So if there was a lack of input, it would be to our detriment, not to the board's benefit. We'd rather have more than less. So thank you all for coming and for traveling here. We really respect that and appreciate it. And for this crowd, I think all those people who were there that night very well. Thank you all. All right, so I call up Rich Edelman next. Today, and so if he is listening, that's Eugene Tibbetts from Honor the Earth, who I will call on. Rich Edelman, and while he's testifying, if I can ask the Metro team to then come up and take their seats at the panel, we can move. So
button. Okay. I learned something from the last time. Good afternoon, Chairman Oberman, Vice Chair Schultz, and members Primus, Fuchs, and Hedlund. My name is Richard Edelman. I am counsel to the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees Division of the Teamsters, the Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen, the International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers Mechanical Division, and National Conference of Firemen and Oilers 32BJ of SEIU. And I'm speaking today on behalf of those unions which have participated in this proceeding under the name Allied Rail Unions. And the Allied Rail Unions appreciate the opportunity to speak today and the board holding these hearings. So the Allied Rail Unions do not support or oppose the proposed CPKCS transaction. They are, however, pleased to see the applicants project a significant increase in employment for the commonly controlled carriers, and this contrasts with transactions in the 1980s and 1990s in which applicants projected and effected substantial reductions in employment. The Allied Rail Unions also do not support or oppose the responsive applications for which CN and its subsidiaries seek board approval if the CPKCS transaction is approved. The purpose of my remarks today is to urge the board to impose certain conditions on any approval of the application and any approval of the responsive applications. First, of course, are the employee protective conditions that are statutorily mandated under 49 U.S. Code Section 11326. CP and KCS have agreed that the New York Dock employee protections as promulgated at 360 ICC 60 should apply if their application is approved. The unions agree. CN has asserted that the Wilmington Terminal variant of the New York Dock conditions should apply to the proposed responsive application transactions that involve line sales. The unions disagree. And the principal difference, of course, between the two is that the original New York Dock conditions require an umbrella implementing agreement of all parties involved, which facilitates the ability of employees to move with their work. We submit that the full original New York Dock conditions should be imposed on any line sales in connection with the CN responsive applications. CN has also said that Norfolk and Western conditions as modified by the Mendocino Coast case should apply to the proposed tract right transactions. Now, while the Allied Rail Unions recognize that some of the proposed responsive transactions would not be subject to New York Dock if they were independent transactions, the response here these are responsive transactions that would be approved only if the CP-KCS transaction is approved. So the responsive transactions would be part of the main transaction, which is subject to the New York Dock conditions. The Allied Rail Unions also note that the subsidiary transactions in the CSX Pan Am and Berkshire and Eastern transaction that were not part of the merger, but were integrally related to it, they were subject to the full New York Dock conditions. And if CN is to obtain approval of the transactions that would not have occurred without the CP-KCS transaction, then the CN transaction should be subject to the same employee protections as the CP-KCS transaction. Now, for the remainder of my time, I will discuss the Allied Rail Union's request for imposition of the so-called cram down agreement on any approval of the CP-KCS transaction and of any responsive application. Now, the cram down agreement, which is more formally and maybe nicely titled, revised standards for preemption of collective bargaining agreements for transactions initiated pursuant to Section 11323 of the Interstate Commerce Act. You can see why we just shorten it. And a copy of that agreement is attached to the Allied Rail Union's comments in the CP-KCS docket. And now, as described in our comments, a major feature of the cram down agreement is that when work subject to a transaction related consolidation or coordination, and that work is covered by two or more collective bargaining agreements, the union or the unions that represent affected employees may choose the agreement that will apply post-consolidation. That's the point. CP and KCS are parties to the cram down agreement, and they have expressly committed to abide by their commitments under that agreement if the application is approved. CN was not a party to that agreement and has sort of, but not fully agreed to comply with that agreement. I'll provide some background regarding that agreement and explain why the unions urge the board to impose it as a condition of any approval of any transaction in this docket and subdockets. Now, the cram down agreement was entered by the rail unions and the class ones other than CN. I know I told you I wasn't going to do any history, but here I am. This happened after about 15 years of enmity and litigation over carrier use of the New York Dock protections to modify collective bargaining agreements outside the Railway Labor Act processes. The carriers contended that if two or more seniority districts were to be combined as a result of an improved transaction and different collective bargaining agreements applied to the different districts, it was necessary for there to be one agreement for the combined districts, and the carriers, would get to choose which one. And the carriers argued that these changes were necessary to realize the public benefits of the transaction, even decades after the approvals. The unions argued that the Railway Labor Act precludes changes in agreements without compliance with the Railway Labor Act processes, that changes to the agreements were not necessary to realize the benefits of the transactions, which were, after all, financial transactions about ownership, not operational transactions, and that seniority districts could be consolidated without changing the agreements. Tensions around this were heightened because the carriers used this authority when consolidations were not necessary to the approved transactions. As I noted in one case, CSX invoked the Chessie merger from 1963 in the early 90s to say it was necessary to do this. The carriers often invoke these processes not to effectuate the transactions, but to force changes in collective bargaining agreements that they would otherwise have had to negotiate under the Railway Labor Act. And the carriers always picked the agreements that were most advantageous to them and least beneficial to the employees. There was litigation over this in multiple courts of appeals, which I was involved in, and before the Supreme Court, which my partner was involved in. There were strike threats and injunctions that I was involved in. Additionally, there were 3 ICC and STB decisions where the agency said it was trying to balance the carrier's purported need to change agreements and the interests of rail workers and maintenance of their agreements and the mandates of the Railway Labor Act. And these were the so-called Carmen 1, Carmen 2, and Carmen 3 decisions. The unions believed that the agency missed the mark and exceeded its authority. And they continued to attempt to restrain the use of STB authorizations to change collective bargaining agreements. And the use of that authority in the CSX-NS Conrail transaction was particularly offensive. It was in the wake of completion of the big mergers and control transactions of the 90s and the continuing carrier use of STB authorizations to change agreements that the cram down agreement was negotiated in 2001. And as I said, reduced to its essence, it provides that when there's going to be a change in the agreements, the union gets to pick. The CP KCS transaction is the first transaction since the agreement was negotiated to which it applies. We think it important that the agreement be imposed as a condition here for following reasons. 1, the agreement was designed to settle this contentious issue, and the board should join and support the parties' efforts by joining in and adopting the negotiated resolution, especially since the decisions of its predecessor agency exacerbated the tensions over the practice of using approvals of financial transactions to gratuitously change collective bargaining agreements. 2, this is the first transaction since negotiation of the agreement 20 plus years ago to which the agreement applies, and the first opportunity for the board to join in the effort to reduce disputes over the practices that gave rise to the agreement. 3, the enforcement mechanism of the agreement is somewhat opaque. I'll put it that way. And I did not have a hand in its drafting. I disclaim any responsibility for its opaqueness. If a dispute arises over the agreement without it being made a condition of approval of the transaction or transactions, there could be a repeat of the sort of tension and litigation and potential disruption of operations that existed before the agreement was entered and that the agreement was designed to avoid. 4th, CP and KCS have agreed to comply with the cram down agreement in their filing in this proceeding, and they should be bound to the representations they make before this board in seeking its approval, which I believe I heard them reiterate this morning. 5th, CN is not a party to the agreement for reasons not known to me. And while it has sort of agreed to comply, there's no reason that CN should not be subject to the same conditions as CP and KCS in the transaction to which the responsive applications are attached. And given that the cram down agreement was signed by all the other class 1s and all of rail labor, it is an industry standard and should be imposed as a condition of any approval of the responsive application submitted by CN. 6, the board has also, as previously imposed as conditions, representations made by parties in seeking board approval of their applications. And since CP and KCS have represented they will comply with the cram down agreement, and CN has mostly said that it will, the representations should be made conditions of any board approvals in these transactions, and CN should be held to the same level of commitment as CP and KCS. My last point today is that consistent with board practice, all representations made by any party in seeking approval of a transaction before the board in this docket and related docket should be imposed as conditions of any decision approving any transaction in these dockets. That's what I have today. I thank you for listening. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. And I may have earned back a surplus on my overrun on the last time I spoke.
You did. You're 4 minutes ahead.
Very rare.
Wonder why.
I'm from New York. I don't know how to speak slow.
Thank you, Rich. Are there any questions? I think it's helpful, and I think some measure of the work you and the other unions have done is the fact that at least the two applicants agreed in their application to accept the cram down agreement. So I think that shows some accomplishment and progress in this whole effort of all that litigation that you went through. So we appreciate your being here, and I think we're gonna let you go.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
All right, Rich. Thank you. We have a virtual speaker, I think, if he is available, and that is Eugene Tibbetts. Is Mr. Tibbetts available on Zoom? If not, why don't we ask Metro's team to come up here? And if we can reach Mr. Tibbetts, because I had been told he was only available today, we will hear from him when Metro is finished. We have, let me create my master list, make sure everybody's here. Take your time. Mr. Winsky, who's the CEO, Eric Pills. About that. Say it again. Jim Derwinski, Eric Pilsk, Robert Mulholland, Greg Godfrey, and Stephen Cork. Everybody here?
Yes,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
Jim, the floor is yours.
Chairman Oberman, my name is Eric Hills from Kaplan Kirsch and Rockwell, and I'll start today. I would ask, we had a slideshow. Would ask if that could be loaded. Here we go. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Oberman, members of the board. My name again is Eric Pilsk from Kaplan Kirsch and Rockwell, and I'm here today on behalf of Metra. As you know, Metra has submitted extensive filings in this proceeding, showing that applicants cannot operate the merged railroad without imposing serious harms on Metra. To summarize those filings, we have 5 speakers here today to address the key issues. First, Metra's CEO, Mr. Jim Derwinski, will give a brief opening statement. Mr. Rob Mulholland from LE Peabody will summarize the results of the RTC modeling that shows the harms the merger will impose. Mr. Steve Cork, Senior Director of Interline Operations for Metra, will discuss how applicants have understated post-merger traffic levels, particularly east of Bensonville. And Mr. Greg Godfrey, Director of Metra's Consolidated Control Center, will discuss our concerns with CP's dispatching and Metra's dispatching capabilities. I will then discuss the legal issues raised by the application and show that the board should deny the merger as against the public interest or only approve subject to conditions to protect the public interest. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Derwinski. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. I'm Jim Derwinski, Metra CEO and Executive Director. I represent the over 9 million taxpayers in the 6-county region that we serve. I want to thank the board for your efforts in considering Metra's concerns involving the merger of CP and KCS. We have serious concerns about the negative impact of such a merger upon the lives of the residents we serve, not just on the 2 lines currently that CP utilizes, but on the entire rail network. You know that currently 6 of the 7 Class 1 railroads operate through Chicago Rail Terminal, along with Metra, Amtrak, and several short line railroads. There is little room for more trains with current infrastructure, and particularly with more trains from a newly merged CP, whom we've had spotty cooperation in the past. The service that we provide for the taxpayers that subsidize our operation depends on reliability, on being able to offer frequent on-time service every day of the year. Even modest seemingly delays have an outsized impact on customers' perception and the customer experience and tend to drive people off the trains into the cars. This adds to the carbon footprint in the region. Our trains have anywhere between 100 and well over 1,000 people on them. And so that impact on the carbon footprint only gets bigger as more people leave the trains. And it's the intermediate stops that I think we forget to talk about. Just because a train makes it to the final destination within 5 minutes and 59 seconds didn't mean the customer experience for all those in the middle didn't have a horrible experience because they missed their stop. Over the 40-year history that we have with CP, we've seen numerous issues with the way CP operates its trains and dispatches on our lines. We have progressively had to add runtime to our schedules due to CP's actions. This is the only way we can maintain a high on-time performance and realistically end of runtime. That is why when we were first faced with this prospect of the merger, we took the unusual move for us of dissecting CP's information to determine how it would affect our customers and operation. We have people here today that will give you a detailed rendition of their findings. But the bottom line is their findings credibly demonstrate that CP's increased train traffic along our Milwaukee District West Line and Milwaukee District North Line will be devastating to Metra's operations, both directly and indirectly on the entire network. In our documentation of the board, we have outlined the safety risks that have resulted from CP dispatching our trains. We have communicated how passengers have run out in front of trains and worse have gone on or under CP trains to make their Metra train due to the way CP dispatched that day. This is not acceptable now, and to exacerbate this situation with even more trains is entirely unacceptable. Our findings also raise serious questions as to whether the merged railroad can operate as proposed without harming the public interest in public transportation. I'm here to ask the board to exercise its regulatory wisdom to assure that an unworkable merger is not approved, and if it is approved, that dispatch rights that were negotiated to the CP on Metro-owned lines during Metro's infancy should be returned to Metro, and that CP makes certain infrastructure improvements in order to prevent any degradation of our operation in the future, thus protecting public transportation, protecting local, state, and federal tax dollars, and protecting the public interest. I thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn this over to Rob Mulholland.
Rob, before you speak, I want to just make an announcement for potential witnesses, just if they're listening on virtually. If Mr. Tibbetts is available when Metro finishes, assuming it's before 6 o'clock, we're going to hear from Mr. Tibbetts. If we finish in time to hear additional witnesses, we're going to call, if they're still available today, other virtual witnesses who were on the schedule this afternoon and who we've asked to be flexible. And that includes Progressive Rail Incorporated, David Felon, and Canpotex Limited, Vidyadhar Kachru. So that's the most we'll be able to get to, but if those people are available. So I'm sorry to interrupt your presentation, but I want to give folks fair notice so they can stick around. But we are going to have to finish today at 6 o'clock. So with that, Mr. Mulholland, proceed.
Does that give me control? Does not seem to be advancing. There we go. Okay. Slowly. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Mulholland. I'm a senior vice president with L.E. Peabody and Associates. And together with Tom Crowley, who's the president of our firm, I sponsored the evidence I'll be discussing today. Mr. Crowley is unable to attend. I'm here to summarize our findings regarding the impact of the applicant's proposed operating plan on Metro's rail network and operations. The proposed merged network is funnel shaped, and Metro's Milwaukee District lines are positioned at the base of the funnel. This is shown in the red boxed area on the left-hand map, which is enlarged on the right side. All north-south CPKC traffic must move through Sebula Junction, Iowa, which is located at the bottom center of the right-hand map. North of Sebula, there are two routing alternatives. One is due northwest over the Marquette subdivision, which runs along the western bank of the Mississippi River between Sebula Junction and River Junction, Minnesota. This is highlighted in blue on the right-hand map. The other is due east via Chicago. Metro's Milwaukee District lines lie on this route. CP operates over Metro's lines via trackage rights, and CP dispatches the lines, which include CP's busy Bensonville yard. Metro's lines are located in the green boxed area in the bottom right corner. Advancing, maybe. No. There we go. I won't go back. CPKCS project significant increases in freight train volumes over both the Marquette subdivision and Metro's Milwaukee District lines. This includes high priority intermodal and manifest trains on both routes, some of which will be over 2 miles long. CPKCS claimed that all post-merger traffic moving to and from points north and west of Sebula Junction will operate over the Marquette subdivision, bypassing Chicago and Metro's lines. The problem is that the Marquette subdivision will not have the capacity required to move CPKC's projected train volumes. It is largely single-tracked with very few opportunities for infrastructure expansion beyond the 3 new sidings that CPKCS plan to add. In many places, the right-of-way is narrow with water on one or both sides. It traverses wetlands and is susceptible to flooding and washouts. It can contain several narrow bridges, some of which are timber structures, and it runs adjacent to both residential communities and commercial properties. Apologies. We were initially asked by Metro to review the operating plan included with the CPKCS merger application. We saw that the applicants used a planning tool called MultiRail to develop their post-merger operating plan. This was not surprising. At a high level, MultiRail assigns individual shipments consisting of carloads or cuts of cars to a series of trains that will collectively move the shipments from origin to destination. MultiRail assigns shipments to trains based on the locations of classification yards between a shipment's origin and destination, generally looking to optimize efficiency and minimize intermediate switching. However, and importantly, MultiRail does not consider rail line capacity in its assignment of shipments to trains. We also saw that CPKCS used a rather primitive analytical framework to evaluate whether the proposed merged network had sufficient capacity to accommodate its projected train volumes. This was surprising, given the presence of RTC and its widespread use by all Class 1 railroads, including CP, in their internal planning processes. We conducted a series of RTC simulations to evaluate the feasibility of the proposed operating plan over Metro's Milwaukee District lines and adjacent CP rail lines. This is not a new process for us, as we have developed hundreds of RTC simulations, both in a commercial setting for our clients and in numerous STB proceedings over the last several years. In that setting, our prior RTC simulations have been thoroughly vetted by both Class 1 railroads and this board. We use the same processes and procedures in this case that we have used in dozens of prior STB proceedings. To perform these analyses, we requested standard RTC simulation inputs through discovery. The discovery requests were unambiguous and similar to discovery requests we have made in many prior STB proceedings. We have never had a problem obtaining responsive and accurate data from any other Class 1 railroad. Using the data CP provided, we developed RTC simulations for both the current operations or base case and the post-merger operations or future case. Importantly, our future case RTC simulation could not dispatch all of the modeled trains due to unresolvable train conflicts. It would not run to completion until we removed 11 CP freight trains from the model, one by one, primarily on the oversubscribed Marquette subdivision. Even without these 11 trains, our results show the delay will increase significantly for both Metro trains, as shown on the left, and CPKC trains, as shown on the right, following the merger. In their July 12 comments, CPKCS sought to discredit our RTC analysis. This map shows the individual items CPKCS claimed were erroneous in our model. Notably, they criticized us for relying on the track charts that CP provided in response to our discovery requests. They claimed that the track charts CP provided contain erroneous data related to the length of sidings, among other things. They said it should have been obvious to us that the data they provided was unreliable. These claims are remarkable for two reasons. First, track charts are identified in the RTC manual as the correct source of input data for track and structures, which CP knows. This is because they contain granular data regarding track layout, including grade and curvature, as well as the precise location of turnouts, bridges, and other structures. Second, despite all of their bluster regarding our allegedly inappropriate use of their track charts to develop infrastructure inputs, CPKCS used the very same inputs that we used in their restatement of our RTC analysis. These are the items shown in red boxes in this graphic. The changes to track structures that CPKCS actually made in their RTC simulations were few and minor. These are the green and gray boxes. And most are not supported by the provided track charts. These are the gray items. Nonetheless, we have tested the impact of adjusting our simulations to include the infrastructure changes that CPKCS actually made in their model. The impact is minimal and does not change our conclusions. We would be happy to supplement the record with these results at the board's request. CPKCS submitted an alternate set of RTC simulations which they claim demonstrate that Metra's performance will not deteriorate in the post-merger scenario. As a result of this claim, CPKCS argue that there is no cause for the board to be concerned. CPKCS's conclusions are based on an incomplete and misleading discussion of their own results. CPKCS developed pre- and post-merger operating statistics based on the results of 15 successfully dispatched cases in both the base and future cases. To do this, CPKCS used an RTC feature called randomization to assign dispatch times for the CP freight trains operating over the system. They instructed the RTC program to attempt successive dispatch scenarios until it achieved 15 successful runs, and then use the results of those 15 successful cases to develop operating statistics. In their base case scenario, the model had to make 17 attempts to achieve 15 successfully dispatched cases, as shown in the left-hand bar. In their future case, the model had to make 27 attempts to achieve 15 successfully dispatched cases. This means that RTC could not find a solution to move the projected future train volumes over the expanded future network in 12 out of 27 attempts. This is shown in the right bar. In addition to the dramatic rise in future case failures, the output from CPKCS's alternate RTC analysis show a significant increase in other key metrics in the future case. Dispatch difficulty is a metric generated by RTC that is an index from 0 to 100, which measures the relative number of attempts the program needs to make to find a solution to train dispatching conflicts that it encounters. As shown on the left-hand chart, this statistic increased by 50% in CPKCS's successful future cases compared to their base cases. Delay per 100 train miles is a common RTC metric used to evaluate train performance. As shown on the right-hand chart, this metric also increased by nearly 50% in CPKCS's successful future cases compared to their base cases. Both of these statistics represent the full complement of trains included in the simulations, that is both freight and passenger trains. The post-merger increase in train delay for CPKC freight trains, as measured by CPKCS's own RTC simulations, is even more significant. As shown on the left-hand chart, CPKCS project that delay per train will increase by 77% for intermodal trains over the modeled lines in the future. And delay for CPKC manifest and unit trains will increase by nearly 30%. The increase is even more dramatic on the Marquette subdivision, where CPKCS project that manifest delay per train will increase by 86% and delay per unit train will increase by roughly 50%, as shown on the right-hand slide. As a result, CPKCS's claim that Metra's performance will not deteriorate comes with a significant caveat. CPKC freight train performance will degrade significantly following the merger. This is a caveat CPKCS failed to discuss in their RTC report. The three prior slides show the results of CPKCS's alternate RTC simulations as filed. But CPKCS's analysis is predicated on unrealistic assumptions. First, CPKCS assumed that CPKC freight trains would adhere far more closely to their planned schedules than CP trains do in the real world. As shown in the notes above the leftmost pie chart, CP assumed that all of its intermodal trains would arrive at the modeled system within 1 hour of the scheduled time. However, CP train event data shows that less than half of CP intermodal trains meet this standard in the real world. Similarly, CP's higher priority 200 series manifest trains meet the CPKCS's modeled standard 46% of the time. Its lower priority 400 series manifest trains meet the modeled standard 66% of the time, and only 13% of CP's local trains meet the modeled standard. In our simulations, we modeled the actual CP operations as captured in CP's train event data. This is particularly critical when modeling only a portion of a larger system. In essence, CPKCS wish away all upstream interference and congestion that causes their trains to arrive at the modeled part of the network behind schedule in the real world. Another unrealistic and undisclosed assumption incorporated in the CPKCS RTC simulations is that its trains can block public roadways indefinitely. Specifically, CPKCS set the sit restrictions in their simulations to allow trains to block at-grade road crossings for up to 30 days. CP applied this setting to at-grade crossings on 79 private roads and 23 public roads, 102 total road crossings. The 23 public road crossings are shown in this map. Notably, most are on the Marquette subdivision. Correcting just these two unrealistic assumptions in CPKCS's RTC modeling has a significant impact on their results. Adjusting the CP randomization windows to better reflect CP real-world performance causes CPKCS's future case simulations to fail 67% of the time, as shown in the middle bar. Resetting the sit restrictions from 30 days to 30 minutes on just the 23 public at-grade crossings, in addition to applying realistic randomization windows, causes CPKCS's future case simulations to fail 81% of the time, as shown in the right bar. Although it's not shown in this slide, delay per 100 train miles and RTC dispatch difficulty increased in both sensitivity analyses relative to the cases that CPKCS filed. The bottom line is that both Metra's and CPKCS's RTC simulations demonstrate the same thing. Both analyses show that train performance will deteriorate significantly for CPKC trains following the merger. Train delay will increase. Metra's simulations also project Metra train delay will increase significantly. Both analyses also show that insufficient capacity on the Marquette subdivision will cause unresolvable dispatching conflicts. When this occurs, trains will need to be rerouted over Metra's Milwaukee District lines, which lie on the only alternate route connecting the northern and southern portions of the expansive merged system. This means that freight volume increases will be greater than CPKCS project over Metra's Milwaukee District lines, which will increase train interference and delay for Metra's trains. We can quibble over the extent to which service will deteriorate following the merger. But the bottom line is that both parties' RTC simulations demonstrate that train delay will increase as a result of projected train volumes outpacing planned capacity expansion. This raises two serious questions for the board to consider. First, will CPKC management willingly accept the service degradation for its own trains that even CPKCS's RTC simulations project? Or will CPKC management put pressure on CPKC dispatchers to elevate train priority for its own trains above the train priority rules that are set as hard inputs in the RTC simulations? Second, when the Marquette subdivision inevitably becomes a choke point for CPKC traffic moving between the Northwest and the South, will CPKC hold trains far upstream and wait for the backlog to clear? Or will CPKC use the natural relief valve via Chicago over Metra's Milwaukee District lines to keep its own trains moving? Thank you for your time and attention. If you have questions, I'll answer them. If not, I'll hand it over to Mr. Steve Cork.
Why don't we wait till the end, but I know I have some questions, so, but why don't you finish your presentation and then we'll come back to it.
Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board. My name is Steve Cork. I'm a Senior Director of Interline Operations at Metra. I've been employed at Metra since 2016 in our safety, mechanical, pardon me, and now our transportation department. Before that, in the industry, I was employed for 23 years at Canadian Pacific, serving in several different roles and increased roles and capacities. I have been active in various routing protocols, strategy, and coordination efforts in and around the greater Chicagoland area involving many carriers. Between my time at Metra and my years at CP, I am very familiar with the operation of the Chicago terminal, including CP's Bensonville Yard and Schiller Park compound. I wanted to take a moment to respond to a few key points raised by CP and Mr. Elphick regarding their testimony, both to set the record straight and underscore that CPKC's application rests on misleading and incomplete facts and analysis. First, Mr. Elphick and CP state that there will be no new trains east of Bensonville. While that may be true, it's also very misleading. By CP's own submission papers, they make it clear there will be hundreds of additional rail cars coming into the Chicago terminal and Bensonville Yard daily, resulting from the proposed merger. These cars must go somewhere, and the most logical place is east and north out of Chicago on Metro-owned lines. By focusing on the terminology new trains, Mr. Elphick and CP ignore other movements that are not technically new train movements, such as interchange, block swap assignments, traffic being processed to existing schedules, as they mentioned, making those trains even longer than they are today, or transfers and additional local assignments. The additional traffic, no matter what it is called, will increase the interference between Metro's trains. CPKC has failed to disclose or analyze this additional traffic and appear to be attempting to disguise it from the stakeholders and the board. Second, Mr. Elphick and CP make much of the proposed infrastructure improvements to the Bensonville Yard, suggesting that these improvements will all but remove the need to utilize Schiller Park Yard and generally improve traffic flow into and out of Chicago. I've looked at the proposed improvements, and based on my knowledge of CP's operation, this appears to be flawed methodology. The simple fact that the improvements are insufficient to allow CP to digest the additional traffic advertised without an outlet otherwise. With the inclusion of an automobile ramp or compound, which there's not one in the facility today, suggests that there's additional growth opportunity more so than just the organic growth that CP is suggesting, and that cannot be supported under the current footprint without utilizing Schiller Park Yard as an overflow outlet or a growth reliance. CP has already demonstrated that this facility acts as a relief valve after closing it and then reopening it for switching and capacity overflow. Lastly, for a transportation company the size and magnitude of CP, who promotes PSR fundamental philosophies, not to willingly adopt and conduct the industry standardized RTC modeling to convey their confidence in the ability to handle the proposed merged traffic volumes is naive and irresponsible. CP did not conduct any RTC modeling or other reliable analysis to assess the impacts until after the public comments, and Metra and our operating team began to dilute their flawed operating logic. It also appears that CP is attempting to keep the Bensonville infrastructure plans out of this application altogether to obscure future operational impacts. This does not appear consistent with public interest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Cork. Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you and good afternoon. I am Greg Godfrey, Director of Metro's 24/7 train dispatching office, where I oversee 50 full-time staff dispatching roughly 580 Metro trains a day on Metro's network, including 35 freight trains that from several Class 1 carriers that go across our lines. I have 19 years train dispatching and leadership experience in high volume mixed passenger and freight network operations across the country, including the Northeast Corridor, California, Michigan, and Chicago Union Station. I've worked with almost all freight railroads and many passenger carriers in this capacity. CP has a history of unacceptable dispatch practices that have impacted safety and on-time performance on Metro lines, and proving CP cannot act in the public interest. If CP were to increase traffic through our area, then CP's poor dispatch practices would exacerbate impact on the communities Metro serves. We at Metro are experienced in this area and have a history of dispatching within the Chicago terminal more effectively and cooperatively. Therefore, dispatch should be turned over to Metro because we do act in the public interest. The Chicago terminal is dense, very complex, and relatively small. This environment requires railroads to cooperate and coordinate effectively, which will become more critical with the new trains that CP wants to introduce. Earlier, you saw that very busy graphic that CP presented, that string line diagram. That diagram did not account for the time going into yards. It did not account for the acceleration or deceleration of varying train lengths. It did not account for our concern of train lengths operating today up to 14,000 feet east of Bensonville. And again, I say east of Bensonville. And since our count in June 1st, 180 plus trains longer than 10,000 feet east of Bensonville. Metra has taken a leadership role in coordinating to improve efficiencies with other operators across the Chicagoland network. Metra participated in the multi-partner co-founding of SIROC, the Chicago Integrated Rail Operations Center. I have personally been involved in these voluntary initiatives, including the Chicago Daily Scorecard, technology projects such as Common Operating Picture, a tool that formed the foundation which now helps us all exchange data needed for positive train control. Metra also worked with other Chicago area railroads to establish the voluntary Chicago protocols for dispatching, created under the AAR Chicago Terminal Coordination Office, or CTCO, which provides for neutral dispatching standards. Metra at our CCF facility hosts, as part of our contribution, both CTCO and SIROC. Our filings have detailed serious issues Metra has with CP's dispatching, which results in 8 to 15% of Metra's delays on the Milwaukee lines. You saw another graphic where this showed about 1%, but it actually equates to 8 to 15% on a given month or year of what the actual number of delays is in total. So it's pretty significant in that it's controllable. CP's routing of Metra's trains to unsafe track assignments that endanger passengers by putting freight trains in the path of commuters. Metra customers miss bus connections, miss daycare pickups, and absorb the personal costs of CP's poor dispatching decisions. Bottom line is history dictates the future, where CP will not dispatch with us, approach us, or find a way to serve our customers. They have already started to engage us just now as a result of this process, but not beforehand. We have no guideposts to plan how this proposed capacity will be used, or when senior staff at CP will involve themselves in the prioritization of freight, which should be left to their frontline train movement, train dispatcher personnel. When Metra wanted to add trains to the Milwaukee line, the Milwaukee North Line 3 years ago to respond to public need, our customer need, CP refused. Now CP has no issues adding trains. CPKC filings contain statements that demonstrate that CP does not understand our team's expertise in train dispatching. Metra's state-of-the-art dispatch center uses the same G-Core rulebook CP uses to dispatch freight and passenger trains. Metra dispatchers, including myself, are in constant communication with the AAR, CTCO, and SIROC, and all freight operators in Chicagoland to facilitate Chicagoland operations. Assuming full control, full dispatch and control of these lines is a very straightforward process for us, should that be decided, as we regularly assist CP with PTC, grade crossings, and other rules beyond our territory limits. Metra's dispatchers work regularly with all Chicago freight railroads to exchange operating data, operating plans, escalation plans, and we all have regular communication and briefings on all lines we interface with or dispatch freight on. CPKC's argument that we cannot see into CP's system is misleading because CP could give Metra visibility into CP's operations. But dispatch alone won't solve all capacity problems as it relates to the proposed additional, and quote, organic trains that will enter the terminal. Metra's proven successful history of working with all railroad partners to integrate and develop relationships and protocols and plans will help stabilize this key sector of the Chicagoland network. However, CP does not necessarily work within the CREATE context. Metra does. Unlike CP, Metra's dispatchers make network-based decisions for all railroads. Metra, not CP, acts in the public interest because we protect the network. Unlike CP, Metra dispatchers serve all customers and assist the movement of freight trains during Metra's peak period as necessary. I have personally given instructions and assisted to move a freight train several times during our rush hour because it's the right thing to do for the network. Unlike CP, we would not make decisions that endanger human safety by making last-minute changes to track assignments. Metra would never force passengers to cross a track in front of a CP freight train. CP's failure to participate in network cooperation is unique. We anticipate with the increase in CP traffic and absolutely no understanding what CP is proposing for Metra lines, that CPKC's dispatching will denigrate our system further. With an anticipated increase in train traffic in the Chicago terminal due to the merger, if approved, CP has proven it cannot cooperate with Metra and in fact harms Metra's operations. Metra's dispatch history, on the other hand, is fair, professional, experienced, and provides fluidity. To prevent the harm that the merger will impose on Chicagoland communities, dispatch should be turned over to Metra because CP has not and cannot in the future act in the interest of the public because it has failed to explain to Metra how the network will be used. Thank you.
No, I have some additional argument with my remaining time, if we may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Get my. The critical issue before the board, as we've laid the groundwork for, is whether the merger is in the public interest to prove a merger with such a high likelihood of operational failure and of harming Metra and transportation to the public. Pursuant to 49 U.S. Code 11324C, the board may only approve a major transaction if the transaction is consistent with the public interest. 49 U.S.C. 11324B1 specifically requires consideration of the effect of the proposed transaction on the adequacy of transportation to the public, including commuter operators like Metra. The board further has broad authority to impose conditions to assure the public interest and protect other carriers which have preemptive effect under 49 U.S.C. 11321. Applying those principles to the facts we have shown, applicants have failed to meet their burden of showing that the merger is in the public interest. First, applicants have failed to provide adequate information to allow the board to evaluate the impact of the merger on public transportation by failing to provide RTC modeling with the application. This omission is critical. 49 CFR 1180.A2 requires that an operations plan show impacts to commuter lines like Metras. Board precedent makes clear that RTC is the industry standard and the preferred way to assess operational impacts. Rather than present RTC modeling, applicants relied on conclusory statements, multi-rail, and rudimentary calculations regarding traffic counts that did not and could not assess whether the system had capacity to handle that traffic or how the increased traffic from the merger would affect Metra and other carriers. Having performed the RTC modeling on our part of the network and reviewed applicants' own belated attempt to use RTC, we now know why they did not use RTC modeling in their application. As Mr. Mulholland showed, RTC modeling raises substantial questions on whether the merged system will even work as proposed. The model would not even run under applicant's schedule and plan, and they had to remove 11 trains, mostly from the Marquette subdivision, just to make the model run. And even with that reduction, Metra's modeling shows that the post-merger operations will cause a threefold increase in delays to Metra and shows almost a doubling of delay to the merged railroad itself. Now, the applicants try to downplay these impacts by arguing that only a small percentage of Metra trains are delayed by CP decisions and citing a current high on-time performance rate. But that is misleading and wrong. First, on-time performance and delays overall will increase as a result of the merger. Secondly, when CP statistics in their papers only count the first train, the one train delayed by CP's decisions, but ignores the cascading effects on subsequent Metra trains, ignores that on-time performance assumes or allows for up to 6 minutes of 5 minutes, 59 seconds of delay at the end of the run, and 15 minutes of delay during construction schedules, and ignores all intermediate delays. Further ignores, as Mr. Derwinski explained, that Metra has adjusted its schedule already to accommodate CP trains to allow for continued on-time performance by Metra trains. The point is that all of those delays are real and all affect hundreds of commuters trying to get to and from work, to daycare, to make appointments, to get through their days. CP's cargo may be indifferent to delays, but Metra's passengers are not, and CP cannot treat both the same. More broadly, in terms of impact on public transportation, these additional delays are unacceptable. Public transit like Metra depends on providing reliable, frequent, on-time scheduled service. The merger will lead to increased delays, more interference, more unsafe dispatching decisions by CP, by applicants as they face increased pressure on their system. That will lead to deteriorating service, reduced ridership, exactly the kind of harm to the public transportation and safety the board should prevent. I would note that during the presentations this morning, applicants made no hard commitments about how they would mitigate these effects or how they would address these effects. And we think that's very important as you assess discuss whether the merger is in the public interest and how it will affect public transportation. Applicants tried to cure the lack of initial RTC modeling by presenting their own RTC model in their reply. But that exercise just makes the flaws in their application even clearer, because as Mr. Mulholland explained, their reply modeling only works by using counterfactual, inaccurate, and manipulated data to hide the truth about how the merger will affect Metra and the network. Moreover, even with those fundamental flaws, taking applicant's model as it shows that the merged railroad itself will fail to dispatch a substantial amount of the time and will sustain substantial new delays itself and also impose new delays on Metra. Fundamentally, applicants ask you to approve this merger based on a completely unrealistic and counterfactual set of assumptions and general promises and ignore the very real and serious impacts the merger will have on public transportation and on its own operations. 49 U.S.C. 11324, the Administrative Procedures Act, and sound judgment all require the board to base its decisions on facts and not implausible assumptions. The only credible evidence in the record regarding the impacts is Metra's modeling, and it shows that the system won't work and will impose substantial delays and safety risks on Metra. Based on the facts in the record, this board should not approve the merger with such a demonstrably high likelihood of failure and such a high likelihood of imposing severe safety risks and delays on public transportation. If, however, the board is inclined to approve the merger, despite those fundamental flaws, Metra asks the board to impose a number of conditions, including specific infrastructure improvements, a process to improve Metra service based on actual capacity, an oversight condition, and some revised financial conditions. I have a summary of the conditions on these two slides, but they're of course in our papers in more detail. I want to be clear that the entire suite of conditions is necessary because the problem is not just raw capacity that new infrastructure could address, or even what the current capacity is, but how that capacity is used to support all forms of rail transportation. Again, today we only heard generalities and vague promises about what they would do in the future. Metra has proposed a suite of conditions that provide specific measures to address specific problems to at least mitigate the harms of the merger, which we continue to believe should not be approved. The most important condition that Metra seeks, and the one I want to focus on, is to give Metra dispatching authority over its Milwaukee District North and Milwaukee District West lines, because dispatching is the key to the appropriate use of the lines. But I want to reiterate that the same principles and arguments in favor of that one condition apply equally to the other conditions, and the suite should be considered together as a collective suite of conditions. We know from current experience that even under today's more modest traffic levels, CP frequently makes dispatching decisions that impose delays and create safety problems for Metra passengers in order to keep their trains moving. We already see CP managers step in to direct CP dispatchers to force CP traffic through the system to meet its objectives. And we can see the clear safety risks that these decisions create. This is an example of a tweet from a customer who can't get across the platform because of a freight train between the passenger and the metro train in the background. And this is a short video clip showing a similar scenario with another tweet. Well, it's not cooperating. Applicants' efforts to downplay, it's in the record, it's in our submissions. Applicants' efforts to downplay these incidents and the others like it underscores Metro's point. There is simply no world in which this should be acceptable. Yet applicants say it's okay and even desirable in certain circumstances and insist they retain the power to do this again. The increased traffic contemplated by the merger, the longer trains, the constrained Marquette subdivision will place enormous pressure on the merged railroad to make whatever dispatching decisions necessary to keep its trains moving, regardless of the impact on Metra and its riders. As Mr. Godfrey explained, CP dispatches for CP's convenience. Metro does and will dispatch for the safe and efficient operation of the entire system, and the board should condition this merger on the transfer of dispatching authority to protect all public transportation. Sorry. Metro recognizes that the board has declined to change the dispatching authority on Metro lines in the past, based on its reluctance to alter a contractual arrangement between two carriers. I want to address that directly because that past reluctance should not control here. First, the board's stated reluctance to alter a contract is a policy decision by the board. It's not mandated by statute or regulation. I'm sorry, I thought I was. Second, the prior transactions like the DM&E, the EJ&E, and the Pan Am merger proceedings were not major transactions like this one. In a major transaction as here, the board is not focused on competition concerns, but is focused on the broader public interest, including specifically the impact on transportation to the public. The board has broad authority to impose conditions with preemptive power in order to ensure that the mergers protect and are in the public interest. Under the facts, Metro has presented a board condition changing the contractual dispatch authority is more than justified. We have shown a consistent and persistent pattern of interference and shown that the increased pressure applicants will face after the merger will lead to even more delays and safety problems. To be clear, Metro is not asking the board to address and remedy today's problems, but past this prologue, and the board has the authority to mandate a change in dispatch authority to address the magnified delays and safety issues the merger will create through increased traffic volumes and inadequate capacity. The remedy is proportional to the harms the merger will impose because the modeling by both parties shows that applicants will have great difficulty operating their own system and will be forced to increase out of schedule operations and diversions off the Marquette subdivision just to keep their system running. Giving Metro dispatch authority over its own lines to protect Metro's operations from the impacts of the merger is proportional to the risks of delay and interference the merger will cause the applicants themselves. The remedy will not harm freight operations. Metro will continue to follow, and will follow in the future the established Chicago protocols, same G-Core rulebook that the CP follows in the context of the CROC and Chicago network, and treat applicants' trains the same as it treats other freight operators on CP's network, on Metro's lines. CP's modeling already promises near super priority to peak period Metro trains, so allowing Metro to dispatch in a way that recognizes there will be times when system efficiency requires Metro dispatchers to hold Metro trains to keep the system flowing is both predictable and fair, and in some ways even better than what CP is saying it would do. It really won't change the system for the merged railroad. In fact, applicants' opposition to this condition exposes the reality that applicants want to retain independent dispatching authority so they can break the rules and run their trains regardless of the impact on Metro or others. It's willing to place the traveling public in grave danger to keep its trains running, and that is why applicants cannot be trusted to keep dispatching authority in the face of the increased traffic, increased dispatching difficulty, and increased operational pressure the merger will cause. Finally, it is the board's obligation to protect the public interest in transportation when approving a Class 1 merger. Addressing a clear safety and operational issue by imposing appropriate conditions even if the condition revises an old contract, is a fulfillment of that obligation. This is particularly true here where CP has not been willing to agree to changes for decades. It does not have any incentive to agree to changes now, and the contract lacks the incentives and penalties to protect against future interferences. The contract is 40 years old, was negotiated by different railroads under a vastly different operational environment. That 40-year-old contract is not an effective way to manage the densest, busiest rail network in the country following such a large merger as this one. In closing, I want to emphasize here that the modeling by both Metra and applicants shows that applicants cannot fulfill their promise of providing an efficient transcontinental network, and we ask the board to either deny the merger outright or impose the conditions Metra has requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pills. Patrick?
Thank you. Perhaps this is for Mr. Mulholland. What was the level of delay in Mr. Crawley's base case when you ran the model, or if the model were to be run with 0 CP trains on the relevant lines?
The level of delay
to Metro trains.
Right. In a case,
With 0 CP trains.
right. I don't recall off the top of my head, there was some delay.
Why would there be delay to Metro trains if there was no CP, if there were no CP trains on the lines?
Well, when we modeled the trains, there are some Metro stops where the train will only stop if there some platforms where the train will only stop if there are passengers that need to be picked up. But we don't know when that will happen. So in the modeling, we would stop the trains at all platforms. So that would require a deceleration to 0, I think it was a 30-second minimum wait, and then a reacceleration for all those stops.
So the 2.4 hours of delay that CP points out in its rebuttal is solely because of stops at platforms?
I don't specifically recall the 2.4 hour figure that you're citing, but that's my answer.
Why? It's my understanding that Mr. Crawley had to model some CP trains coming off the Marquette subdivision and going to the Mason City subdivision. Can you explain why he needed to model that in simulating kind of the current operations?
Yes, two things. One is because the line is already operating near capacity. And so that was one of the things that was not initially programmed in the model. That was something that came about as we were trying to figure out ways to get the model to run using just the sidings that are available. In Discovery, we asked for any modeling that CP had done on these lines that were included in our network that we chose to model. I think it was over the last 10 years, but I'm not sure about that. Over some period of years, we asked for that. Initially, that was not provided. We were told they didn't have it, or they didn't have any, or nothing was responsive to that. Eventually, I believe we filed the motion to compel, Metro filed a motion to compel, and we were ultimately provided with those RTC simulations that CP had run. This was very, very close to the initial deadline, which I believe was February 28th or so. We received that material just maybe 2 weeks before that, and started to go through some of those cases, and actually saw that in at least one of the cases, CP had done the same thing in their modeling. And so that was one of the things that informed our decision to try that as a solution to this. It is Mason City sub connects to Marquette sub there, and that is something that you could do operationally.
But you're saying in your original base case, the model would not run unless you rerouted trains off the Marquette subdivision in a way that it does not reflect current operating realities.
Right. So there a couple of things happened. So first of all, the track charts that CP provided to us contained inaccurate data for two sidings on the Marquette subdivision. Both of them were far shorter in the track charts than what is actually there today. Okay, and these are two siding extensions that were made in the last couple of years, very recently. And so in our initial efforts to model, because CP's track charts that they provided to us were incomplete and did not reflect their actual infrastructure, we were having a very hard time getting their trains to run over that. Later on, we discovered that the track charts were inaccurate. And so once we added the actual infrastructure that's there, that's not reflected in their track charts, then those difficulties went away and we were able to get the model to run with the base case train complement.
CP contends in the rebuttal that there were wild swings in the percentage of delays to your trains.
Right.
I think they say from 594 to over 1,000% and then back down to around 300%.
Right.
What is your explanation for these swings?
Right. So it's really, so what happened is it went from 594 to 328. I don't have the numbers. Is that right? So the
It went up to over 1,000.
right. And so that was a regrettable mistake that we did correct in the record. What happened is for one Metro train, we had transposed a mileage marker, a milepost. It was either like supposed to be, for example, 100.12, and we had entered it in manually as 100.21 for one train. That Metro train, unfortunately, was sitting in a place that it would not sit in the real world. And as a result of that one train, several other Metro trains got backed up behind it. And that error caused delays to those dozen or so trains on the last day that really cranked up the statistics. Once we corrected that error, there is no swing. It went from the 5, whatever the number you just gave me, to the 594 to 328. That was as a result of these differences in siding lengths that were incorrectly entered or that were not represented in the data they gave us. So it went from 594 to 328. That's what you would expect when you add more infrastructure. The swing in the middle was an error that we corrected in the record through an errata.
Have you gone through all of their claims of missing infrastructure?
Yes.
And validated that your model perfectly captures them?
No, as I went through in my slides, first of all of their alleged errors that they allege, they did not correct. Most of them, they entered exactly the same way that we did. And the reason why is because you can't take a timetable siding length and just willy-nilly throw it into RTC. It needs to connect specifically where the turnouts are, as noted by the track chart. So if you want to extend a siding without moving the turnouts, you have to do that through an equation, which they actually did in one case. But that's not reflective of actual infrastructure. So they say we got it wrong. They say they corrected it. They didn't. In some cases, they did make adjustments. The adjustments are not in line with their track charts for the most part. There are two or three instances where, yes, it appears that there were minor things that needed to be corrected. We have corrected all those things. The clock has run out. We have those results and we'd be happy to give them to you. But for the most part, their allegations, I don't want to, we vehemently disagree that we made an error and it's borne out by the fact that they didn't correct it.
And one more for me is, can you describe your validation process on three different margins? First is to what extent you validated what you were doing with Metro personnel. Second is there's a contention in the record that you all in allocating priority. And I know there's two different ways in an RTC model that you can allocate priority, but the number, your score, let's say it's 8,500 or 8,000 or what have you. To what extent did you validate the scores you assign certain trains in priority with how CP actually treats those trains? And then lastly, there's a contention that you all hard coded a bit of data after taking actual departure times, but then used machine logic as opposed to real world dispatching decisions. So, to what extent did you validate the real world dispatching decisions with what the RTC model would do? So maybe take those in turn if you could, and I'm happy to revisit them.
Yeah, could you just give them?
Yeah, the first is what you did with Metro. The second is, did you validate the priority of trains? And the third is, did your RTC dispatching decisions reflect how CP would actually behave given a set of departure times?
Right. So we did validate with Metro. Those discussions led in part to our decision to stop the Metro trains at every stop, where we had questions about, whether or not they would stop and how we would go about deciding when that would happen. So that was one of the things that we discussed with them. We talked about, the locomotive power, where equipment's stored at night, how that works. I mean, yeah, we had several conversations with Metro regarding how our modeling, whether or not it accurately reflected what they do. The dispatching rules are set, there are parameters that are sort of given in RTC. And we discussed it in some detail with Metro, but we've also done this hundreds of times. I mean, this isn't any different from any other RTC simulations that we've run, for numerous other parts of the network, numerous other Class I railroads, other commuter railroads. So setting train priorities isn't something that's generally, that controversial, I would say. So I guess we didn't spend all that much time on it. One of the things that is important about using actual dispatch times and delay times, as I discussed in my presentation, is that when you're only modeling a part of a system, you have to accept that the delays that CP incurred on the Marquette subdivision, for example, are not only related to conflicts that are happening there, it also is related to things that are happening on the river subdivision north of there, trying to get trains into St. Paul, or going south, trying to get trains into Davenport, right? So if there is a long delay that is, longer than what might be required to, for example, change a crew or fuel a train, it is reflective of upstream and downstream interference. And that's why it's important to model the delay that's actually incurred in the real world versus letting RTC assume there's no upstream or downstream interference. RTC wouldn't know that. It only models the part of the system that you tell it to model, right? So that's why it's important to capture the actual delay on the parts that you've modeled, because it reflects this downstream stuff. And also in Chicago, it's not only CP's network upstream and downstream that causes interference. Stuff coming in and out of Bensonville, there's a whole lot of railroads, foreign carriers that operate in and out of there. The data we were provided by CP was devoid of any event data for foreign traffic. So all we have is a picture of how CP's trains are moving through that part of the network. If there's delays there, they're reflecting the fact that there's other trains that are moving back and forth. We don't have data for those. We don't have data for when they're coming on and going off a CP system. So if a CP's train is delayed there, that the inference is that it's being caused by upstream and downstream conflicts. And in Chicago, I mean, that's unavoidable.
With regard to dispatching, are you aware of any precedent where the board has overturned a similar agreement in the context of a merger?
No, we're not, Commissioner. As I said, we believe the prior cases where this question has come up have been very different cases, both in terms of the nature of the merger, not a major merger, a major transaction like this, and frankly, in terms of the record that has been presented to the board regarding the need for the change in dispatching authority. We think this case is very much unlike the earlier cases that have addressed dispatching change questions.
Maybe you could expand upon that. And how is this case so different from the others?
Well, for one thing, we've presented a great deal of information, we've only touched on today, but information showing a current and persistent pattern of dispatching problems, of interference by CP's dispatchers, of decisions by CP's dispatchers that lead to delays and interference with Metro trains. I mean, obviously the decisions that cause trains to that put freight trains between passengers and the Metro trains are serious safety issues. So we have this baseline of issues. You add to that the increased traffic that the merger is calling for, and not just in the next 3 years, but looking ahead out, years and years, more and more growth without a corresponding promise of any of infrastructure improvements to accommodate that. You're going to have more and more situations where the pressure to make their system work, despite all the limitations that it's under, to make the traffic move over those lines is going to lead to increased pressure to move those trains through the system, kind of regardless of the impact on others. And we think that that critical combination presents a very different situation where the changes imposed by the merger, the increased traffic, the increased pressure, the need to move their trains really requires a corresponding change in dispatch authority to allow Metra to control its own lines and protect itself from those kinds of decisions.
Last question. Do you think any of those issues could have been anticipated at the time that the parties entered into the contract?
It was, to be blunt, it was 40 years ago, coming out of a bankruptcy. It was negotiated between a trustee and the Sioux line at the time. I believe I have the railroads right. And I don't think it was. I mean, the level of operations by both carriers at the time was totally different. The future that they were imagining at the time was just very, very different than what we're talking about today, much less the future that applicants are proposing, with their transcontinental railroad, with this tremendous interconnectivity and capacity. It really isn't foreseeable. And I would add one other thing that I did mention in the point, but the contract that was negotiated, in addition to coming from that particular time, doesn't include the enforcement teeth, the incentives, the penalties that you commonly see in similar kinds of passenger service agreements. So Metra has very limited tools to regulate CP's dispatching decisions, leaving it, again, very, very difficult to protect itself against the changes that the merger is going to cause.
I guess, again, and you don't think that could have been negotiated at the time?
Hindsight is 2020, and now we're talking about 2,500 Mondays ago quarterbacking. I suppose it could have been, but really, how would you predict in the early 1980s, coming out of a railroad failure and bankruptcy, that we would be sitting here talking about a transcontinental railroad network coming through Chicago? I don't think that it's really fair to saddle the citizens of Chicago, Metro's users, with decisions that were made by different people 2 generations ago in a totally different context.
Just for historical accuracy, if my memory is correct, the agreement between the trustee and bankruptcy and Sioux lines was made before Metro came into existence, isn't that correct?
That is true. That is correct.
So it was not Metro as an entity that even entered into this.
No, that is correct. Thank you.
I have a few questions. Mr. Godfrey, you mentioned 530 trains that you dispatched. My memory is pre-pandemic, Metro was at 750. So this is the pandemic level.
This is the pandemic level, correct? And to be super accurate, that includes our integrated PTC data. Oh, can you not hear me? Oh, can you hear me? All right, no problem. That is correct. This is our pre-pandemic, and that total number represents the actual PTC data integration of all the trains that we manage. It's direct dispatch on our lines is actually 267, but we have, but you're correct. Yes, sir.
And at this point, do we know what Metro's plans? Maybe this is for you, Jim, in terms of increasing numbers of trains?
You mean from our current schedule? Well, pre-pandemic, we were just a little over 700. And I think everybody knows right now that the post-pandemic world has a lot of uncertainty in it. We're seeing a tremendous shift in ridership patterns on some of our lines where we have the ability to, I call it flattening out the rush hour, adding trains on the shoulders of the rush hour. We're seeing a different ridership pattern emergency on the lines right now where we're more restricted to the amount of trains and the type of trains we can run. We're still seeing stagnated numbers. So to answer that question, it's certainly possible to go well over 700 in the future.
All you can say today is that you're anticipating increases, but you have to wait further.
Absolutely.
Okay. What is the current on-time performance on the west and north lines?
Monthly, or I mean, I guess you'd have to take every single month. We take a look at it. I don't have last month's numbers, but it's been in the mid 90s.
And what would that look like if none of the conditions are granted? Do we know? We talk about delays and increases, but usually the metric that was given at Metro meetings was what's the monthly on-time record for each line.
And like I stated in my testimony, I think there's a couple elements to this. One element to this is the intermediate times, you know, where you're going from this station to that station, not necessarily to final destination. Those times are completely erroneous right now with regard to the schedule. We call it putting rubber into the schedule. We have to build cushion into the schedule so that if a train runs from Elgin all the way into, say, Western Avenue, it might have actually 5 minutes of fluff time in it. And it has that because of some of the operations that have occurred historically. Otherwise, our passengers would be in a position that we're not hitting any on-time performance. So just the on-time performance is one of the measures that we worry about. The other one, of course, is the ability to enhance the service. And so when you take a look at the string charts that were put up earlier, you saw that the current string charts had the white gaps, as they pointed out, and said that's all the capacity. But yet when we've asked for extra trains to be added pre-COVID, as our riders requested some reverse commuting on the North Line, the answer was we have no capacity. So if there's no capacity in 19 and there's no capacity now, and we're only going to add more trains, I believe the answer is always going to be there's no capacity. So I believe that's another concern of Metro's as we move forward. If we had a different type of partnership here, that may be less of a concern, but right now that's absolutely a concern as we have to evolve coming out of COVID.
Do we know, was there a way to measure in the RTC modeling and some other way what would happen just to the basic on-time metric, the monthly metric, if none of the conditions requested or granted? Is there a way to know the answer to that question?
I believe it's in the record. I have the number in front of me. Yeah. Yep.
Mr. Mulholland, I had a question. You had mentioned in your initial presentation that with regard to some of the information you received from CP and Discovery, you said that they told you you shouldn't rely on the information. Was that in writing, or how did you receive that information?
After we submitted our verified statement and they criticized it, they said you should have known that that data was erroneous.
Well, did they say that? Is there a piece of paper that would establish that for us, or was it just a conversation?
No, it's in their the CP in their RTC report and Mr. Elphick's verified statement, I believe.
That he says in his statement that Metro, or that you should have known you couldn't rely on their information?
That's my recollection. I don't want to misattribute it to him. I don't.
Well, it was,
but it was, yeah, it was reading their evidence or their filing.
And
I believe in response to some other correspondence related to Discovery.
All right, we will look for it if it's in there.
If you're asking about on-time performance, real quick on that.
No, I was asking about this question.
No, I know, but the question before about the on-time performance of the, in the impact case, on the base case, did you model your on-time, did you model whether or not the on-time performance of Metro trains would line up with the observed on-time performance in the base case, the observed in reality would be identical to the modeled on-time performance in the base case? I understand RTC doesn't necessarily calculate that, but if you were to.
Right. So it's close. I don't think it's precisely the same on-time performance in the model that there is in the real world, but it's close. And what's shown in the modeling is that it will get worse.
I want to shift gears for a minute. Is it Metro's contention that if Metro were given dispatching authority, these problems would go away? I mean, I know you've asked for a lot of conditions, but you seem to focus on the dispatching authority.
We did focus on it, but as I said, no, I mean, the direct answer is that alone will not solve the problems. And I think it's also fair to say that the entire suite of conditions won't solve all of the problems, but they will help us mitigate the problems and give us the tools that we need to help prevent any further degradation. So that's why I emphasized earlier that it's the suite of conditions that's important. I did emphasize dispatching because that's the most tangible, direct way to address the expected impacts, sort of the day-to-day, minute-to-minute issues that arise with trains coming into the system and integrating freight and passenger, particularly in a high frequency environment.
Has Metro considered the kind of arrangement that I'd asked CP about earlier today that was entered into in the Pan Am situation where the two dispatchers literally sit side by side? We consider that as a potential approach that would ameliorate the situation.
Yeah, I don't think that we considered it, but I think Mr. Godfrey can address that.
So today, our dispatchers actually work on behalf of the CP dispatchers. We have two dispatchers in our center, and they regularly actually have dialogue and advise the CP on certain conditions. Just a week and a half ago, our dispatcher was advising against a move that would have created that situation like you saw on Twitter. And with some work on the phone, we were able to affect that. So we already have a working relationship with CP. So just putting us in the same room is not going to change the operating philosophy or the influence of senior management. I think in the case of this particular case, dispatching from a passenger freight Chicagoland viewpoint is vital because all the other carriers in Chicago think along those lines. Respectful to CP, we're just not there with Create. We're not there with train dispatching, and we're not there with, putting people in the same room is not going to make a change on influence.
Are you suggesting that we put Jim Durinsky and Keith Creel in the same room?
Oh,
You don't have to. Well, I hear what you're saying. It's an idea that seemed to be an approach in another matter, and whatever the history here has been, it might be something worth considering and worth talking about between you and CP.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just extend, if that is ever a recommendation, it has to also be highly regulated with purpose and a set of objectives and performance metrics. So just putting people together is not going to also affect the change. In the other experiences that I have managed in, there's a whole host of requirements of both parties.
And I had one final question for Mr. Mulholland. Is it your contention that the infrastructure improvements that CP says it will be making on the Marquette subdivision to handle the increased traffic as it's needed, I think is what they said. Is it your contention that physically that line that the extra infrastructure cannot physically be built on that line? You talked about wetland, marshlands, and so forth.
So they've proposed to add 3 sidings, which is reflected in our modeling and their modeling. And I would say I haven't done enough research to opine as to whether other infrastructure could be added, but based on a review of the topography, it would be difficult, I would think, to add more infrastructure on that line.
Well, you know, the CP has made a representation to us that that's their plan. We, to reject that, we'd have to have some reason to think it's not accurate. And that's all what I was searching for. You know, I have to assume CP knows how to build infrastructure.
Yeah, and so I guess, make sure I'm understanding your question. We don't have any doubt that they will, in fact, build the 3 sidings that they say they will, and we have modeled that.
Well, I thought you said in your earlier presentation that you were raised a question as to whether the infrastructure could actually be built to absorb the extra 6.6 trips. I think it was 6.6 trains.
No, what I said is that there appears to be little opportunity for further infrastructure expansion beyond the 3 sidings that they plan to add. And if I didn't say that, then.
All right, well, then you may well have it. I misunderstood you.
Right.
The day's getting late, but this all goes to those trains being absorbed on the Marquette subdivision rather than coming in through the Elgin subdivision.
Right. And it's not just our RTC modeling that shows that. Their modeling also shows very severely constrained Marquette subdivision capacity. In fact, their future cases, as often as not, don't run because the trains cannot be dispatched over that line.
Well, Metra's concern is not having more than the trains represented. In other words, not adhering to the 0 trains east of Bensonville and the 8 trains west of Bensonville. If some kind of conditioning were put in the order, that would give you some protection, would it not?
It would give some protection, but as the modeling shows, even at that limited basis, there still will be the delays and interferences that the modeling shows. The modeling that we did just assumed the 8 new trains. So that was not the further, so that alone is problematic. And of course, any further growth, any further diversions from the Marquette subdivision is even more problematic.
All right, I had nothing further. We are going to conclude today's session. I want to is Mr. Tibbetts here? We lose him?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Mr. Tibbetts.
Yes.
Are you prepared? Do you want to be heard today?
Yes, please.
All right, proceed.
Hi, my name is Eugene Tibbetts. I am a former district representative and vice chairman and chairman of the White Earth Indian Nation up here in Minnesota. And we have several concerns about the Canadian Pacific Kansas City merger. We our reservation here, the train runs through our from north to south to our 38 miles of our reservation, let alone our 1855 ceded territory. And there has been no tribal consultation of Governor Tim Walz's Executive Order 1924 requires tribal consultation, and none of that has taken place, and that doesn't surprise me. There's many. The train traffic is going to virtually double in our area here. Possible train, oiled bomb trains coming through our area is essentially given no consideration, consultation, or compensation. No capital improvements planned. No community impacts considered. Proposed changes like these should require new negotiations with tribes. That's called right-of-way justice. A good plan would be more to invest in your communities and nature itself. Instead, from north, the merger would increase trains through low-income areas. Not to mention, Minneapolis stands to lose $15 million annually in wages through Canadian Pacific headquarters, moved to Kansas City. We also have 3 public schools within our 36-mile radius, our north to south boundaries here. We have a hospital.
Mr. Tibbetts. We've lost you.
Okay, I'm here.
There you go. Keep
So,
going.
I guess, you know what, the Canadian Pacific has a history of train derailments. They've already had 2 train derailments in July alone of this year. So I think the transportation or the Safety Transportation Board, Surface Transportation Board needs to take that into consideration. And we're just hoping that you guys stand by our Indigenous communities here. Not once have I heard in anybody's testimony today mentioned tribal nations. Not once. And that's kind of saddening to hear that, you know, especially when that train is running directly through our territory here. So I'm hoping the Surface Transportation Board takes that into consideration and votes against this merger. Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts, and we appreciate your patience for waiting us out so we could get your testimony in. I know your availability was today.
It was a long day.
Yes, sir, for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so here's the plan. There are a number of witnesses who we were scheduled to hear today, and I'm going to read them off to make sure we haven't missed anybody. All of panel 4, which was the Southern Rail Commission, Progressive Rail Incorporated, Campotex, Supply Chain of SSAB American, Unifor. All of panel 5, Michael Eccles, State Rep from Louisiana, Friday Ellis from the City of Monroe, and Jackie Bauman, Chief Engineer for Gonzales, Louisiana. And from panel 6, Michelle Russell, who I had thought was here in person, but apparently wasn't. And then the Joint Associations and the Chlorine Institute. So if those people would be sure to be in touch with the board at hearings, by email at hearings@stb.gov, so that we can get you scheduled for the whatever extension we're going to have to set for these hearings, which hopefully will be Monday or Tuesday of next week. In addition, I would ask if they're listening, all of the witnesses scheduled for tomorrow, particularly those who are virtual, to also email us at hearings@stb.gov to tell us what your flexibility is in case we have to reschedule any of you for tomorrow. We will be hearing from a number of witnesses tomorrow that may take a long time as well. But one way or the other, we're going to hear from everybody who wants to be heard. So with that, we will recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. And remember, we are also going to start at 9 a.m. on Friday, not at 9:30. Tomorrow night, the board is available to go later till 7 if need be. So hopefully people can do that. On Friday, I think we have to end no later than 6. Actually 5:30 we're aiming at to accommodate travel schedules. And I would only suggest we may go a little later than 5:30 if we really finish, but I don't see we're going to finish on Friday. So I think we should assume 5:30 on Friday. With that, I appreciate everybody's patience, participation. It was a very enlightening day, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9.